prestigious competition around the eChampions League.
The best 30 seats in Europe. Simply unbelievable. Just soak it in. Emre Yilmaz has done it again. Your eChampions League winner.
Hello and welcome to the eChampions League 2026.
Eden Hazard will get the defending eChampions League winner off the mark. Musiala ties us up at 3-3.
And Texans on his feet, huge win.
Come on! That's brilliant football.
They're scoring goals for one.
Rashford! Doué to the back post. There's Soloff. There's Nick's there. Let's with a lovely extra pass. Guga snatches 3 points from Jesus. Robert Perez finds a finesse. There is the 2-1 lead. The level is so high at this year's eChampions League.
Hello and welcome back to the eChampions League 2026. Today the stakes get a lot higher. We are live for our Just Eat pre-show from Manchester. 36 players are going to conclude our league phase campaign, which means 12 of them will be eliminated today. Joining me at the front, Shuri, Tom and Grav. They're all smiling, they're ready to go because, Grav, the stakes are so high today.
I mean, we're going to have a couple of big names being out of the competition just today, so I'm looking forward to it because stakes are high.
Stakes are high indeed, Tom. Only 8 players can make it to Budapest in just over a week's time. 24 players will go through today, 12 will go out. We were at the halfway stage at the close of play yesterday. We can expect fireworks here in Manchester now, can't we?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday felt like a bit of a warm-up. Get used to it, everyone's playing, everyone's still in. Games now are going to be basically elimination matches. You're going to see a lot more emotion, a lot more intensity, a lot more big moments as well.
Shuri, you're looking good, you're looking ready to go. You've dressed for the occasion. What do you predict about what's going to happen in the studio today?
I predict, first of all, edge of the seat stuff. I think, yes, like Tom said yesterday, bit of a warm-up day. Today we've got ourselves elimination matches. This is going to be big, high stakes, and also I think we're going to see some big shocks as well. Some like big names potentially go out even just in this first 8.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we'll speak about the league standings in a moment, but of course our players are arriving. They're feeling really, really good here in Manchester. Grav, when you're walking into the studio, how are you feeling as you can see the images of our players? At this point, you're getting ready, you're into the mode, you know what you've got to do.
For me, it's the worst because when you're here on Thursday or Friday, you're warming up and you're getting that training in. But then on Saturday, you just want to play, to be fair. I know you guys feel the same. You just wanted to come here and those 3, 4, 2 hours, you want to come by because you just want to play.
What do you do in them first few hours then? Because some players weren't actually playing this morning in the practice area. Others were back in, but they've already played in this arena. So is it a case of just waking up maybe a game to loosen it off and just relax?
I think it's totally dependent on how you played. Normally, if you lose, you spend a lot of time VOD reviewing, a lot of time playing today, making sure you get it right. If you've come here to yesterday, won 3 games, you're thinking, why do I want to warm up backstage? I just need to get out on stage and do it again. Nothing can replicate playing here when you're actually playing for the big stuff, for the big money, for the big prestige. The warm-up games, when you're midway through a tournament, you don't want them. You're like, I'm like Grav. I'm just thinking, get me on stage, get me playing, and replicate what I did yesterday.
Well, the players will be coming out onto this stage and ready to go, but let's take a look at the league standings as they stand, Shuri, because Tom mentioned if you've won 3 out of 3, you're in a great position to finish in that top 8. Well, what if I told you 4 players did that yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. I think those 4 names you would probably have tipped to be up there. I think you just maybe have swapped Anders for one of them that you had predicted to have been in there. I think the main player I want to talk about from yesterday was Alihan Lyon. I think his performance was absolutely unbelievable. One of the games he scored 13 goals in. I had the pleasure of watching that. And I think, I'm going to say it right now with a prediction, I think he could be the man to go 18 for 18.
Grav, how many points does he need to get into the top 8 then? Because that top 8 puts you in a really good position in this format.
I think it's going to be 12 points with good goal difference, but I'm not sure. It might be 13. I'm going with 12 points, but I know Tom said it might be 13.
Yeah, I think 13 might be the one. I think a lot of people are going to catch fire today, and there's going to be a lot of points needed.
For those of you that watched the broadcast yesterday, Grav was the most confident man in Manchester that it was going to be 12 points. Tom, we've seen how close it is now based on the table. We also mentioned a moment ago, Anders Vergang. Everyone's one of everyone's favourites to be in that top 8. What if I told you things didn't go quite well for him yesterday, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking the question. I don't know if I found any evidence of it. I've never seen Anders have 2 bad days at a tournament.
Never.
One bad day, one off day you see, but I can't see him doing it again. I'd expect him to go out today. He knows what he needs to do. He loves knockouts as well. He doesn't enjoy groups. He likes the pressure games. He's put himself in pressure games from the get-go. Basically, every game he's playing now is a knockout match. I expect him to come back and go 9 for 9, but could be the day, you never know. It could be the day we see 2 bad ones in a row, but never seen it so far.
Yeah, we haven't so far indeed, Shuri. And we're looking at some of the highlights from Anders Vergang right now. I mean, Lex had a great day as well. We saw that.
Sorry, mate, you just have to bear with me 2 seconds. I've just got this sort of Just Eat thing that I'm actually going to have to interrupt you with just there, right this second. Oh my golly gosh. Oh, thank you so much. Absolute hero. Sorry, that was just my Just Eat delivery, guys.
Yeah, that really threw me off a little bit, Graf, to be honest with you. What's in the box?
I've just got everything you could possibly imagine.
Everything you can possibly imagine.
Yeah, all your life's desires.
And that's amazing, because that's what you can get as well. If you're watching this broadcast, feel free to order yourself a Just Eat. It'll arrive just in time for the action. Now, speaking of the action, yesterday we spoke about a few players. One man who did really well as well, 2 wins and a draw, was Levi David. He caught up with Casey.
Yes, right, guys. I'm here with Levi David, who is currently sitting 7th in the table on 7 points. Yesterday, he had a good day. Only dropped points against that game against Anders, but how do you feel about yesterday's performance?
All right. Satisfied, but not happy, I would say, because, yeah, I want to get 9 out of 9. But to be honest, in this format, 7 points is big, because 1 point can get you in top 8 or into top 24. Obviously, with 7 points on the board, my goal is top 8 right now and not top 24. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to the remaining 3 games.
Well, speaking of those games, your first game is up against Nasada, who had kind of a roller coaster of a day yesterday, but he is a goal-scoring machine. So how are we feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, to be honest, he isn't competing at the highest level for a long time, but everybody knows he's one of the best players in the world. But we have faced off several times already. He was in my Pro Open group. That went my way, but I know it's a very good player, so I know it's going to be a difficult match, but I hope the same outcome today as in the Pro Open.
Now, I know your best performance was last year, top 16. You got knocked up by Nicholas. Can we improve on that this year?
Yeah, we have to. To be honest, anything else would be very disappointing, to be honest. I lost twice in a row, once against Matti Bonanno and once against Nicolas. In terms of draw, also pretty unlucky, but yeah, I just have to win those matches too. And yeah, I'm just looking forward, and my only goal is to get to the top 8 and get to Budapest.
All right, well, Levi, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to it. Walkouts are right around the corner. Gonna send it over to the analysis desk with Ryan and Oberon.
Thank you very much, Casey. Of course, always great to hear from Levi, top player and person. I'm joined by Oberon at the analysis desk. We're going to be touching in on a different Dutch player in this tournament, and it's Emre Yilmaz. First, we're going to take a look at his draft team. Obviously, if you missed it yesterday, 15 million coins. You have to fit in with the UCL rarities amongst the squad, and no gold, silver, or bronze items. Talk me through this team, Oberon.
I mean, like I said yesterday, it's really important to pick the team that fits you the most. There are few weird options that he picked, because Tchouaméni, I didn't see too many Tchouaméni, also Hazard.
Yeah.
They were really good. I think also the playstyle are really important in this game, you know?
Yeah, I thought Perez was sensational for him. Another player we're going to take a closer look at is Ramirez. Obviously, midfield option. He's got fantastic play styles, and he was somebody that made the difference yesterday for Emre Yilmaz. We'll take a closer look at that, Oberon, because you can see he's got a lot of things that, as a player, you'd be asking for play styles wise.
Yeah, I mean, I was not surprised that almost everyone picked Ramirez. I mean, the play styles also on white, they were really important, because the combo, intercept and ping was, of course, really important, but also the jog in white, also the tiki-taka, the anticipate. I mean, he has everything that you need on a CM.
We're going to take a look at some of the highlights from Emre Yilmaz's day one. Quickly, if there was one play style you could have added to that Ramirez item, what would it be?
Maybe the finesse on white, because it's just something that he has not, because it's important to have at least one play style on white as a finishing play style, and finesse maybe is the most important one.
Absolutely. Let's roll through with these highlights, because his first game was against Manu Bachore, where he ended up contributing here. That ball over the top from Cruyff, the pinged pass across the face of goal to Hazard, and it was an element of his game which obviously led to the success of day one. Do you think he can carry that on today too?
I think yes. Like Emre, like I said, is one of the best players in the world. He already lifted this trophy twice, so I think he's one of the best. Also Ramirez, look at how also fast. Like because okay, the play stats, but also the stats are important. He was also like he's fast. He can do literally everything that he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those at home, if you're looking for a midfielder, Ramirez could be the choice for you. But enough of us. I'm hearing we are moments away from the action. Let's get into it.
Yesterday doesn't matter.
Now it's time to qualify.
Time to get the job done.
I'm not thinking about other players, I'm thinking in my gameplay.
I need my revenge now, it's time. eChampionsLeague, it's a dream that come true and I'm ready to qualify.
Honestly, I hope to bring this tournament to Tom.
Keep an eye on me. I'm not finished yet.
If I do what I know I can, then I can beat anyone.
I think this is the biggest opportunity yet I had to win this tournament.
I'm here to be the champion.
Vamos!
Of course I can do it.
Well, welcome back to day 2 here of the eChampionsLeague league phase in Manchester. Yesterday, there was 514 goals. One thing that hasn't changed is Emre Yilmaz is back on main stage to kick off our first game of action. Yesterday, he played Manu Bashore in what was a fantastic day. Today, he plays against PH, a former FC Pro Open champion who desperately needed a win yesterday. Did end with 3 points next to his name. A big day for these players. 36 still in the competition. Only 24 will make it through to the eChampionsLeague knockout phase tomorrow. Of course, I'm not on my own here in commentary. Brandon Smith alongside Tom Lees and Shorey. Guys, big day yesterday, but even bigger ones today. You have to get it right if you want to be in the knockout phase.
Yeah, look, I think this game is absolutely huge to start off. PH's in. 3 points yesterday, not the experience he was looking to have here at the eChampionsLeague so far. You get this result, though, against Emre Yilmaz, who's looking like one of the big favourites. It'd be a huge start to his day, and you'd back him to qualify from there.
Can't see it happening, though, I'll be honest. I'll get it in early. I just think Emre in this tournament, it just feels right for him. Every time, he's been so consistent last like 3 or 4 years here. I mean, PA's in. The good thing for him is he didn't get many points, but he finished on a win. Yeah. And that's always the way you want to finish on day one. But just think sometimes there's levels to the game, and Emre's on a different level.
Well, you've given us one prediction already, Tom. Should have a look at the rest of your predictions you've given us. We've asked for top 8 predictions here from our talent team here with the eChampionsLeague. Tom, this is your list. Emre Yilmaz in at 3rd in that top 8. Nicholas to go the full way on top of the table. The goal scorer in Asada. Give me a bit of your hot takes across a few of these picks.
I mean, a few of them are based off what I play. Like, I'm very much aware of RVP at home has been really, really good online. Scores a lot of goals. He played well yesterday, 6 points. Lex has been on fire. His defence has been really good as well. And I predicted Anders, if he gets top 8, he's going to have to get 9 out of 9 points. I think he is going to turn up today. You know what, come back to me at the end of the day, but I could be going 8 for 8. I could be doing it.
I'll be honest, we couldn't do Tom's and not yours, Shorey. This is your top 8 as well. It's a little bit different, though, because you've gone for 2 E-Premier League players in there, haven't you, in the Leeds boys?
Yeah, look, I saw Tex yesterday. He's high in confidence, playing well. He gave it a big roar after his first win in there. And then Nick Seb as well pulled off a great comeback. And I just think those 2 boys, they've got a very, very high ceiling, especially Nick Sneb as well. Yeah, we've seen Tex over the years, but Nick Sneb, we've not seen him in as many tournaments as him. I know he can still do it. And then the rest of them, I mean, look, quite obvious names. Maybe the big shock in there is that I haven't put Anders in, but it's just based on yesterday's performance.
Unbelievable scenes, as we said. Big day of action today. Still 3 more rounds. As always, we can see your comments coming through on the Twitch and YouTube chat. Who are you supporting from home? Let us know as we jump into our first featured matchup. We're going to be keeping close eyes on Emre Yilmaz PH in Tuga against Guga Faraz and Nasada against Levy David. What a game that one is, by the way, Tom. 2 players that know where the back of the net is, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, Levy's been super consistent now. Nasada's just broken on. The main thing for Levy is he loves to defend to win games.
That's a bit of attack versus defence.
He needs to stop Nasada. He doesn't want to play Nasada in his own game.
Well, here we go then. Speaking of Nasada, and speaking of goals, didn't take long, did it, for the virtual Bundesliga champion to score against Levy David. 2 minutes into the game, sure, he's already found a goal.
I mean, sometimes it just really shocks you off kickoff because it's just like a stroll in the park there for Nasada. I think Levy is anticipating some sort of pass across there, and he just says, no, I'll just technical dribble there. And that's something for you guys at home to take a look at the pros doing, Tom, because sometimes you don't even need to pass sideways. You can just go straight.
Yeah, I think that's a real feature of pros as this game's developed. And something I notice a lot is having the passing options and then just dribbling anyway. And it looks really basic. Like when you see him score, you think, how easy was that? But because we're so used to passes being chosen, 3 or 4 of them, go against it and just burst into space. Emre Yilmaz is perfect at that, by the way. That is one of Emre's main features. He'll have 3 options. He'll overmark and he'll just glide into space, exactly like Nasada did there. Definitely why you need to be triggering runs at home.
Well, who are you supporting from home? Let us know. Tex getting some love from Link in the chat as PAG stopped with an unbelievable tackle for Emre Yilmaz. It must be said as well that we have also got 6 other matches that we're not following personally in this round, that including the likes of Nicholas against Samu Gamer, Tex against Milka Love, Jafonzo, Premier League champion, taking on Hezers, and Anders Vergang will be hoping for a better day in the office. Yesterday, sure, he only 4 points from 9, but it's hard to bet against him. He's definitely going to be in the top 24, you'd like to say.
Yes, yeah, you'd find it extremely surprising if that wasn't the case. I mean, I think it would be one of the biggest shocks ever if he doesn't make it. I just want to touch as well on Alihan Lyon, another man we were touching on before. I think, you know, that's a man that you think potentially 18 points?
Should do with the way he was playing. He should do. Also, one thing I wanted to pick up on is I mentioned slide tackles yesterday.
Yes.
That Emre tackle, it's a real feature of pros games. It's high risk. And I think it's high reward because the other thing is, what the pros aren't bothered about is if you slide tackle and give away a pen, they were going to score anyway. So what's the problem?
Yes, with the lack of keeper movement we have these days, when these pros are in the box, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see, it's rare that the keeper's making saves in the box now with keeper movement.
So you might as well use the slide tackle play style. Here we go.
Chance goal, Emre Yilmaz off the mark as the league phase table will upgrade and update.
Now, people at home might be thinking, how the hell do I do that kind of pass? L1R1 double square, so he's just launched it, and then L1R1 double square, that pass just slide tackles it into the striker.
Tom, I spoke to Emre Yilmaz earlier today. I said, who's your favourite player in this 15 million coin team? He said Bastian Schweinsteiger, and I mean, look, from what he's just pulled out there, there's no reason why it would not be him. What a pass.
Yeah, I think something that's started to really come into FC26 as the game develops is actually the long ball pass. So most people dismiss it as a useless play style. You want tiki-taka, you want pinged, you want incisive. I've noticed a little trend of long ball pass coming in because they can kind of play in that quarterback role like Schweinsteiger did there and send them 50-yard L1 triangle through balls or switches that work really well. So I think now there's more play styles in the game. Now we're at about 10 to 12 per player. I think long ball pass, especially on your middle centre midfielder, is actually useful. And if it's good enough for Emre, it's probably good enough for all of us.
50 minutes into this one, Tuga against Guga Farazu. It's actually one of the oldest against the youngest players in the competition. Guga Farazu only 17 years of age. Tuga, 27 years of age. Sorry, Tuga. It was only his birthday just 2 days ago. One of the only players that actually played in the first ever eChampionsLeague alongside Tex and Nicholas. There's been an update here, and that is that Levi David is 2-up in this game, Shuri. Last time we checked, he was 1-0 down. He's flipped the game on his head.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see goals in that one as we see Anders here 2-0 up, starting off fierce. And this is someone in Barrow who's obviously had a very tough eChampionsLeague league phase thus far. But Anders will be looking to make a statement here, get his goal difference up, all of that jazz, because you never know. He might be able to make that top 8 by a little bit of goal difference, Tom.
I always think if you're going to rock Anders, it's the first game. And if he starts well today, he normally goes on and just cruises through. Normally, Anders, you get him on the first game, he's a bit cold, you might be able to unsettle him. Like yesterday, he was unsettled by Lex, then got a draw against Levy. If you don't get him now, I can just see him motoring on for the rest of the day and getting his 9 points.
Baggio, it's an interesting draft pick, isn't it? Baggio.
He wasn't too confident on him. Spoke to him about his team yesterday, Anders. It's an interesting team selection what he's gone with, and he said for me, Baggio's the one he's not sure about in that role.
Well, in Italy, I said it yesterday on commentary in Naples, he was one of the only players to use Barzagli as a starting defender in the Italian league build-up that we're allowed to follow. Obviously now it's become a bit more of a common occurrence with how cheap he is. He plays against Barrow, who won the Georgian FC Pro Partnered League this year, another new FC Pro League that's part of the competition. 17 in total across Europe's best, all making up the 36 players here in Manchester. Only 8 can qualify for the final stage. Here's Desiree Doué. Anders with the extra pass. He's gone through the legs. It's Ramirez that's given Vergang a 3-goal lead.
Oh, I'd love to see a replay on that, Brandon. The creative run there with his right midfield. Look at Doué's movement. Look, creative run. Yeah. Doesn't use it straight away. Waits. Perfect timing. And he's just in the space. That is how you use him. Anders Vergaan take a bow.
I love watching Anders. He looks around every goal just to say, who has to say something, as we see Tuga here gliding on through with Hullet, triggering that run. and one to the good, and you don't want to go 1-0 down against Tuga.
I've got a question for you guys. Last time we were in this very room, in this very studio, in terms of seeing who made it into the top 8 to the knockout phase going into Sunday. Guess how many players that are in the top 8 from day 1 finished in the top 8 in day 2 out of the 8? How many do you reckon stayed in that top 8?
6.
5.
5. It was 5 in the end. 5, which goes to show that if you're guessing, as you boys have in the early predictions, that if you're in form in day 1, you picked up enough points, at least you'd say 7 to 9 points, you should stay in the top 8, really, shouldn't you?
I think it's the comfort blanket of knowing that you're qualified as well. Really, see the people on 9 points already and 7, they're thinking, this is a bit of a free hit now. I'm in the knockout. So, and it's whether I want to be in the top 8 or whether I want to just go through and only be in the top 24. But that comfort blanket tends to mean full of confidence, and they stay there.
Musiala, Totti off the post somehow from Buffon's toe. Just a quick one, Shuri, which viewers might not know, all the matches and all the fixtures have already been preset. Is that a good thing for a player here or not? Because it's one of those, you could be playing against players, your 3 games today could be against players that have not won a single game, or it could be against 3 players that have been in incredible form as Nasada pulls one back at 2-2.
Yeah, look, I mean, I guess I suppose you can go from the angle that you could potentially plan for that opponent, you know, potentially the way that they play. It has its advantages here and there for that's for sure. And Nasada, I just do want to touch on him. If he can keep his head mentally today, that man can score an unlimited amount of goals here in the league phase.
I think the coaches would love it, because they get to do their research on 6 players.
They get a lot of time, don't they?
The only thing is, the first game of the day you can really prep for, but the other 2 games you play, players can be playing very differently on stage to how they've practiced. You watch a lot of their old tournaments or what they did in the leagues, and they might have changed based on what they're playing here. So you can prep, but yeah, I'd imagine the coaches like it. The players, I think it's so different when you're actually playing on the stage compared to all the prep.
Well, we are approaching the 30th minute of our feature match here, so it's a good opportunity to check in with FG and the rest of the team as this attack comes forward. Let's see if anything happens. No, it doesn't. FG, take it away. What's happening in the other 6 matches?
I mean, I'm telling you that there is a lot happening right here, because the guys next to me have been so animated throughout. We'll start with you, Oberon. We spoke so much about Anders Vergang. What a start for him. 3 goals up in 20 minutes.
I mean, he's just doing his job, because just 30 minutes and he's already 3-0 up. But on the other side, on the Nicolas side, I think that Nicolas is just changing his 4 tactics, because Samu Gamer is doing a lot of player logs, a lot of through balls. He's playing really good inside, and he's 4-1 up.
Wow, what a performance by Samu Gamer so far. Casey, you're watching Tech's good start for him, 6 points out of 9 yesterday. How's he getting on?
Yes, he's had a good start, but Milkom Love has been knocking on the door. It is currently 2-1 in favor of Tech's. Honestly, Milkom Love needs some wins here if he wants to stay in the conversation. On the other hand, we have Hezers versus Jafonso. Honestly, an end-to-end game. Jafonso has been leading most of the game, but Hezers recently had another goal to make it 2-2 for the 2 of them.
Always smiling, that man Hezers, and we're smiling watching that game. Graf, bring us the good news. Let's see, have you got goals in your games?
Lots of goals, and lots of good goals, actually. On game 8, we're seeing Montaxer getting the first win at the moment, because he's leading 2-1 against Karimizbak. He's on 1 point, so he needs a win now. Another player that needs a win is Sofoglu, the Turkish player who lost every single match on day 1, and he's leading 3-2 against RBP Legends. So it seems like the Turkish fans will be happy.
Wow, absolutely. I'm sure the Turkish fans will be very, very happy. Let's head back to the casters. We're having a lot of fun here. I think there's been another goal in your game. RVP's just equalised.
Thank you, FG. Yeah, we had over 514 goals yesterday. I'm sure we'll get probably more of the same in day 2 as we give you some more updates of what's been going on in our feature matches. That's Tuga, who has got slightly fortunate there. He won't care. He's 3-1 up. Just a question for you boys as well. Just looking back yesterday at the point tally that got players through to the top 24. How's that gone in? It has. Emre Yilmaz is there. Just looking. And what was enough to send a lot of these players through last time out? It was 6 points. It was Resende, was the only player of 6 points last year, Shiroi, that got through. This year, will it be as kind as that, as 6 points?
I don't know, Brad. I'm not sure. 6 points.
And that was goal difference as well. That was
6 points getting you through.
Out.
Is absolutely wild. Of course, Tex had that crazy heartbreak last year, as we see Emre Yilmaz flying here against PHC in 6 points. I think you're going to need 7.
Yeah, I mean, already 6 positions in 20th, I think. I think you might need a few more than that.
If we get the chance to look at the lower bar again and to show the points, I think up to Di Fernandez at the moment in 16th place. He's already on 6 points next to his name. So look, 4 points already is the minimum tally as it stands. That's only over half of this round played. I don't think it's going to be as kind this year in terms of the threshold, so to speak.
Feels very evenly matched across the board, doesn't it? A lot of people are taking points off everyone all across the board. I mean, there's a lot of draws, a lot of tight games still. I think Anders is the only one so far in this game really running away with his.
Last couple of minutes of the half. The Sada, what a turnaround for him. Went 1-0 up, then 2-1 down and out. He's leading this by 3 goals to 2.
Great ball.
Could be on for a fourth if he can have the composure for Musiala to give him a 2-goal lead into the break.
Yeah, Nasada not messing around there at all. I mean, we touched yesterday on the importance of triggering runs so many times. We just see the replay here. Just triggers that run so late there, Tom. He does the offside trap and he just pounces on it very quickly.
Yeah, you wonder if it's something he's prepared as well, knowing that Levy is pretty aggressive with offside traps at times. That's the way Levy likes to press. Just knows it's coming, times it perfectly, triggers the run late as well. That's the main thing, because you don't see it. As soon as he triggers it, he plays the through ball. I mean, unbelievable footwork from Google there to get himself back in the game.
I mean, Tom, just something to, you know, from your pro aspect for the people to talk about. I mean, why do people offside trap so much? Why is it so important?
Firstly, around the box to make sure you're not pinned in, because when they recycle in these areas, you'll see it now from Guga. If you don't offside trap here, your team can get very, very stuck. Look, they can get very stuck in their own box. It's just one simple pass. Higher up the pitch, it's basically to help press in, because if your team's 30 yards into your own half, it's not going to be no good. If you're on the halfway line, all your players are closer to each other. So if you go with your right mid and you miss a tackle, your right back will be close, your centre mid will be close. Basically to get the defensive team as close together, whereas without the offside traps, there's big gaps. There's always big gaps between the two lines, and you're kind of like a sitting duck. You don't want to be a sitting duck, which is probably why you see so many through balls, by the way. A lot of people prefer to play the aggressive way of offside trapping, high lines, making sure they're putting pressure on the ball. The problem is, if you sit back, I don't think it's beneficial. It's too easy. These pros will just play around you.
Someone who has to be sitting back in that first half is Anders Vergang. He is leading 6-1 in his game against the Georgian champion. It's Lamine Yamal. He's stopped and denied by Buffon. Only a minute of added time played, but then he played double that. And that will do us at the halfway point across the games. The Nasada's kicked off for a second half.
Yeah, Nasada playing with some real confidence here. Triggering the run in, and it's Francesco Totti.
How do you stop it?
I don't think anyone knows.
Can we speak more on the fact? I spoke to him earlier today, and it's been his DNA this season, 4-4-2. Doesn't care about 4-5-1 or a 4-4-1. He plays 4-4-2, and he stands by it, Shuri.
Yeah, I think FC is such a mental game. I think we all know that by this point, how much players... If you believe mentally you're so much better in a different formation, it doesn't really matter what the meta is, as you see Emre Yilmaz go through that. You know, I don't think we're going to see anyone in a 3-5-2 anytime soon. But as soon as you've got 4 defenders there,
his words were to me, Tom, earlier today. I said to him, why do you play a 4-4-2? And he said, obviously, it allows me to attack, and I feel like it's very balanced. And I said, why do other pros not use it? And his words were, they can't defend.
Yeah, there needs to be a level of understanding in a 4-4-2 that you have to probably be a better manual defender. You probably have to really be keen to cover a lot of space at once, because you won't have as much cover. Your 2 strikers aren't going to help you in defence, and a lot of pros tend to go for the more defensively safe option and then rely on their magic. But Nasada wants the options going forward, and it works perfectly.
And let's be honest, like, Nasada's not the perfect defender. I don't remember the last time he's kept a clean sheet, as many pros haven't this year, but one thing he will do is outscore you. Right, some more comments coming through about who you've been backing to go through on the eChampionsLeague league phase through to the knockout phase. As Totti finds a sink for Nasada. Love coming through from Emre Virgo, or Virgo, is that?
Finna be huge, I just read in the chat there.
Yeah.
Good bit of lingo.
Believes he can come back today and ensure a spot in the top 24. Remember, if you finish in the top 8 today, you miss a round. You need to win 1 game to qualify for Budapest in Hungary for the ECL finals. If you get a top 24, it's 2 games
you of course need to win to have a chance of one getting to the round of 16 and 2 into the knockout stages.
I mean, Emre Yilmaz, two-time previous winner of the tournament. I mean, look at this guy go. I mean, and this is the longest day of your life, being PhD and playing Emre Yilmaz in your first game of the day. Like I said, it was the make or break game for him, Tom, and then, I mean, you're 3-0 down in 60 minutes.
Commentary curse. There's one. Well, let's talk about PH's day yesterday, because he lost his first 2 games, sure, then came back flying in the end. He's got 9, I believe, in his final game.
That's what I'm saying, that's the confidence to build on, and to be honest, if anything, this was the goal that he absolutely needed. Can he start exploiting these wings against Emre Yilmaz? We've been speaking to you guys about the meta of the game, and Tom was touching on the 4-4-2, and Brandon as well. We see a game in the meta that's so focused on the striker and then the 2 wingers. That's why people are happy to use 4-4-1-1 and 4-5-1 as well. They're the 2 most common sort of formations you'll see. And he needs to look to expose that, does PH Zin. He's going to take down Emre Yilmaz. I mean, how many games has Emre Yilmaz lost at LAN? I mean, I'd be interested to see what that is in the last couple of years.
I'll come back to you on that.
That must be a low number.
2. One of them was yesterday against Lex. Right, let's take a break in play here. Let's check in with FG and the team for some more updates.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Welcome back. I mean, we'll come to you open straight away, because Anders Vergang is back to being Anders Vergang that we know. We spoke to you yesterday. He didn't have the best of days. Tell everyone what the score is right now.
It's 7-1. I think he wants to equalize Alien Lion goal difference, because right now he keeps scoring and scoring. And on the other side, Nicolas went to he changed formation. Now he's playing 4-1-4-1, and now he's creating more chances. The result right now is 4-2, but for Samu Gamer.
Yeah, Nicolas did just get a goal back in that case. So you're watching Tex. How's he getting on? Have we got the same score in both your games there?
Same scoreline in both matches. Milkalev did equalize, but Tex had a very quick answer. It's currently 3-2 in favor of Tex. On the other side, it's Hezers versus Jafon. So honestly, Hezers has been knocking on the door. He hit the crossbar. He was offside 2 minutes ago, so I know he's going to score soon, but it's currently 3-2 in favor of Jafonto.
Wow, 2 absolutely amazing games for you. Last time we checked in with you, Grav, there was a bit of a shock in one of your games. First, we'll come to the Kareem game, and then we'll ask you about the Sofoglu game. He was winning against RVP Legend last time I checked.
Yes, on match 8, Montaxer is currently winning 4-3, so I'm sure Obrun will be happy, but Kareem back just scored, so it's 4-4, so Obrun is not happy. But then on game 9, we see that RVP Legend, I mean, he scored 4 goals with Thierry Henry, so he's leading 5-4, and it seems like the Turkish player is pushing. So Foglu is playing well, so he needs the energy from the Turkish fans, because he's close. Yes, he's close. I mean, he can do it.
He can indeed. Listen, Obrun's always happy, by the way. Let's head back to Brandon for now, but all we're doing is seeing goals at the start of today.
Thanks, FG. Lots happening in all the other games. To answer your question, Shuri, 6 times Emre Yilmaz has lost at LAN events this year, but 2 of them were in finals against Anders Vergang. One was in the FC Pro Open final and the other in the E-Euro final. All the other results and losses came in the Dutch Eredivisie, which Emre Yilmaz went to win in the end. He won that final 10 goals to 2. Hence why he is at the eChampionsLeague this year alongside Chris de Boer. I mean, it's not a bad record regardless, is it?
I mean, I probably lost 6 games last champs run.
He lost 1 last night, didn't he?
Oh, he did, yeah.
It definitely wasn't a disconnect, was it?
Yeah, he did. 14-1's a good record by his standards now as well.
Thanks for that, Bill. PH doing his best to get this comeback going, though, yeah?
I mean, he's done well, because at 3-0 down to Emre in the 55th, you think it would just be game over, but he's actually come back really nicely.
Levy probably accepting defeat in this one. We've said it so many times. When Nisada comes out and attacks the way that he can, I don't know if anyone can defend him.
We said this yesterday, Tom, about what's the scoreline where in your mind you kind of feel like there's no coming back. You said 5, there's always a chance, but with only 18 minutes, or sorry, 20 minutes left of the game against Nisada, it just feels maybe a bit too much of an ask.
Yeah, I think at this stage, with 20 minutes left, 5 in the first half, for example, he's still in it, but with 20 to go, I don't think it's going to happen. And if anything, Nisada looks like he's going to be scoring more here. He's playing really, really well. Someone else playing really well, by the way. Anders is 9-1 up now.
Well, the biggest score was yesterday in the Champions League, and it was a 13-2 win for Alien Lion, who is not playing in this round. He is in action in his next game as PH in. What a turnaround this has been from the Brazilian.
Well, no one saw that coming. PH was 3-0 down to Emre Yilmaz in the 55th minute. Within 15 minutes, he scored 3.
I did say use the wings, and he's come down that right-hand side again. On Emre Yilmaz there, using a saw-off item, which, honestly, very few players at the tournament are using.
It's a good impact sub. Nixneb scored with him yesterday, the winner. Just seems to cause a bit of mayhem, just another plan B for moments like this. Spoke about the importance of plan B. If plan A isn't going right...
My mistake, I got that confused with another player. 18 players have got him.
18,
half the roster.
I wonder how many people are starting him, though. I wonder how many people are starting him.
A lot of bench players.
Double figures for Anders Vergang at the bottom there. As always, chat, let us know. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, who are you supporting? Who do you believe can get through to the knockout phase? Only 24 can come back tomorrow. And only 8 of those will qualify for Budapest, Hungary for the finals of the eChampions League. The winner will get $75,000 just a few days before the biggest match of football in Europe. Well, that result there puts PH in 25th in the standings, because this is what's just happened. Emre Yilmaz has won a penalty. And my guess is that he scored. Up steps Hazard for Emre Yilmaz. Bottom corner, 4-3 leads. All that hard work done, Shuri, maybe just to be waved away.
Yeah, and that's where the bruiser can screw you over a little bit, to put it nicely. Most of the time, it's the best meta thing you can do, as Nasada goes 8-2 up there, but the bruiser, it's just not worked out for him there. As you're on the turn there, Tom, in the box, that's where the bruiser can sort of go against you.
Yeah, I mean, it's always the safer bet, I think, because stand tackles are a bit more risky, but sometimes if someone can spin out of it quick enough, players with high agility, good dribbling, they try and bruise them and they just catch the player, and you can't.
And for you guys at home who maybe don't know about the bruiser play style and how to activate it, is simply with advanced defending on in your settings, and then just X on your controller.
Yeah.
And it's...
Try and make sure when you're hitting X, try and do it side on.
Side on.
Face on doesn't do much, but side on, that's where the bruiser, you go arm to arm. You'll see it activated a lot in the pro games. If you keep an eye on how many times players go side to side, because they're trying to activate bruiser by clicking X, you'll notice it. Once you start watching it, you won't stop. As we see, a big equaliser incoming here for Guga Faraz in the 75th minute. The man loves to draw, and he's drawing again.
He loves to draw. FC Pro Open, I swear he drew every game, didn't he? Near enough.
I mean, he's similar levels today.
We've never seen that many draws, have we, from one player in the FC Pro Open? Ramde over here. Levy David gets the goal back. PHG is still trailing 4-3. It must be said as well, goal difference could come into play today on the various tiebreakers. If he gets through to the top 24, and the fact we've just seen already, Tom, Vergang get a +9 potentially from his game, the side of a +5 goal difference, that could play a part later on, couldn't it?
I'm pretty sure Vergang playing Nasada as well. I think there's some big games coming up. I'm sure I've seen that on the fixture list. It's Tex currently 4-3 up with 10 minutes to go. I mean, this would be huge for Tex. If he wins this, he's through.
I mean, he was in my top 8 prediction as well. Tex is the situation where he normally thrives at best, building up around the edge of the box nice and slow. You'll notice with Tex, guys, he does a lot of dead stops, just stops very, very still, slow walking, doesn't care too much about trying to go lightning fast into defence.
Here he is.
You're on the same right lines there. He's playing against a virtual Bundesliga player as Tex finds a 5th. Speaking of which, that's Milka Love. That is who Anders will be playing next, by the way. And then he closes out against Matthias Bonanno as frustration is building here in Manchester. We can hear in the player in. Big goal for Tex.
Yeah, they're my favourite kind of goals to watch. When someone's building up on the edge of the box, as I was touching on. You'll notice with Tex, guys, he does a lot of L1 stops, just to stop completely still, wait for the defence to move, and then just play a very, very quick pass.
That is a huge goal for Tex. He's had a lot of heartbreak in the league phase recently. He's had 2, I think 2 of the last 3 tournaments, he's gone out on the last game. He is now safe from that if he wins this. Completely safe.
And that takes something 2 goals in 8 minutes.
I think you'll see, if he wins this, you'll see a much lighter Tex now. It's a little hurdle for him. He's really struggled with that. I think now if he gets through there, you'll see huge difference in Tex's mentality. I know he's been working hard a lot. I know he's been taking on a few new coaches as well. It's working well for him.
Yeah, we've seen the someone you know well as well, Tom Lyrics, in the background, helping out of Tex as well. 9-3 here. I've just had the tiebreakers come through as well in terms of what it's going to come down to potentially in the late hours here in Manchester tonight is, number one is goal difference, obviously. Number two is the amount of goals you score. Those two parts there are huge. Because even if you lose a game 8-7, but you still scored 7 goals, it could play a part.
Yeah, definitely. And I like that we've got the format that way, because we need rewards for people scoring goals. We don't want 1-0s or 2-1s or anything like that. You can see Levy there, I think, just sort of saying, your attack is just unbelievable.
Yeah. I think the words were, it's impossible to defend.
I wonder how many Nasada would put past me these days. Might be 20.
It'd be a similar scoreline to this.
We always said about this, and I spoke to Oberon about it yesterday. Do you think there's a different play style potentially from different leagues we're seeing here?
Yeah, because you tend to only practice against your league for a few months, because when I played E-Premier League, I can't compete against E-Liga and Elan Liga players because we have a different rule set, we have different players. We're also not playing a tournament on the same weekend. So we're at different stages of practice, as we see Anders with a 12th and a big smile on his face, a big laugh. Anders has arrived.
I don't know if he knows yet, but the biggest scoreline was 13 goals from one player. If he gets one more, he'll tie Ali in line with that stat. But 12-2, what a comeback and what response from Anders off the back of yesterday. And he picked up 4 points from 9 games yesterday. That'll put him on 7. And as it stands, he's in the top 8, Shuri.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at him there thinking, who's he looking for this time? Who's he looking to have a little bit of chat with this time, as we see Emre Yilmaz 4-3 to the good against PHD, looking to close this game out here. I mean, this would be absolutely huge for PHD to sneak a goal here. Because you'd imagine, Tom, if he can get a draw here and then one more win, 7 points, probably safety for PHD, but you know, he'd need to win really if he was going to look to make that top 8.
Added time of 3 minutes. PHD back to you to snatch a point here. What a big point it could be. Omri finds Cruyff. Wins a corner.
Interesting shot choice, Tom. Interesting. I think maybe back across goal, a little finesse, a little low driven potentially.
I mean, it's the touch up as well that hasn't helped him, has it? It's a little touch up and maybe he shouldn't have. Guga now 4-3 up. This is huge. Both players are struggling at the bottom here. They need a win.
7-goal thriller in a Tuga game.
And Guga's got him playing.
eChampionsLeague league phase is delivering.
We joked about Guga loving a draw. That might not be the case here, Tom. It looks like he's on to pick up a huge 3 points.
It'd be massive for him. Huge chance.
Oh. What could have been? What should have been for PHD? And you see the reaction.
Playing the drums.
He knows what a big point that would have been for him in the tournament. Emre Yilmaz is not happy by any means for his own standards. But he still picked up 3 points. The eChampionsLeague champion is in the top 8. But PHD, he's got to go back to the drawing board because that's 3 points from 12, Shuri.
I mean, he's done really well in that game. If we actually just strip it back there, he's done really well to pull that back.
What's just in here?
Emre's got the constant clutch about him as we're over to Nicholas Samu Gamer.
Well, Tommy was top of your leaderboard to go through, Nicholas, wasn't he? But it looks like his own might have gone.
Slow start today. I mean, the way we saw Nicholas play yesterday, but he does have time. Probably got 2 more attacks. He might have just used one of them then.
Samu Gamer, top 8 last year. Fantastic run in the World Championships and really peaked towards the latter stages of his FC 25 season.
He's gone for the attack. Nicholas with a chance here. Robert Pires gliding down the wing.
Not sure where that pass was. Slightly rushed from Nicholas, it felt there.
It's a bit rushed, it's a bit forced. I said he's got 2 attacks, he's used both of them. Now it's over to Samu to try and keep this football in his possession. How many minutes are we going to get added on? I mean, he's given it away. Maybe a sign of a bit of inexperience.
How scary is that Nicholas press, though?
The Nicholas press unsettled him. What have we got? 89th minute.
Back to Nicholas, former eChampionsLeague winner, the Iceman, the most consistent player in this scene. Finds Musiala and then finds a finish. You simply never count out the Iceman.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable from Nicholas there. I mean, if we just watch this back, triggers the left back, fakes it there, and then just space just opens up in the middle. And again, we've just got the technical dribbling there, Tom, just to glide his way through the defence.
I think it's the analog sprint. I think it's the analog sprint he's been using there just to get that touch. Nicholas is the master of it. He's obviously put everyone else onto it. He knows he's a step ahead of everyone. People are playing catch up to Nicholas now. Analog sprint used perfectly.
I turned it on last night.
Exactly. The casuals are getting hold of it. Samu, is he going to go for a winner here? I mean, he's got the time. He's got the time. He might as well send something long.
10 seconds left of this time. This is only round 4, by the way. 6 rounds of action to come from the league phase. This has been an incredible ending. Samu Gamer, Cruyff, what a save. Corner to come, and we've already played the 2 minutes. Pull it. Lucio, can Solov turn his man? Can Cruyff get a finish? No, he can't. McAllister is there. And that is full time. 4-4. Nicholas saves a point and also continues his unbeaten record.
Huge. Real feature of Nicholas, you know, when he doesn't play that well, still comes away with it, still manages to salvage something. A good point for both of them, actually, given their league standing.
Well, there we have it. That is the first part of round 4 concluded here in day 2 of the eChampions League. After this, we're back for Smolk against Krista Boris. Torino take on Ajax.
Manchester United? No, it's not.
That's my favorite one. It's Bayern Munich.
Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich.
Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich.
Bayern Munich.
I think it is Bayern Munich.
Bayern Munich. I have no idea.
Don't know. That's Old Trafford. It's Manchester United.
I'm not very sure. Manchester United.
I have no idea.
Liverpool. But how should I know that? How should I know that?
It's Real Madrid.
Aston Villa.
Benfica.
Leipzig.
Yeah, I will say Liverpool because I don't have idea. Liverpool.
Don't know it again, so I'm just gonna guess.
Okay, that's easy. That's SC Freiburg. I'm thinking
Tottenham.
I think that's Old Trafford.
Manchester United? Manchester United. Manchester United.
And I will say Benfica. It's Manchester United. That's Manchester United.
Liverpool.
This is Anfield.
This is Liverpool.
What?
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Stage is set. What's promised to be?
Beautiful rescue. This is what he does.
Yeah.
You alright?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
have plenty of viewership rewards over the weekend for you guys. If you watch 15 minutes of the league phase, you'll receive an 85 plus times 2. If you watch 60 minutes, you'll get an 86 plus times 2. You can watch the action across both Twitch and YouTube at EA Sports FC Pro. Welcome back to the eChampions League. We've just seen our first round of fixtures and well, there was goals everywhere and there was emotion. 36 players will start the day, but only 24 can proceed in this tournament, all with the dream of lifting the trophy in Budapest in over a week's time. Welcome back to Manchester. I'm with Brandon and I'm with Casey. Brandon, first things first, how many goals have we just seen in our first round of fixtures?
Oh, can't tell you exactly, but we averaged 84 per round last week. But I think we've just near enough approached goal number 600. We won't be far off it. Big word on Anders Vergen, who helped us get there, by the way. 14 goals in his game with tie breaks, as we said, FG. If it's not goal difference, it's goals scored.
I mean, listen, we saw so much emotion from so many of our players here, Casey. Anders, we spoke about, we expected, well, Tom actually called it. He rarely has 2 bad days. He started today really, really well. Looking at it, Tex 5-3 as well, a massive result for him.
Yeah, he needs those points if he wants sights on that top 8 to auto-qualify, and so it's going to be interesting. Honestly, Mikalev stayed in that game, but he was able to finish out strong.
And we saw so much emotion in our featured match as well. Emre Yilmaz against PH Zin. Brandon, you were covering it. We saw the emotion from PH Zin at the end because he's got 3 points from 12 right now.
Yeah, he's in a really difficult position, isn't he? We said what last year it was actually the man who represented the same side in Resende, who got 6 points, the only player with 6 points to squeeze through on goal difference to get to the knockout phase. I think the thing about this game, FG, is that Emre Yilmaz was 3-0 up and didn't really have any right to throw away the game. PH came back, scored 3 goals, and right late on, he thought he had a chance to maybe snatch a point, but Emre Yilmaz, flawless.
Flawless indeed. We'll take a look around the grounds as well. I have to ask you, Casey, about the Iceman. He's done it again. He was 4-2 down and he left it late. We're seeing the highlights of Anders Vergang right now, but we'll stick on the topic of Nicholas because what a comeback for him. What a point as well.
Yeah, for him to come back in that game, it was absolutely needed. It's actually his first time dropping points. He had a perfect day yesterday, and so the only player left that has 12 points is Emre Yilmaz. We have 2 more players that could possibly hit that right now, but he did drop points for the first time. But he'll be happy with that draw because he was trailing the majority of that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke about the goals and we spoke about Tex as well, Brandon. A massive performance for him. How much confidence will that give him? Because for those of you that are wondering, Tex actually went out at this stage last year with the last kick of the game on goal difference.
Yeah, he's not messing about this year, is he, FG? He's doing all he can to actually have the competition in his hands compared to other people's goal difference or goal tallies. But that's the league standard as it looks right now. Emre Yilmaz sitting pretty, 4 wins from 4. And of course, Nicholas, the only other player from that side of the round, also unbeaten. But Alain Lyon, speaking of goals, he's up next.
Yeah, Anders Vergang back in the top 8, but look how tight that is. There's so many players, Casey, on 7 points. There's a few on 6. Manu Pashore is there as well. What a match we've got for him coming up as well. He's facing Alain Lyon, who was top and on absolute fire yesterday.
Yeah, both players are going to want to score as many goals as possible because it's going to be an Alihan versus Emre fight for the top as well. And so I know those goals are definitely going to come into play because Alihan is a goal-scoring machine. And I would guess that continues over to today.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we've got so many incredible matches. We're going to focus on our feature match now, but we're going to leave it to the hashtag, boys. We're going to head over to Shori and Tom for some FC Pro IQ.
Cheers, FG. Yes, well, welcome to FC Pro IQ. I am, of course, joined by the main man, Thomas Lees, who's actually going to take us through this goal in fantastic fashion. One of the fixtures we've got coming up is Smalk versus Christopher, and we're picking out one of the goals from Smalk yesterday, Tom. I mean, pick this apart for me, fella.
The main thing I want to highlight is the ability to turn defence into attack. Just read and play an intelligent game. So if we stop it here straight away, right, you can see he's defending. He's 6-5 up in the 85th minute. He can already see that his opponent is going to switch it. So he's seen it on the mini-map. Look, the right back is on the overlap. He's all the way over here. Yeah, he's a long way over there, the right back. He knows the switch is going to come. He anticipates it nice and early. He's already player switched to his left mid and left back to make sure he's got it covered. So as it plays out, he's read the switch perfectly, does a little player lock to make sure his player's there to receive the ball. Nice mechanic. And then how quickly he turns into attack. He doesn't keep the ball. He wants to score a 7th and make sure this game is done. But one moment I really want to highlight here is this moment. Just move it forward a couple more frames, right? This moment here, the creative runs. You can see, if we just stop it there, At the minute, Musiala is just going to run forward. He is going to run straight into centre-back. The opponent's going to move forward, take the ball and start another attack. Could be under Kosh. The intelligence to just use a creative run, and instead of going there, he's now going to come into that space where it's completely open. One centre-back's already stepped. He's already out because obviously he's applying high pressure. It's late on in the game. The creative run is going to open it all up. If we play it forward slowly, you'll see he also uses the L2 triangle with Cruyff here to make sure that it's got the perfect curve into Musiala. Now, you are thinking when he's in, what can he do here? Is it going to be blocked? Perfect advanced roulette, perfect way, perfect timing, and then the finish as well. It is a great goal and a great game, a great way to win a game, should I say. It's all put together so nicely, but the ability to turn defence into attack, the creative mechanics, and also being aggressive, because he could have seen the game out there, he could have played for time, just thought, I'll keep the ball. He's gone for attack, made sure the game is won.
I'm speechless. That's absolutely wonderfully dissected. I hope you guys take notes from that goal at home. Of course, that was small, but he will be playing against Cristobal, and we can actually hear from the man himself now.
My name is Cristobal, and this is my life unpacked. I was born in the Netherlands, Amsterdam, and grew up with a family of 4 with a twin brother. Growing up, I really liked football, and then I started playing football in Amsterdam, in a local club. From 12 years on, I moved to Alkmaar. I was only just playing real football and had the ambition to become a pro football player, but yeah, it didn't work out, unfortunately. When the pandemic hit, I started to play a lot of EAFC, and I really enjoyed it, just playing the weekend league, and I became #1 in the world. Then I realized there might be something in this esports for me. I was still like 13, and then I got picked up by Team Gullit, now known as Team Liquid. They called me and I was like, okay, I have to do this. And since then, I've been part of that team, and I think we've been pretty successful. It's really insane working with guys like Emre, Manu, Levy, and me, being able to like take advantage of that a bit, learning from them, playing against them, and just having the best environment to also become one of those players. Second year in a row where I play in the eChampionsLeague. Last year was a decent first tournament. I was really close to the top 8, beating some top names, just getting my name out there, showing people that I'm where I belong here at the biggest stage. It was my first time I was playing in a big event, just feeling no pressure because I was so in my mind with my exams. During the day I was playing the tournament and really focused on that, but during the night I was going back in my hotel room just studying because next Monday I had my last exam. I had to take the flight back at 6 a.m. in the morning and I had it like 10 a.m. But I managed to graduate, so I'm really happy with that, but it was really, really intense. This year for me is different because I just taken gap year and really focusing on esports with Ajax, which is an honor. Me qualifying for the ECL makes me feel like I took the right choice. This was a big objective at the start of the season, so it means a lot to represent Ajax here on this stage and hopefully win the trophy.
Well, the Champions League rolls on. Cristobal in action, representing AFC Ajax. It's an all-European affair as he takes on the Italian Smalk in this upcoming game. I'm very excited to see how this unfolds. I'm not on my own. I'm joined, as always, by 2 very special guests, Ryan Pessoa and Oberon, in the commentary booth with me. Oberon, let's talk about Smalk. He was the real surprise package at the E-Serie A, making it all the way to the final, but it's not quite gone for him here at the eChampions League.
Yeah, I think 100% is better than what he showed yesterday. Of course, like I said yesterday, the first appearance can be tough.
On the other side of it, Cristobal, runner-up in the Eredivisie, Ryan Pessoa. Again, out of those 4 players that have come through the Dutch Eredivisie, he's the one that was struggling the most as he opens up this matchup inside the first 4 minutes with a goal. This feels like a big game for him in the ECL.
Massive. He's currently sat on 1 point. Obviously, that goal currently puts him on 4 points in the live league stage. But I think even just watching the unpacked video there, I kind of forgot about just even back when I used to play, used to be in the group chats, despite being below the age, able to be able to compete, he would still be joining friendlies.
You were gaming.
It was a nightmare. I'll be honest, he's somebody that very passionate about the game clearly, and he shows it with obviously his performances, but it's a big day for him.
Loads of games, loads of goals going to be coming your way. We've got our eyes on Max Kuhlmeier and Lex. And again, it's the Dutch dominance. Leading behind table topper Emre Yilmaz. Max 1-0 up in that matchup. We'll also be keeping our eyes on Nick Sneb and Rafa Monteiro from Luxembourg. Seeing how that game starts to unfold. This table is starting to create a little bit of a a distance, Ryan, between some of the players. Obviously, Emre Yilmaz, top of the pile at the moment, but you are starting to see a bit of division from the players. I think you saw the frustration coming out from Zin, from Tuga. The players that are getting almost deserted away. There's only 6 points left.
Exactly, and I think for the players that didn't play in that opening round, just watching other top 8 candidates drop points. Oh my!
What a pass! What a pass!
It's crazy.
That's why you want inventive on white. Like it helps you to do this kind of passes that they are also so smooth.
Hold on, look at it again. You can see he triggers the run. That is a ridiculous through ball.
Ramirez as well.
Yeah, again we touched on him earlier with Emre Yilmaz. What a goal that is to get back into the game. But I was actually going to mention Nixneb. Players that didn't play in the opening round, seeing Karima's back drop points, you're seeing RVP Legend, for example, they're all faltering. Nicholas, you'll be licking your lips thinking, you know what, there's an opportunity here to start to start to take points, and before you know it, you could be in a position where, again, if you're Nixneb after this game, you win this, you're in a very, very favourable position.
Comes forward here with Robert Pires driving through the heart of the defence. Doué to Zidane. The French link-up working very well for Leeds United.
Great start from Nixneb, just working the space. You can see the option if you, at the top of your screen there, once he gets the ball to Zidane there, Rashford, he could play it, and it causes confusion for Rafa because you don't know, do you step, do you try and trap the runner for the extra pass? He takes it inside for the finesse, and it's a great goal there for Nixneb and Leeds United.
You see that live table constantly updating, constantly changing with how results are coming through. 4 points, Smaug, with this draw right now. Zin on 3, Tuga on 3. Cristobal needs a win. Both of these two players have to win this game to have any aspiration of going through.
I think it's 7 points minimum. I actually do, because the amount of...
Look how many people are on 7 there as well.
Exactly, that's the thing.
Samu, RVP, Anders Vergang, Marwan on 8. You're looking at Lex on 7, Georgie Wynn on 7, Hezers on 7, Levi David, Guga on 5. You don't want to be in that category, Aubrey. You don't want to be in that 4 to 7 point range, because it feels catastrophic if you lose a game.
Yeah, but also because, like I said yesterday, maybe one draw can be good, but 2 it's just nothing. It's like a lose. And when you have a draw like Tuga, you draw again and it's just get you nothing.
Berro, JP Slater and Ulight at the bottom of the table at the moment, yet to register a point at this year's eChampions League. You look at the top, Bonanno drawing his game now. We'll get more from that matchup against Marwan from the guys at the desk very shortly indeed. You're looking at Emre Yilmaz, the only player perfect so far. Nasada on 9, Alejandro Lyon, that game against Manu Bachori, he finds himself 2-0 down in the early stages. Talk to me, obviously you two have played weekend-long competitions. If you played really well yesterday, if you were Alejandro Lyon, if you were Emre Yilmaz yesterday, how difficult is it going to bed, waking up and replicating? Emre Yilmaz has done it before, and he knows what it's like. For someone like Alejandro Lyon, you were outstanding yesterday, you were the player of the day. You then come back today, do you just expect it to happen? Do you prepare the same as you did the day before? Oberon, we'll come to you.
I think it's just another day, and it can happen a bad day in the same way it can happen also like a really good day. And of course, he's facing big opponents. You are facing the 2 times world championship, so I mean, it's difficult.
I always think that's the hardest thing, though. That's what I think separates the top players. You mentioned it briefly yesterday. Being able to do that on several consecutive days, I think is so difficult, because at this level, everyone's sort of capable of or more often than not, the top players, you can take points off each other, but being able to do what Emre Yilmaz is doing, just constantly getting results here. This is a goal back from Rafa against Nixneb. 20 minutes in, and we're level. That is a massive goal for him, because yesterday's performance against Alihan, if you remember, he was 10-1 down in, 50 minutes?
I also think, I mean, look, we've been covering this a long time. You two obviously been playing a long time. I've had the opportunity to commentate. A lot of the times, even when we were playing Swiss back in the day, you'd see someone go 7-0 and then lose the first knockout game.
Yep.
You've got to get through the top 24.
Yeah.
Obviously, you do get that advantage of finishing in the top 8, and you have to play one less game, but you'd finish 15th and go through on 7 points rather than finish first and then lose the qualifying game. It doesn't matter. No one looks back when we're in Budapest at how you got there. It's you are there.
Absolutely. I wonder if it's a psychological thing, or if it's just because sometimes maybe you just get ahead of yourself a little bit. You think the job's almost done.
It's good to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also the pressure, of course, like today, the pressure on the last rounds will be much more, and also the pressure for the knockouts tomorrow. So like also Tom was saying, Anders loves to play on knockouts when the pressure is more.
And also as well, that night, let's say your opponent, you've got a bit more time to be able to revise and go over your opponent's gameplay. The footage is there.
Just as this table goes down to the bottom sort of half, I want to pay a very bit of close attention to the names that are in there as well. You talk about experience. Tuga, Pierre Zin, Jafonso on 4 points. Cristobal. These are players that have been there and won some of the biggest tournaments. They've been in finals. They know what it takes. Even Levi David on 7 points. If you don't get any more points today, that might not be safe.
It's actually scary to think about it, because Nicholas mentioned about the quality being higher from technically the quote-unquote lower players. Smoke gets the lead here against Cristobal, 2-1 up.
Well, goals are flying in. Smoke's back in front. Nick Sneb and Rafa Montiero 1-1 at the moment. We've talked about some big games taking place across the board. Let's have a more extended look on it. FG and the guys at the desk, what's been happening?
Thank you very much. Let's come to you straight away, Casey, because we spoke yesterday about Alian and the start he had. He's up against Manu Bashore. That is a massive game for Manu. How's it getting on?
Yeah, obviously yesterday Alihan had a lot of momentum. He was hoping to have that transfer over to today, but he's going up against a two-time world champion, Manu Bashore, and he's currently winning 2-1. Manu is. On the other hand, I have a big matchup here. It is Marwan versus Bonanno. Marwan was winning this game 2-1, and Bonanno just equalized as well. And honestly, if you're wondering whether or not Douay 6 million is worth it, it is worth it, because Marwan scored 2 goals with him.
Yeah, 15 million budget this weekend, and he spent 6 million on Douay. Tom, let's come over to you then. What are you watching?
Jorge Win, currently 3-1 up against JP Slater. I mean, he's deserves to be fair. Could be 4 here. He's playing really well. And then Musty's got a big goal. He's just got 1-0 up. Musty, I think, struggled big time yesterday, so a win now is huge for him, keeps him in the fight.
What a start it's been, Shorey, for you and Di Fernandez. 4 goals for him last time we checked.
Yeah, Di Fernandez in just absolute cruise control here, to be honest. It could be 5, 6 or 7 here, very early doors, and I think we're just going to see goals. He's continuing on his form from finishing off yesterday very well, and then in my other game, we've got Luke 3-1 up against Ulite, kind of just cruising, looking like he's going to take the win.
Yeah, so much happening here in Manchester. We'll keep you updated. Let's head back.
Thank you very much, FG. Goals have been flying in while we were with the guys at the desk. Smoke 2-1 up, soon to be 3. There's Robert Perez, who finds the top corner. Cristobal, exasperated. As for Nick Sneb, it looks like he has reclaimed the lead, Ryan.
Yeah, lovely bit of work on the outsides of the pitch, so just ball rolling to get more angles for the pass. He plays it, and it's just about onside as Douay puts it into the bottom corner there. And it is an equaliser for Lex against Max. He gets with Johan Cruyff, tons of space. Obrun, for me, I would say he knows. You can see with the reaction, I think defensively it was a bit too passive there.
Yeah, too passive, but this happens when you don't have your midfielder. Maybe it was a counter, and when you put pressing on, the defenders go 1-on-1, and you need the midfielder to just help you, and it was not so. I think he panicked a little bit, and then he conceded.
We can see you all in the chat at home as well, putting across your thoughts and feelings on today's show. As always, there's things for you to get involved with as well, not only watching the action, but a chance to earn some extra rewards. Mystery Nation, once again, a topic of discussion, to say the least, as Nick Sneb with Zinedine Zidane linking up once again with Douay in the centre of the park. Could this be a third goal here? There is Douay. Cuts back, finds the finesse. He's playing with some confidence right now.
That little cancel there to get the space for the shot, because a lot of people would just do that and look for the pass. The lane was covered. Goes for the shot. Wonderful goal there. And Smoke as well. 4-1 against Cristobal here. This is starting to become a very difficult position here for Cristobal. We'll take a look at the replay here, Obrun. The Italian, wonderful bit of play as Cruyff tucks it in.
Yeah, when you have like Musiala and Cruyff, they are really similar. When you have like them as a common striker, you can do a lot of combination. You can also bait a lot of triggered runs. So he's playing really good today with them too.
Mystery Nation chat coming through. Dragon Breath saying Portugal.
I'll be honest with you, Rich. I actually don't know what it is. Oh, no, wait, I remember. I know what it is. I know what it is.
Turkey.
It's not Turkey. I'll give you that.
And Pogyu saying France is the mystery country. I'm thinking the Netherlands. I'm thinking you're wrong. Hikaru. Plenty more conversation as always. We'll reveal that towards the end of today's show once we found out who the 24 players progressing into tomorrow's eChampions League knockout phase will be. Max Kulimaya and Lex currently 1-1 in this matchup. Lex has got his eyes on the top 8. I know in a few of our predictions he was in there.
That's a golden opportunity, you know. I think on another day, I think you'd be pretty critical when you're VOD reviewing, looking at that, thinking that has to be a goal. Maybe had more time than he thought.
But by the way, they both surprised me. How they are playing so good this weekend. They also Max. I think everyone underestimating him.
Yeah,
but he was
I do as well. I'm guilty of it.
But he's playing really good because he's playing a lot, especially in defense. He's playing really good, really compact. Of course, he's using a lot of team press, but everyone is using him. And when he has the ball, he's playing really good around that, like Nick Snap.
It's crazy to see how effective Bruiser Plus really is. It's come from him.
Just muscle him out the way.
It's not even like, there's no point even tackling. You just hold X, Bruiser out the way.
Move. Right there, Yaya Toure just shifting Ramirez off the ball. You can see the runner though, once it's in, Pires has rapid. It's going to just be an angle there where you'd expect the finesse shot to go in.
It's one of those goals as well, Oberon, that when you lost the ball, but it's not really a fault of your own. High up the pitch like that, there's Lex going 2-1 up.
I think sometimes you just need, if you want to play a reset and you see that maybe your opponent's team is just being too compact, you can also come back to the defenders just to move the team up and then playing for for a true ball. Otherwise, if you lose the ball with pressing, the strikers are too near to the defenders, then playing a counter is too easy. It was too easy for Rafa.
The way that Oberon talks about the game, Ryan, is that how you used to think about the game when you were playing?
I think everyone thinks differently. Hold on a second, that is 5-1, and that is going to be a mountain to climb for Cristobal. I think the way people look at it, play style in terms of how you play the game, and also how cultures maybe impact your performance as well, I think is a way. I can't even remember how I thought about the game, which genuinely it feels that long ago, I can't remember.
Well, it wasn't too long ago. You said you're the best player on the talent.
Outside of Oberon and Tom, yeah.
I didn't hear that.
I did say, I told you. I back myself. You put me in a game right now against Shawry and Graf. I'm winning that game. I'm looking at Shawry.
Is it double digits?
No. We actually played this year. It was close.
What about Graf?
I haven't played Graf. I don't think I've ever played Graf. Genuinely.
You ever played him?
With Graf?
Yeah.
He's saying to me yes, but I didn't remember. No, but
not that memorable.
It's a big game for him, not for you.
No, because back in 2021 I was not so good and he was, so I didn't remember, maybe because he smashed me.
Oh, that's lovely.
Max equalising 2-2 there. Up against Lex. As we see, Smoke still leading 5-2. 3 games. This was the 2 that I just alluded. Yaya Toure with it. Little pokes finish past the goalkeeper. There is time in that matchup, but he just looks too leaky at the back. It looks like he's going to concede more goals.
Yeah, but the goal was really good. The first time long ball was really good by Cruyff.
I feel like I haven't mentioned Marwan at all with this whole tournament, you know. Again, he's sort of ghosted through in a little...
All 3 Moroccan players have been really good.
Yeah, is he on? I think he's on 10 points as it stands, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, the live standings we'll be able to take a look at. But Marwan's been very, very impressive this season, obviously, with Monaco. And he's potentially got an opportunity to go 2 goals up here.
Francesco Totti inside the box, finds Toni Kroos, who rifles it wide.
That's what happened.
I think Marwan plays in a really different way.
Look at the possession, 61%.
Yeah, because he plays with double winger, so it's really hard to press him. And then he always finds a way to attack the space with player locks, because he also uses a lot of player locks with incisive.
We're back on board here. Smaug and Cristobal. All the games at the bottom of the screen there. Some big score lines coming in that will start to propel people up that table. Di Fernandez and Luke both winging as Eden Hazard finds one back in 3 minutes. We've still got a lot of time left. Still a third of this match to complete.
just about inside.
Just turning the screw ever so slightly. Nick Snebb was leading 3-1 last time we saw this matchup, and it looks to be Rafa with Ramirez into Musiala. That's 3-3 now. Just kicked off for the second half.
Jump into it live and let's see. Rafa's tried to kick into gear now.
Yeah, look, he's not shown in this matchup like he really was laying a glove on Nick Snebb, but then them two quick-fire goals give you a lot of confidence. That's a very delicate chip over the top of the goalkeeper. Lex back in front, 3-2.
Just speaking of Rafa as well, one thing that won't help him is his goal difference.
Yes.
So he needs points on the board, because if it comes down to goal difference, it's going to be very unlikely it will swing in his favour. And even points-wise, it's Doué with the finesse shot.
He's been at the heart of everything, has Doué. And you see Nightwatch as well, just brought him in the last couple of weeks from the E-Premier League. You've been working with him. That will be a big confidence boost as well, having someone like Nightwatch behind you.
Of course, 100%. If you have also was mentioned yesterday, he scored with a cross, with an header with Sorlot.
Never seen that before from Nick Snebb.
Yeah, so of course, the help of the coach is important.
It's a goal here as well. Johan Cruyff, 5-4. Smolk was 5-1 up. Chris de Boer starting to stage a miraculous comeback in that game. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we certainly will. Well, we're keeping our eye on Smolk and Chris de Boer. Let's head on over to the guys at the desk for a roundup of what is happening in the second halves.
Thank you very much. I mean, Case, we'll come to you first, because Manu Bashore looks like he is going to be the first man to get some points off Alian. We had predictions in the cast at some point that he was going to go all the way and get the full amount of points. It doesn't look that way, does it?
It does not look that way, because Manu Bashore is currently winning 5-2. And I have an interesting situation, because in both games, I have players that will be dropping points for the very first time this weekend, because on the other side, Marwan is currently beating Bonanno 4-3. So that's a very close game, and Bonanno's still in it.
Well, listen, we'll come to you, Tom, because what a game you are watching from Musty. He's 5-0 up.
Make it 6. He's absolutely flying. I mean, a great way for him to start his day. He needed that today. He really needed a big win. 6-0, huge for goal difference, which I kind of can guarantee it's going to come down to goal difference. If it's based off last year, it was similar. And Jorge is also cruising 5-2 up. We're seeing a lot of big scorelines here.
A lot of big scorelines, and not much bigger than what Shore is about to show us here from Di Fernandez.
Well, actually, I mean, I had my line planned out to say to you, since you last came to me, the scoreline's doubled from 4 to 8, and now it's just gone to 9.
Oh.
So that's my line ruined there. He's absolutely flying. Manic needs this game to end right this second. And then over in the other game, again, the goals have just doubled. Gone from 3-1 up to 7-1 up. This might be 8-1 here.
It is
in
8-1.
This game.
It is. There's just been an 8th goal for sure.
Yeah, it's very entertaining. It's slightly one-sided, though.
Looking a bit flustered with all them goals. Keep them coming. The action continues here in Manchester. For now, we'll head back to our casters.
Yeah, it's a horror show for Danik, but I've got to say, Di Fernandez needs as many goals as he can get, because that goal difference will propel him up the table. Smolk was feeling the pressure against Chris de Boer, 3 unanswered goals, but since we last saw it, he did get one back before quickly conceding 6-5. That is how that matchup is at its latest juncture. As for Lex, he's added a 4th against Max Kulimayer.
Come on.
With only 12 minutes left to play.
I feel like Chris de Boer is always involved in those end-to-end games.
Yeah.
Like every single time. If you remember the first game yesterday it was Tex, wasn't it? He lost 8-7. Yeah. It was just constantly back and forth. And albeit this time he wasn't back and forth in the initial stages of the game, but he's found himself in a position where you'd want the 3 points, but if you walk away even with 1, you're still in the conversation because you have to win the last 2. But a win here would be incredible for him.
I think that with the ball is much better, especially because he's playing with 70 of depth, with high depth, and of course against players that can be really dangerous with incisive, with Musiala, with Cruyff, it's difficult. So I think he didn't find his way of defending.
Look at that Di Fernandez goal difference, proving huge for him.
Wow.
He's on 9 points, but he's absolutely floored into the top 8. There's 7 players there on 9 points. As Smolk adds a 7th against Chris de Boer.
That's really well worked for the extra pass as well, just to guarantee that finish. As you said, the goal difference is so important. We saw it last year with this league phase. It's entertaining to watch, but for the players, you just don't want to be the one to go out based on a one-goal swing.
At what point, Oberon, are you starting to look around at other games, maybe? Are you asking your coach, keep an eye on that game for me? If he's winning, I need to win by a bigger goal difference?
Yes, I think maybe just the last one. It depending, of course, on how many points do you have. Because maybe if you are in a situation with 9 points, of course, it's different. But maybe just before the last game, just because you want to know if you need more goals or if you need at least just the draw.
Have you been in a situation like that before, where you've needed other results to help you, or maybe even knock you out of a group stage?
I think it was maybe just this year at FC Pro Open.
Yeah.
Because the last game was important for goal difference, but the goal difference would have been like too much. Like I would have scored maybe 10 goals against Manu. It was difficult.
We're winding down in the final few moments here. That's Lamine Yamal, but a fantastic tackle from Lex with Chouameni. Can't quite save the corner. He's played short, however. Manual pass all the way back. He's looking for a hard restart here. Is Max. And gets the ball picked off him. Could be a through ball there. This could be game, set and match. Musiala doesn't go for the dink this time, just rolls the ball past him. And Lex continues his fine form from yesterday.
Yeah, he's been very, very impressive, not only today, but yesterday, carrying into, well, today the form. Obviously, we saw him defeat Anders in that opening game. He's carried on so well, and he's taken advantage of the space. Obviously, Max has to push more bodies forward. You take advantage of that. And again, another goal in this game. First time pass, Johan Cruyff, 15 minutes, is 7-6. Wow.
Nick Snep leading 4-3 and could be in once again with Desiree Doué. Good save from Buffon. The angle just a little bit too narrow at that front post.
Yeah, I think Doué didn't take it in a stride initially, and it slowed him down. He didn't get the boost of pace he would have wanted.
When you don't have too much angle, the driven shot is just risky. You just have to go for a cross goal and just
hope.
Just hope. Yeah.
Building up short from the corner. It's all in the same phase of play. Doué can't force that one through, and it will give Rafa Montero a chance to come forward here. Is their runners out wide? This is a full time that's coming your way. Lex, I would imagine, is going to give us a bit of a reaction as well, because with the points that he's amassing here,
we just need another win.
Yeah,
I think
he's in a fantastic position.
Right now he has 10 points.
10 points, yeah. Just one more win, in my opinion, and he's locked in.
Great performance so far from Lex. He's not had the best of times in England. We saw him obviously last year, Ryan, at the Premier League. Didn't go his way.
Yeah, and his next game is up against JP Slater. On paper, you'd expect him to win that, absolutely. So he's one of the favourites to get into that top 8. Another goal here.
Wow.
And it's small just before the 80th minute, just snappy passing, getting the ball for that finesse shot.
And you see the live action in the bottom right corner. That's Alihan Line and Manu Bachore. Manu leading 5-3.
It's impressive to only concede 3.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think the impressive factor here is that Alihan, who was a goal-scoring machine yesterday, has only managed to score 3. His Solot's effort stings the hands of the goalkeeper.
Really tough opponents for Manu as well. Ali and Emre.
Down the byline, finds its way to Soloth, but he's just bundled out of the way by Lucio, and it looks like it will be 3 points for the 2-time world champion Manu Bachore as he wheels forward here with Alexander Soloth. He's been there, he's done it, he knows how to play these last moments out. You're not going to get anything for free from Manu. Could this derail the Alihan Lion train? He was great last year. He was fabulous. But when he got into that top 8, he just couldn't quite put it together and get over the line. We saw him in the VBL Grand Final against Nasada, end-to-end game. Couldn't quite squeeze over and pick up that title.
I mean, it could happen.
Got a few tough games as well. Cristobal, I know we're seeing him lose another game, but he's an awkward opponent. Di Fernandez in that last round.
Di Fernandez is 11-1 up against Danik. This matchup will be concluded. We're hearing emotion from the arena behind us here. Full-time results. And huge 3 points. Both being won and dropped. In the very, very smallest of margins here at the eChampions League. And this is only the league phase. We level up to the knockout. We then go to the finals in Budapest. The pressure will continue to be turned up as Manu Bachore
gets a corner, he might get another goal. You know?
Puts a loss on Alihan Lyon's record. And a huge and a necessary 3 points for Manu Bachore as well. We talked a lot about Alihan, but Manu needed to win that game.
100%. It's not only the 3 points which helps, but it's the confidence to beat the number one coming into today. There's another goal for Smoke. He restores his goal difference here. Of course, was leading 5-1. It's now 9-6. An incredibly entertaining game. Of course, Chris knows that his fate, it's looking bleak right now.
I think every goal for Smoke was or like the goal scorer or the assistment was Christ.
Yeah.
5-5, Mauen and Bonanno, points split.
Last minute goal.
For Chris de Boer, Oberon, how tiring is it mentally and emotionally to be constantly in these games where it's 9-6, 8-7, 9-5, these huge scoring games where your emotions are constantly up and down?
Yeah, for me it would have been much tiring. Maybe for him, he loves to play like this type of game. Of course, he wants to win, but I think he is always in this kind of games. And I mean, he just needed 2 wins. Of course, he lost this one, but he need to win 2 games, and he needed just 6 points.
His tournament is still alive, but it's just tough. Exactly, and it's very, very difficult. So the odds are firmly stacked against him to get into that top 24, but he would definitely still believe despite this devastating loss.
I mean, also the goal difference is not bad because the results were every time close. So,
well, there is Chris de Boer, can't quite get one back. I'm just looking over my shoulder here. You see 1 game remaining for this round. It looks like Nixneb and Rafa Monteiro is close to wrapping up here. And I'm sure we'll see it live, depending on how long is left in that one. This is going to be a full-time result. Smoke will be the victor, 9-6. The Italian Serie A runner-up gets the win as we're in the final moments. Nixneb leading 4-3.
This is where I hope
the ball around the back.
This is where I hope the Nightwatch influence is kicking in here. Just a bit of discipline, which we don't always see from Nixneb. Oh, he's been blocked and he's gone for the pass. Hold on.
And a chance for Rafa to steal points from Nixneb. Johan Cruyff, good tackle from Leeds and Nixneb, and that will do him. That's 3 points on the board. 4-3 win. Him and Nightwatch both look like they've just been through it.
Nightwatch looking more stressed than he's ever been.
Incredible stuff here at the eChampions League. Drama is at an all-time high. We go from Nixneb from Leeds United to Tex, who's taking on Samu Gamer very, very shortly. I've seen a lot of people in the chat asking about the Mystery Nation. We'll give you a few clues. Have a look at this.
A player from this nation has won 6 Champions League titles.
And 11 players from this nation have won UEFA Champions League.
This country's national team has quite a unique home kit.
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Stage is set. What's promised to be?
Beautiful bit of skill. This is what he does.
Rio?
You alright?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Hello and welcome to the La Liga FC Pro Finals.
From 16 down to just 4 names left, and it is Nicholas against PH in and an early goal, Brandon Smith. And here he comes now, and Nicholas is all square at 2-2. That's 9. That's Nicholas. That's a celebration. Bellingham, low driven. Di Fernandez is going to be there. 16 players arrived here earlier today. Now only 2 remain. Well, here's Jude Bellingham now. Di Fernandez. There's the finesse. And there's the dream start. Bellingham, Nico Williams into Lewandowski. You simply cannot give him an inch. Oh, what a pass. Di Fernandez. These 2 are going right to the wire. And is he about to do the unthinkable? Nicholas is your La Liga FC Pro champion for a 3rd year in a row.
Well, there you have it. La Liga was won by Nicholas this season. Speaking about team of the season and La Liga, look at what is available in-game right now. Wow, Tom and Richard here to dissect what we've just seen. But firstly, let's touch on this. It looks incredible.
Wow, I mean, some of them players need to be in my team very, very quickly. That is probably the best team of the season we've seen so far.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm looking at Kylian Mbappe, 96 rated, Rich. The problem is, I've not got the facilities.
No, but you'll probably pack him.
Fingers crossed, yeah, I'll give it a good go with my 8 wins in the weekend league. I'm 1-3 right now, but they are available now in game for you all. Now, listen, we have to talk about what we have just seen. If you've just joined us, we've just completed another round of fixtures, and it's getting tighter. Remember, 12 players will be eliminated from this competition today. Rich, what do you make of what we've just seen in the last round?
I think we saw quality shine through. Obviously, this was our game that we were covering probably the most in-depth with Smoke, the Serie A runner-up winner and another Cristobal. Just, I don't know what the word to describe it is, just end-to-end, like, reckless FC, I think is the best way to describe it. And I'm not sure if that's a winning formula. I don't think you're going to win titles playing like that. Really impressed by Lex, I've got to say. I think, for me, he's one of the star performers of this weekend.
Yeah, we haven't spoken about Lex much, and we probably should do. He's been fantastic. He had a great win against Anders Vergang yesterday. A man who was fantastic yesterday and was top of the table was Alian. He's not top of the table anymore because Manu Bashore, 2-time world champion, of course, Tom, got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge for Manu. Needed them 3 points. I think the confidence boost as well leaves him in the top 8 for now on 9 points. Always quietly goes about business, doesn't he, Manu?
Yeah, he does indeed. There are the league standings. The top 24 will make it. The The next 12, unfortunately, will be eliminated today with 8 players, only 8 making it on the way to Budapest for that chance to lift the eChampions League.
I think when you look at the table as well, it's so tight, the points are so close, but look how important goal difference is. Di Fernandez won, what, 10-0? 12-1, I think it was, in his game. He's on 9 points, and he's flown up the table. He's in 5th right now. He's got the best goal difference out of all those 9-point players. It's going to be big. Like, going into that top 8, there's going to be a lot of people on 10, maybe 11 points, and getting eliminated. I don't think 6 will be enough. I think you're going to have to get more than 6 at this point, and you may be looking 7 points minimum to get in, because there's so many players on 3 and 4 yet to play 2 games.
Yeah, 4 players as well, still on 0 points. One man who's absolutely flying. He's just outside of the top 8 right now is Nick Sneb. He is with Shori, and they're going to have a chat.
Yes, guys, well, I'm joined indeed by my very good friend, Nick Sneb. Mate, I just want to talk to you about that last game. Of course, now you're on 9 points out of 12. Is the eChampions League adding extra pressure? Because that was a close game there, but you closed it out, of course.
Yeah, it was a very big win. Obviously, coming in today with 6 points, you're hopeful that you can at least make Sunday or maybe push for top 8. But yeah, now that win's out of the way, we can focus on top 8 and get that job done.
Absolutely, and I just want to talk about your coach behind you, Nightwatch, and maybe the importance that that's had on your game. He's a man who's been in the FC space for a long time. Is that someone who's like improved your game and your mentality as well?
Yeah, obviously a big thanks to Red Bull Leipzig after ePremier League. You know, giving me Nightwatch to kindly help me from here, and I feel like my game's gone to another level. Like, I'm a lot more well-rounded and a lot more strong. So, yeah, big appreciated, and hopefully I can put on a show for him this week.
And one final question: are you getting that top 8? Do you back yourself?
Well, I hope so. We need one more, probably one more win. Hopefully 12 points gets in, and yeah, hopefully we can get the job done. I don't see why not.
Yeah, well, all the best, my friend, top man. And we can send it over now to Ryan and Obrun for some R3.
Incredible work, Shori. I am here with Obrun. Of course, this is the R3 segment. We're going to be breaking down a clip, and it's coming from the Italian Samu Gamer. Now, Obrun, obviously, you're going to be the expert here. We're going to start off, before we even play the clip, you can see already the run has been triggered here for Ruud Gullit. Just for basics at home, how exactly has he just done that?
Yeah, 2 main things, like you said. One is the triggering of Gullit. You can see just when you have the ball with Rashford, just a small movement with your left stick, just down, and then you press R1 to put Gullit in a run. And then,
there we go. Yep, the player look. This is another thing activated. You can see that with the diamond cursor above Johan Cruyff. Again, for those at home on how to activate.
Yeah, you have to click both the sticks and then flicking in the direction of Cruyff, and then you put Cruyff in the direction that you want. And the direction that you want is this position here. You put here, because you know that Zidane is gonna come back, because he wants, of course, the help of his midfield, and you put Cruyff in this situation.
Yeah, let's play the clip out and see how Samu Gamer breaks down Musti in this opening first half. He brings him into the space. The run is already triggered. The thing is, defensively, I don't think you can do much because Gullit's powering through, and that's where we're going to tap into the lengthy accelerate type, which helps a lot.
Yeah, like the power of counters in this game is really a lot. And of course, when you have a good timing, like Samu was, because he just waited the perfect moments to put the pass to Musiala, and then with Musiala stop the ball, and then putting Musiala in the perfect spot to play an incisive pass. And when you have a lengthy player like Gullit, he's just too fast.
Gone. Absolutely gone. So what we've learned is, of course, the mechanics matter, but timing is just as important. Of course, Samu Gamer will be up against Tex in our featured game. Let's head on over to the casters.
Well, it is time for another round of eChampions League action here. Of course, alongside me, Shori and Gravison for this one. We are into round 5 now. We are getting closer and closer towards finding out who's going to be our top 24 players making it through to the knockout phase tomorrow. But already, guys, it's getting tight, isn't it, Shori?
It is indeed, and this is the round where we can potentially start seeing some players potentially secure their spot, or there or thereabouts secure your spot. I think a man you're probably tipping to do so it's got to be Emre Yilmaz, surely.
I mean, with 12 points and 2 games left, it seems like it's going to be an easy job for him, to be fair. But I'm thinking as well about Lex, because I think if he gets a win in here, he's qualified as well in the top 8.
There's some silent players going about the pitches as well. Richard spoke about it in the last game, Marwan. I mean, look, he's up against Nicholas in this round. We must say, all the matches and all the fixtures have already been preset, pre-made. We can tell you now, if you want what's happening in the next round, there's no form-based matchmaking issue, which for some players can help them, and from players it can hinder them.
Yeah, we spoke about that in the importance of that in the last round, how a coach especially will probably really try to prepare with these players, like really try and look into them and know, look, this is more of an attacking player. This is someone that you want to try and expose defensively a little bit more, or if someone's a bit more a defensive player, you've got a different type of approach. But a really exciting round, and this is crunch time. We see Tex on the screen here, a man who's 9 points out of 12. This is going to mean a lot to him, Grav.
It's curious because he's on 9 points now, three games won and 1 lost. And it's only a goal difference of +4, which is not a lot, but that's something with Tex. He never usually wins comfortably or loses comfortably. It's always tight games.
As we said, 3 feature matches will be taking you. Samu Gamer versus Tex. Of course, Samu Gamer, he might still be kicking himself off the back of what could have been against Nicholas. And then he had 3 points on him, and then Nicholas came back and snatched a point. Manu will be feeling confident off the back of beating Alian Line. He plays against Di Fernandez, and then Lex, as we said, speaking of an opportunity, plays JP Slater, who is still waiting to try and get his tournament started. He was, of course, here in the Champions League 2 times before. And speaking of the Republic of Ireland representative here in the eChampions League, this is his chance to go and do that. He'll be kicking from right to left as we kick off round 5 here. I mean, Lex out of the 3 feature games, sure, you have to say he's probably got the best chance of being able to go through now. Yeah, of course. Look, we want no disrespect towards any players here. JP Slater's put some goals up in the tournament, that's for sure. But, you know, if you're Lex and you're looking at your games, as Brandon was speaking about before, with the fixtures pre-made, this is the game that you're looking at and going, this is the one I have to win here. And this could be Lex securing his spot, or getting very close to at least securing his spot into that top 8. Which is just so important for these players. I mean, cutting out a round. Extra pass, and already Lex has found his lead. It's not looking great for JP Slater, only 5 minutes in. Still a long way to go, don't get us wrong, but that's the start that the E-Liga Portugal champion would have wanted to have there at Benfica.
Seems like pretty much every single goal from Lex starts the same. He's building up slowly from the back, but when the ball gets to Piros on the wing, we know he has the pink pass plus. It's a quick pass, and then just the passing, the timing is just perfect, Shori. I mean, sometimes it's just a normal tiki-taka, sometimes he goes for a pink pass, but it's always the right timing.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons he is a top level FC player. As we see Samu Gamer versus Tex here. I mean, this is a really interesting game. I mean, Samu Gamer, let's point out as well, he conceded last minute against Nicholas. I mean, how much does that affect you mentally? Like,
it's a tough one because I think he was leading the game 4-1. So not only conceding that goal, but of course he thought, I'm sure he thought those 3 points were secured. So that's the thing with this league phase format. Even though you can drop some points, there's not much time to rest, so you gotta pick yourself up.
Speaking of which, here's Tex now trying to come forward with Mike on a couple of bounce on the way through. I mean, let's just have a quick word on the run of Emre Yilmaz as well. He is in action in this round as well. The records for the most points in the eChampions League phase was actually set by Emre Yilmaz. It was 16 points last year. If he wins this round, he'll be on to potentially better it, or if not, at least unbeaten across the 6 rounds. I'll tell you what, the second best record in that tournament was Samu Gamer. He finished on 15 points.
Wow.
Very interesting stuff. I mean, lovely turn. Is there a finish? No. And you say for Emre Yilmaz, of course, won the competition a couple of times. He's probably thinking to himself, yeah, I want to go break some different records that I haven't done before. 18 points in the league phase would be more than a statement.
Here's Samu Gamer now. Musiala, finesse!
Wow.
It's the Italian that will lead Tex by a goal to nil.
To be fair, I was looking for passes to Rashford, to Hullit. I mean, there were a lot of passing options, but he went for the finesse.
Yeah, I mean, we know the power of corners in FC 26 as well. Sometimes players think just have a pot shot from outside the box. If it goes in, fantastic. If not, we'll take the corner. And we actually see JP Slater with a goal here against Legs. Unexpected one.
Important goal for JP Slater there as well. As he said, he currently finds himself bottom of the eChampions League standings. Di Fernandez getting a goal after just 2 minutes 50 seconds in his game.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about Di Fernandez as well, I mean, I just watched him. I think he just won 12-1, I want to say, watching that game. giving himself loads of good goal difference there. I mean, if he can push on in that game as well, he'll give himself the best chance to go through. I mean, that's a huge matchup, though, that one there.
I mean, I don't know what to expect from that match, to be fair. We had some tough matches, some tough opponents for our players that have been competing for a while. For example, Tex, I mean, how many years has he been competing here? And now he's playing. Of course, he used to play against us, Shuri, back in the days. But
used to get smoked by him back in the day.
But he's adapted now to different players. And it's curious because Samu, he's so young, but it seems like his defense has gone so strong. So last year, his offense was really good, but I feel like defensively he was lacking. But he just conceded 17 goals.
Chance. Samu comes close. That could be a penalty shot. That's 700 goals, by the way, that have been scored in the eChampions League. I mean, we had 514 in yesterday, Shore. Do you think we'll break 1,000 by the end of round 6?
Oh, yeah, we've got to back that, haven't we? We've got to back that. And if we keep seeing scorelines like 12-1 from Di Fernandez, etc., I believe Musty might have put up 10 goals in that last game as well.
Some quick feedback as well. Of course, we'll check in with the team very shortly on a roundup. But any results at the bottom of the screen, Gravison, that are grabbing your attention as it stands?
Probably Emre with 15 points if that ends like that, and then Nicholas against Marwan for sure.
There's the update there. Lex leading 2-1 against JP Slater. Wow. Well, here's a question for you boys. See if the chat can get it as well. Out of the 36 players that are in action, which player do you think has scored the most goals so far in the eChampions League phase?
Has to be Alihan, right?
I'm gonna put Alihan up there, yeah. But is it now Di Fernandez?
It is Di Fernandez. 33 goals he scored. Just one more than Alihan Lyon. And of course, we just saw Di Fernandez add another one to his account as well. So he is actually our top goal scorer. Grabbers, just a word on Di Fernandez. We've been able to follow him quite a bit in La Liga FC Pro. He's still going under the radar, I feel like. He's maybe not getting the flowers he deserves.
Probably. I mean, as we see this chance for Itex. But yeah, I mean, people don't talk about Di Fernandez enough, I feel like, because he could have won on the cup or on the final against Nicolas. There were two tough matches, but they were close, and he had some really good convincing results as well. So I feel like Di Fernandez could definitely make it into the top 8, and that wouldn't be a surprise for us that were there at the La Liga FC Pro.
Well, that's the standings on the left-hand side. Let's remember, top 24 is where you need to be. And if you get a top 8, you skip around. You need to win one game to qualify for Budapest, Hungary tomorrow. That's our knockout phase. But by the end of play tonight here in Manchester, 12 players will be eliminated. And those in the elimination bracket could be at risk as it stands. Desiree Doué, the 6 million coin man, looking to cause a problem there, Shuri.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just love to see a big goal from Tex, but it might be going the other way here, and it is. Samu Gamer, 2 to the good. Right when Tex looked like he was going to have a decent chance there. I mean, I was just about to touch on Tex's sort of the way he was celebrating yesterday, and even today as well, his first win of the day. You can really tell how much the eChampions League means to him. But Samu Gamer's a man that you don't want to mess with.
No, not really. And I'm sure Ryan will like that accelerate lengthy type of run with Hulit. And then Di Fernandez going for the 3rd goal with Rashford. You can see the world champion not happy at all, Brandon.
Absolutely. Well, look, as you said, it was a not a bad day for Sammy yesterday. 6 points from 9. He's on 1 as it stands. Could be on for an extra. We're going to check in with Case and the rest of the guys to give you some updates on the other 6 games. What's going on across the other matches?
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, lots going on, lots of goals flying over here. Tom, I will go to you first. Obviously, Emre Yilmaz is having a smashing weekend. Is he continuing on in the 2nd round?
I've got no words for Emre's 2nd goal. I mean, obviously, he's winning, like he always does. But the 2nd goal he scored, he knows things that we don't, I tell you. He's playing a different game out there, deservedly 3-0 up. And I think that will secure Emre in the top 8. I mean, did anyone guess that? We all saw that coming, Joe. We all saw that coming. Nicholas actually drawing 2-2 to Marwan, a very even contest. Marwan keeps stepping up. Every time I ask questions, next player who plays keeps stepping up. So can't call that one yet.
Ryan, I'll come to you next. Obviously, Levy had a tough last game up against Nesada. Is he able to turn around in the next one?
There was a slight delay in that one. They're just kicking off now, so that one is still level. The other game, Jafonso against Sofroglu, that one is a weird game. Jafonso's up 2-0, but it's a bit of an awkward one. I think neither player playing too well, but again, if you're Jafonso, you'll take this 2-0 lead.
And Oberon, you are watching a banger of a matchup. It is Bonanno versus Nasada. How's it looking over there?
Yeah, it is. It's a big game because Bonanno right now is leading 3-2 against Nasada. I mean, Nasada is playing in his way, a lot in the middle, a lot of creative runs. But Bonanno right now is trying to slow down a little bit the rhythm, but against Nasada, of course, it's difficult. And on the other side, we have Edgers against Luke, it's 1-1. But we didn't talk a lot about Luke, but right now he has 10 points. I mean, it's a lot.
All right, well, thanks, guys. Lots of goals flying in over here. Let's get back over to Brandon.
Thank you, Case. I mean, look, just going back on the point of what the guys were saying, there's only 5 players that are still unbeaten in the eChampionsLeague league phase. Those 5 players being Marwan, who is obviously in a difficult game at the moment. He's trailing to Nicholas. That could be his first loss. Nicholas being the other one of those players who is currently unbeaten. Lex, Matthias Bonanno, who was in quite a tough game, and Emre Yilmaz, who is 4 wins from 4 as it stands. That's going to fall back kindly. Maicon recovers. And Di Fernandez, Gravison, gets a little reaction from you. He's up by 5-0.
Not only me, but Shuri as well. We were just looking at the screen. We just can't believe it. I mean, that's the 4th goal. Oh, quick tiki-taka. Passes coming in. Ooh, the left stick dribbling as well. Something that people talk about in the La Liga FC Pro was the left stick dribbling from Di Fernandez. Even Nico mentioned how it was the most difficult thing to just defend against him, because every single chance you have to be aggressive and going with the centre-back, he just left stick dribbles you.
The biggest thing we're looking at there, Shuri, that, yeah, it's great that Di Fernandez is leading and he scored 38 goals, more than anyone else. He's beating the world champion. The current world champion, 5-0 in 25 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I could never say anything bad about Manu Bashori. That man has won 2 world championships. It's just strange, maybe sometimes in the group stages, you know, someone like Emre Yilmaz, he's not got his world championship, but you never really see him do something like that in the group stage. Whereas Manu, he maybe does have the odd slip up in him, but then again,
3-0.
That was far more important, that goal, than what I was saying. I'm not going to lie.
I think you're right, though, Shuri, in terms of the difficulty that he might be in. I was going to ask you on the back of that, would you rather sort of play than have a game off than play than have a game off? Or if you've just won your last game, like Manu did, he just beat Alan in line, that's not an easy game to go straight back into your next game.
Of course, it's different for each player. Some player, I mean, when I used to play, I'd prefer the hot streak. I prefer, yeah, like, if I've just won a game, get me spawned straight into that next fixture. You never know how it can harm these kind of players, but what you know about Manu Bashori is, let's just make it clear, that man's a 2-time world champion. When he's at his best, no one can touch him, and surely here he gets off the mark. Right, are we going to see a 5-0 comeback from the man? Maybe he's heard us on commentary, maybe he's thinking, right, that's my extra bit of ump.
There's a long way. There's a long way still to be played. Of course, 9.5 as well. Chat, I want to hear from you as always. There is a mystery nation up for grabs today. It was Denmark yesterday. There's a new nation every day at the moment for this eChampionsLeague league phase. That's the goal back we're seeing it again there as Eden Hazard finesses it past the unrushing goalkeeper. But can we give any hints for the mystery nation today, chat?
Is it Spain? My country?
Was that a guess or was that a hint?
I'm okay.
It's not Spain, Graf.
Okay.
Sorry. Added time of 2 minutes here as the last chance comes in. What a tackle that is.
If you want to tackle like that, you have to go for the hard tackle, which is R1 and square. I don't know if you guys knew that, but I learned it like a couple of weeks ago. Makes all the difference.
R1 and square?
Yes.
I'm noting that one down, brother.
It's a hard sliding tackle. That's how it's called.
The biggest hint I've got for the chat, actually, there's one icon, just one icon that's from this nationality.
One icon? Wow.
Just one.
See, I think that's a good clue.
And it's not Kenny Dalglish.
That's a good clue already. That's a very sort of individual icon. Ooh, I like what you do there, Brandon.
Update over here, it's not the best of starts into the second half. What's do you reckon's gone wrong here for Tex in this game?
The brilliance of Samu Gamer and not getting early chances off the board. I think Samu, we know, we saw it in last year's eChampionsLeague. When that man gets going in attack, it's an all-you-can-eat buffet up there.
I had a chat with Juanma after the game against Nico, and he said it was really frustrating to see how Samu was defending because he was bringing back the wingers. And I feel like if you are quick on the end-to-end counter-attacks, you can hurt him. But if you want to just build up from the back slowly, he just puts so many bodies on your defense that it's really hard to defend, to attack against, sorry. So I feel like Tex, even though it's against his nature in a bit, he has to go forward quicker.
4-1 Lex leading here. What position? He is in one of the 5 unbeaten players still in the competition, looking to pretty much cement himself into not just the knockout phase, but a real serious shout at a potential top 8.
Yeah, and it's really important to mention with Lex. So this would put him onto 13 points here. The only game that he's lost is he's thrown goal drawn, should I say, as it's 5-1 to the good now, Roberto Baggio. He actually conceded last minute, and we got a bit of emotion out of Lex, which maybe you don't see too much. That's a man who now looks laser focused.
Well, in this situation now, he'll be on 12 points, so he'll be on 13 points. Emre Yilmaz will be on 15. And those two might start to be looking towards a place in the knockouts. So an update on this one. It was a bit of a late start, this. Levi David against Danik, the winner of the Kazakhstan FC Pro Partner League. Not the nicest start for him. He's 3-0 down, unfortunately, Gravison.
I mean, when you're playing against Levi, especially in
grooving.
It's a similar one to Emre. When Levy's just playing well, there's not much you can do.
I just really want to talk about, should I say, that touch. The way that you just do that touch, it's just simply, guys, just left stick and just moving it up, as simple as that. There's no buttons pressing here or anything like that. The way he receives this touch with Rashford, plays it out, gives himself, opens up that angle for the low driven. And the reason I want to talk about the importance of that is because you see players often come back inside and just get tackled by the defender instantly. So just take notes, guys, from those kind of attacks.
Oh, so good to see Lex back as well in the Champions League. He was 1 game away from qualifying for this competition last year when he appeared in the Premier League alongside Mane Bashoy. What a team that was for Liverpool.
Yeah, I was loving those boys playing.
Right, mystery nations coming through. England, no. Moldova, no. They've not got an icon on the game yet. Romania's not a bad shout. I know where you're going with that. The Hadji shout, it's not them. And it isn't Bosnia.
Great shouts. To be fair, I have no clue.
Keep the guesses coming through.
Oh, guys, who is it? Who is it?
Update over here. He's not scored a sick physique. I think he's 1 goal away from scoring 40, by the way, Di Fernandez. Incredible. Absolutely incredible dominance from him.
Guys, I'm telling you, there's a reason why we're commentating over here. The level of FC, the differences on playstyles. I mean, they're just too good, Rory.
Too good. I just do want to touch on that Tex result. I think that would put Tex on negative goal difference now.
Yes.
If Tex does get to that all-important 12 points, I mean, I don't even know, like, potentially might not even get through. Goal difference is going to be really, really important.
Well, just to express the levels of how good, I mean, the goal scoring ability has been from half of the players here. Last season in this exact tournament, Karim is back, scored the most goals in 37 of them. And he's still got another game to play, Di Fernandez. He is cruising. Those are the results that are on the board. A special word again on Marwan there. We'll hear more from the team about it shortly. He's 4-3 up against Nicholas. Schweinsteiger. Into Parji Song. And it's 7-1 before the break.
Yeah, and some real emotion coming out from Mane Bashoy here.
That's not something that we usually see from the world champion. He is frustrated. I mean, 7 goals conceded in 1 half.
He just turned to his closest, Danny Vissa.
Oh. Wat is uw probleem met deze connectie hier, man?
I don't speak Dutch. I think that'll tell you he's not very happy.
I think he's a happy bunny right now, Brandon.
Half-time in that game, you hear the whistle of the call come in. Levy is 6-0 up in that game. We spoke about goal difference playing a big part, Gravis, and that could be an important scoreline for him.
I mean, could be huge, especially because I'm not sure if 12 points, I said yesterday and today that 12 points were going to be enough. Not sure about it now, to be fair. And Samu Gamer, wow, with the analog sprinting, 6-0, and you were right. I mean, Tex did score another goal, but now goal difference, I feel like he's on 0, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 0 goal for Tex. He could. I mean, this would be the best comeback I've ever seen if he can pull this back.
Don't know about that. Samu Gamer just conceded 18 goals, which is not a lot. So it seems like his defense is really strong at the moment.
Before Levy came into this game, just on him briefly, he was on a 0 goal difference. This is going to be big for him. The biggest goal difference as it stands is coming from Nasada. No surprise, 17 goals.
Wow.
Obviously that will change after this round. That was coming into the game. He had a plus 17 goal difference. He's now in a difficult match against Matthias Banana. We'll give you an update on that very shortly.
I'm thinking about the conversation we had on Thursday, Shori, about the incisive pass on the strikers. I feel like it's making a huge difference in the way they play. I don't think Silver is enough at the moment. I agree with you.
Yeah, the incisive pass, we know. Basically, when you can play that pass into the striker, and the first time incisive pass, you see plenty of goals.
Let's just quickly see this corner come in from Tex. See if he can try and pull a second back. He was 5-0 down in this game against Samu Gamer. Musiala taking his time, and then it will be one back by Samu. Let's go and check in with Case and the team on some more updates there, especially when we get a moment to hear about Banana against Nasada.
Yes, we will get over to that one shortly, but I'm going to go to Tom first. I'm going to have to ask you, last time I spoke to you, Emery was winning 3-0. Is that domination continuing?
Yeah, it's 5-1 now. I mean, had a few moments there. Could have gone 3-2, and then he just punished him. 5-1, that game is over. Nicholas and Marwan got a bit of a big game going on. He's going back and forth now, 4-4. Got to keep your eyes on that one.
Definitely, Ryan. Has Levy and Denik finally kicked off?
38 minutes in, it's 8. Oh, it would have been 8-0 in favour of Levy. What we're seeing right now is emotional. I'll be honest. I don't even want to. Oh, he set the post again. Should have been 8-0. To be fair, the other game, I think Jafonso just scored as we came over to the desk. It's 4-1 for him in favour in that game.
And Oberon, obviously, Banana was winning the last time I checked in with you. He's going up against Nasada. What's the situation looking like there?
Yeah, right now he's 6-4 up. I mean, he's struggling a bit defending the Nasada attacks because he's so good with creative runs. But with counter, he finds, I think, the way he wants to attack Nasada because he scored, I think, other 3 goals with counters. So, and on the other side, we have Edges that has taken the lead. He's 3-1 up, and he scored with the main man, Ramirez. Just a normal shot, and it was a good goal.
All right, thank you, guys. Honestly, Brandon, that was your update for the Banana versus Nasada game. What are we thinking?
Yeah, he's pulling away, isn't he? Matthias Banana, only for now. There was a goal back for Nasada as well. What's a game that is between those two? Thank you for the updates across all the 9 matches that are taking place in this round. Tex is starting a comeback.
Hold on, Shari. Is it happening?
It's possible. I mean, we saw Manu Bashore be 5-0 down in 22 minutes before, so Tex got 18 minutes, 3 goals. Of course, it's doable. And this is, I mean, if you're Manu Bashore, you're starting to think, call it a day in this game.
The frustration building now.
I mean, it's just one of those days in which even when you think you're tackling right, oh no, it's just one of those matches.
Sadinky Winky.
How's that gone in?
Focus on speed is there.
I think if you're in that situation for Manu, try and close the goal difference as best you can and reset for the next match.
100%.
Updates across the board. Tex, hold on. 5-3. Essentially the start of a comeback.
Let's not forget how important we talk about mentality being. He's already conceded a last-minute goal against Nicholas. You've got to think to yourself, doubt is going to be creeping in his head.
And he was leading 4-1, so it's the same exact match. He was leading comfortably, then the counter-attacks happen and you're conceding goals, and I mean, sure, you're thinking about that Nick match.
Just creeps, isn't it? A little bit of doubt that maybe you could throw away the game. Surely not.
I mean, it's one of those situations where you start saying to yourself, oh, shall I just hold it at the back? But then when you do hold it at the back, you start to doubt yourself. You're playing slower. All of a sudden, they have a press on you. They win the ball back, and they find a through ball in.
I'm just thinking about Hessers yesterday when he tried to hold the ball for a bit. You're Hessers, man. Go forward.
I think FC26 really rewards, right, when you're punishing your opponent, keep doing it. Don't ever stop and think, oh, I'm content now. I'm absolutely fine, because we know how fast goals can go in this game. Like we said, we've had over 700 goals now in the eChampions League. Entertainment at its finest.
6-5 in this one. We're looking across the board. Samu Gamer 5-3. Last time we checked that one against Tex. Steve Fernandez has scored number 9, and Nasada has scored goal 12 of this game. He wears the number 6, surprisingly. Mohamed Salah has just tied up the game at 6-6.
What can you do, really? This is 4-4-2 playing action. You can see how he triggers Salah. He was looking for it. And there's not much you can do defensively. Maybe being a bit aggressive over Hulik, but apart from that, not much.
I think he's the only player to rock that formation.
Well then, Tex, Mr. Donovan Hunt, what have you got for us?
I think he's playing, sorry, I think he's playing better now with the transitions, if I'm honest. Tex, I mean.
Well, if you want to join us in Budapest, Hungary on the 27th of May, grab your phone, scan the QR code, and you can be part of the eChampions League final. There are 8 players that will be there, battling out for a share of $280,000. The winner will get 75 grand. Scan that QR code and hopefully we'll see you live in person. There is just 6.5 minutes left of the 5th round of action between these two players. They'll just have one more game left to be played. If you're Samu here, Shuri, you thinking another goal or just take time out of the game and keep possession?
I genuinely think you're better off now. Just go for another. Like, he will expose Tex so easily here. Tex is having to fly out with so many different players. Now you've just got to go for the kill. He's taking the free kick. I mean, it's very smart game management. I mean, Samu, he will just be sitting there thinking, I cannot do what I did in that last game. There's no way.
Cruyff, is there an overlap? Yes, there is. Finds Perez again, more time out of the game, but Tex might get another roll of the dice, or will he? That's the table as it stands. Emre Yilmaz 5 from 5 wins. Lex will still be unbeaten, 4 wins to the draw. He's on 13 points.
Even though I think he'll get away with it, I don't think Samu's doing good at the moment with this game management. He's lost the ball a couple of times and Tex rushed it, but I don't think Manu...
Feels like he should use the wings a little bit more, maybe. Going through the middle a lot.
Update here, Nasada, 7-6 he leads. He had a plus 17 goal difference before a ball was kicked in the last round, with 31 goals being scored. He will be making it 38 goals scored. At this time of 3 minutes, Samu Gamer looks like he should be on his way to another 3 points here in the eChampions League. I want to speak though, Levi David, he is not hanging about at all, is he? 10-0. He's leading against Danik. Big goal difference swing for him. He had a 0 goal difference story before this round. He's now got a plus 10.
It's just huge, the difference that it makes in these games. You just have one really good game. It just changes everything for you. I mean, I guess that shows with the difference with some of the level of maybe some of the opponents, but I think one of the lads, I think maybe it was Tom, was saying he was speaking to Nicholas before, and Nicholas apparently was saying he believes the overall level of all the players at the tournament here is higher than last year. Even the guys maybe finishing towards the bottom, but I mean, we're seeing plenty of 10-0s, aren't we?
Full-time results, Samu Gamer will pick up another 3 points. That's 10 points for him. He will be trying to knock on the door of the top 8.
I'm not sure if that's Tex saying goodbye to the top 8. Not sure.
He hasn't scored again, has he?
Mo Salah running down the wing, Brandon.
Oh, he has. Barzagli did all he could to try and keep it out, but it wasn't enough. Nasada 8-6, he leads. Just a quick word, if we can, there's a match taking place between Jesus and Luke of PSV. As this one is 11, could be 12, it is. Oh, wow. This might be the biggest result we've ever seen in an eChampions League game. Added time of 3 minutes, but what I wanted to say, Shuri, you've got Luke here of PSV. He's losing 4-1 to Jesus, and in 4 games, he scored 16 goals in 4 games, which is not a lot when you look at the rest of the competition. Where do you think it could be going wrong for him? Because he has won 3 games.
I mean, it's one of those, maybe when he's winning, he's just winning by that slight margin. Maybe he's a little bit scared to, I always said it before, just go for the kill, really try to put your opponents to bed. And maybe sometimes it's going for that more defensive, reserved approach, which could come to bite you when it comes to seeing the final league phase. I mean, can we just touch on this as well? I mean, this could be the biggest result we've ever seen at an FC LAN match.
Could be. Especially if you keep a clean sheet. Bobby Charm finesses this off target.
That's the thing with Levy. It's one of those players, he won't stop. And if he can just score 20 goals against you, he'll go for it.
I mean, you don't normally associate Levy with crazy goal scoring. I think it's a lot more confident defending and just closing people out.
I'm just thinking 2022, I played the playoffs final against him and he won 7-0 against me. He wasn't stopping that man.
He had some great battles against Tom, of course, on the commentary team as well. They've had many great battles over the years.
Handshake between the two in the side. A great result. That, if we didn't believe it, is Matias Bonano's first time he's had to taste the defeat.
And is this battle of the unbeatens right here?
It is 2 of the 5 that have been unbeaten. Now there's only 4 players that are unbeaten as it currently stands in eChampionsLeague. That being Lex, Emre Yilmaz, and these 2. Over to Nicholas. Can he unpick the defence of the Moroccan? The newest E-League champion. Look at the dribbling build-up. Is he at the post there? Has it been saved? Goes for a corner. It was a Monaco player that had the final touch for Marwan.
I find it so interesting with these top pro-level players, how many passes are available and how many times they decide to keep dribbling. It's almost just to like play a game of cat and mouse with your opposition.
Especially now with the analog sprinting. I feel like you can never get the ball off him.
Surely one more chance here for one of these 2 to try and grab the game. It's a lot more forward into Desiree Doué, one of the most expensive players in this team. He can finesse if he wants to. Tony Cruz into Totti! It's Marwan and the death! The result that could put him inside the top 8 as it stands.
Wow.
Yeah, just such a lovely play. Recycle on the edge of the box there. Triggered the run late again. Nice little turn, driven pass into the box, and it's just a simple finesse shot. I mean, you know Nicholas, though, when he concedes the late goal, straight into the pause menu, straight into chatting to the coach. And I was touching on this yesterday when I was speaking about a conversation I had with Nicholas, and just how he says he never ever believes that he's out of it, as long as it's within reason, that is. But Nicholas will be having every reason to believe he'll go and score here from this next kickoff.
Believe it or not, this would actually put Marwan ahead of Nicholas in the table. Marwan would be on 11 points, Nicholas on 10. Back here with Di Fernandez, though. That is 44 goals he has scored up to this point. His goal difference, by the way, it's going to take a +8 from this game with the 19, a +27 minus a goal there, +26 goal difference. If goal difference is ever in his worry, he doesn't need to, does he? Come on, he's got a +26 goal difference, Grav.
I mean, I'm sure it's enough. I'm sure he'll be happy with that goal difference. The player that won't be happy is Manu, losing the game 4-1. And yes, you called it! Nicholas!
Oh my
Kickoff, 4-4.
What can I say?
What do we learn about him in the La Liga FC Pro this year? He's just got a knack from kickoff.
The ice in this man's veins, it needs to be tested.
Nicholas will still stay in the top 8. And Marwan will be outside of it.
Sure.
Year after year, event after event, Gravison. You just can't count him out.
Never. To be fair, the only kind of players that do some damage to Nico are the E-League 1 players. I'm thinking about the World Championship against Fuma last year. And it seems like every single year the E-League 1 champions, they're the ones that hurt Nico. But Marwan has another chance, a kickoff.
Oh, one last chance here for Marwan. You think, is he whipping it into the box? He's gone short. He's decided to go short here.
Added time. A point apiece. Marwan is fed up, I'm sure, of playing Argentines because he just had a 5-5 draw against Matias Bonano. And now he's in a 5-5 draw here as well. Adding time again to come in for Di Fernandez. We can confirm, by the way, we've got our biggest result ever in eChampions League history. A 15-1 scoreline for Levi David in that game as the extra pass is played to Manu. Unfortunately, it's nothing more than a consolation.
I'm very glad that he got his goal, though, at least, in that 15-1 game. The difference between 15-1 and 15... I think at 15-0 in your head, you just go, right, that feels like tournament over. Oh, it could get worse, though. It could get worse. I mean, Grav, I'm not going to lie, I've been at pro tournaments before, and I haven't been 15-1 down, but I've been not too far away from that at times, and you kind of just want... You just want it to all. Just end the tournament now.
Yeah, I'm thinking about FC 24 in Atlanta. Played against Anders, and he was beating me 10-0. And it was just like,
what can I do?
I want to score a goal, just one. If I score a goal, I'm happy, and then we can leave. But it's just, when you have a bagel, it's just too hard. You just want to score a goal.
Unfortunately for Danik as well, it's going to be a -29 goal difference. There was never a chance. He was looking towards the top 24. That's not going to help him out at all. Why do you think maybe the gap or the level has been as big as it has been between maybe the major FC Pro partnered leagues compared to maybe the newer leagues that have come through?
I mean, I would say part of it's just down to the players that they also have access to practice against as well, and the players who would choose to practice against them. I mean, Tom was talking about this before, because we're playing in different league formats throughout the year, and we're using different sets of players. Players are just playing against players from their own country, really. So you're getting a lack of practice, because we all know, and this goes for you guys at home, when you play against better players, you improve at the game. There's no doubt about that. You can learn so much from them. And maybe Danik does need a bit more of that.
We are looking at Levi David, who's 6th in the world, against Danik, who's 187th in the world. It's his first ever time that he's been in eChampions. It's the first ever time that the Kazakhstan League's been part of the FC Pro ecosystem.
I feel like if there is a word to define Levi, he's ruthless. He just won't stop. He goes forward.
He's probably annoyed he doesn't have 20 here.
How hard is it for Danik Grav to come off the back of this? And as it stands, unfortunately, won't be going through to the knockout phase. But what to take from an event like this, to have the chance to play against the best players in the world?
I mean, I'm sure it was a great experience for him. I mean, being here at the ECL, it's one of my favorites. One of my favorite moments of my whole career, to be fair, playing here at 2019. So I'm sure, even though he won't be happy with the results he got, he still got a point, and he was here between pretty much every single one of the biggest players in the whole world. So he represented his country. Of course, he wanted to qualify the top 24, but it wasn't possible, and he still got a chance next year. And I'm sure he represented his country and he made them proud.
Have we ever, in our time, seen a result like that off the top of your head in any tournament you've been in? I mean, at LAN, of course, online it's different. There's 2 legs a lot of the time.
Yeah, look, we used to play some 2 legs years ago. Now, obviously, we have the 9-minute halves, which is one set game, which is certainly more entertaining and better to watch. But since 9-minute halves, like, I don't think I can remember anything like it. 17-1. I think it's Danik here. Let's just get it done here.
I think the worst part is I think he's sort of given up at this point, and look at Levi.
Still going for
he wants to try and
he's a hound.
Set a new record. Added time of 4 minutes played, Levi David from a 0 goal difference to a +16. What that does for him is incredible.
Wow.
What a way to bounce back as well, Grav, off the back of Nasada.
Wow. I did expect Levi to be in the top 8, but after the 4th round I wasn't sure, and after having +16 goal difference, he's in again.
Well, there we have it. That is another round of action done. Up next is this one after the break, as RVP legend takes on Tuga in the eChampions League phase.
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Stage is set. What's promised to be?
Beautiful bit of skill. This is what he does.
Rio?
You alright?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Welcome back to the eChampions League. We have just seen the biggest win in eChampions League history, with Levi David scoring 17 goals. Myself, Brandon and Tom are here at the front to dissect all of the action. We're getting to that point now where people are going to start looking at the table. The results are behind us on the screen. I mean, first things first, Tex losing 5-3 to Samu Gamer.
No one is safe, are they, FG, especially when we get into these rounds. And what are the first two tiebreakers? Goal difference and goals scored. Levi David went from a 0 goal difference to a +16, and that man is scoring a lot of goals.
Yeah, 17 goals for Levi David as well. I mean, another one, Manu Bashore, two-time world champion, conceding 11 to D. Fernandez. We are seeing so many goals and so many crazy results.
D. Fernandez on fire, isn't he? He's been playing really, really well so far. I mean, looking good value. I think there's going to be more points needed than last year for both ends to get top 24 and top 8. I think it is going to be a little bit more because everyone's getting points.
Yeah, and Emre Yilmaz, of course, he is absolutely flying now, Brandon. He is in that top 8. He's very good value for it too. He's playing well. We're floating in some of the other scores as well from around the grounds in that one. 5-5 between these two.
Yeah, I don't think he could believe that he threw away the game. I guess you could say for Marwan, he was minutes, seconds away from a win against Nicholas there. There is still a handful of players unbeaten. As we said, 17 goals. That was goal number 17. Thankfully, we didn't watch all 17
yeah,
in the replay there. That would have been quite a while.
Yeah, it would have been quite a while indeed. Matti Bonanno, by the way, he's got Anders Vergang in his last game. That defeat against Nasada, Tom, could be crucial for him. When you look at the table, he's currently 8th on 10 points. We can see the league standings now. Reminder that the top 8, there you are, we've populated it now. The top 8 is what everyone is aiming for, of course, but the last 12, the final 12, 25 and below are eliminated right here today. P8 Zin's in there, he's 26th at the minute. But I want to focus on Matti Bonanno as well. That defeat in the last round, Brandon. He's got Anders Vergang in his last game.
Absolutely. What a big game that's going to be. Just a couple of things off last season. Emre Yilmaz got the most points last season. That was 16. He is in a position to go and better that this year and set new records. And I believe we ended with 10 teams on at least 12 points last season. So, you know, the gap to be in that top 8 FG is going to come down to goal difference.
Oh, goal difference again. I mean, Tex is in a position where it could involve him as well, scarily enough. But listen, for now, let's head over to Mr. Ryan Pessoa. He's with D. Fernandez.
Yes, I am joined by the man of the moment. Of course, that massive victory over Manu Bashore. Talk me through that game.
Pues habla sobre la victoria contra Manu, una gran victoria, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad es que el primer partido se corrió muy bien, ahora el segundo también. Creo que es muy importante cada ataque que yo lo hago es siempre gol porque me ha quedado, creo que en 20 minutos me ha quedado contra 5 goles hecha Manu y es eso. Cuantos más ataques conseguires hacer más goles, es mejor.
Well, I had a mixed start in the games, but the more attacks I am involved in, the more goals I score. I think in the first 20 minutes I got 5 against Manu, so it's all about attacking.
I'll give you one last question before I let you head off and prepare. Obviously, the top goal scorer in this competition. What makes it so easy? Because when we're watching you, it looks very easy the way you score.
Pues entonces, ¿cómo consigues marcar tantos goles en resumen?
Creo que es lo mismo que yo hago en entreno y es replicar aquí en competición y es mucho más fácil cuando entrenas bien y replicas aquí en competición.
It's just a case of bringing into the competition what I do in training. Basically, if you train for it, it's a lot easier to bring it into my performances in the tournament.
Well, you're in a very strong position going into that final round. Let's head on over to the analysis desk.
Yes, guys, well, welcome to FC Pro IQ. I'm joined by my very good friend, Gravison, and we're going to be breaking down a clip from RVP legend, a man who's been attacking unbelievably well here at the eChampions League. I want to break this clip down and show his unbelievable attacking, Grav.
I feel like if you're playing the transition game against him, and if it becomes an end-to-end FC, you've lost already, because if we look at this clip, his transitions are just too good. Because if we just stop this clip at the moment, you can see how the defense is quite in a good position, right? It seems like it's okay, but he's trying to go for the player lock because he wants to bring this fullback out of position. And if we play the clip, you can see how he goes for the player lock, passes the ball now to the midfield, and now he has the chance to attack against, because the fullback is out of position, he's attacking. And he's doing this every single time, because now, if we stop this clip, in just a second, you can see how the box-to-box midfielder was attacking in this direction. And he's doing this every single time. He's playing and putting the fullback out of position, and what he wants to do now is looking for this pass, and this pass, which might seem like it's hard, right? It'll take him 1 second, 2 seconds, because if we see this clip, you can see how with Cruyff, gets the ball back, gets the ball, another pass. And it was just like a second, and with the low driven, he finishes it. I feel like if RBP just finds those transitions, he's just unstoppable.
Absolutely unstoppable. And so is your analysis, because that was absolutely out of this world. Well, we've got some very, very big games coming up. Let's send it over to Rich with the casters.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. Must win FC starting to creep in here at the eChampions League phase. I'm very, very intrigued to see how this table starts to shape up. Myself, Richard Buckley, joined alongside Tom Lees and Ryan Pessoa. Some massive games, and I said must win, Ryan. It really does feel like that now.
Yeah, absolutely. Both ends of it. You can look, obviously, if you want to get into that top 8, the top 24, and the players that are, I'd say, on the brink, the likes of Pierre Zin, who wouldn't have affiliated with him being in a position where he has to win, or at least get a positive result from that game. Is astounding.
Absolutely. Well, before we get kicked off, it's time to say thank you to our partner at PlayStation, who supply the consoles and sponsor the tournament. It's not possible without your support. Let's get these games underway. Tuga and RVP legend. It feels like the classic attack versus defense, Tom Lees.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see what wins. Normally, on FC26, it's attack that wins games. You see players that are prominent in attacking usually succeeded. I mean, Tuga's had his work out so far. Had a lot of hard games as well. This is going to be tough, because RVP, if he gets going, it's going to be impossible to stop.
And he'll have eyes, Ryan, on that top 8.
Yep, absolutely. And obviously, we've had a lot of opportunities to watch Tuga in person this year. I've actually been very impressed with him going forward. I think this eChampions League from him, he's sort of reverted to type in the terms of you're getting those nervy games where beforehand, whoa, it is a pen, yeah.
Well, not really sure how that managed to get awarded to Tuga, but Johan Cruyff will step up from 12 yards, and it is saved.
Can we have a look at the coach, by the way? I'm pretty sure the coach just told RVP where to dive. I'm pretty sure he told him. That is research, if so. I wonder if the cameras picked that up again, but I just saw his coach tell him to dive that way, and he got it right. I mean, he'll be getting a bonus after this.
Would you like that, though, in a penalty shootout, for example, somebody else is telling you where to go based on if they've done research, or is it something where you kind of just have it in your mind where you want to go?
I think it depends on trust. I would like to take it myself, but if your coach has researched and has got enough evidence to back it up, then you believe him.
Trust the coach.
In a one-off game, in a one-off moment, I'd definitely trust him as well.
This was what the penalty was given for.
That's, you know what? It's justice. I'll say it right now.
Penalty was saved by RVP. You see the live action in the bottom right corner. Another corner there for Tuga. But Johan Cruyff stepped up. RVP equal to it. Here you go.
Well, it tells him. Make sure you dive there. He's listened.
It's a great spot from you as well. Here comes RVP legend Ramirez. Can't quite fire that ball through. Plenty of action across the games. Milka Love taking on Anders Vergang. Here is Anders coming forward, out wide with Robert Perez into Ramirez. Schweinsteiger finds the finesse, finds the top corner, but it wasn't a long lead, as it looks to be Milka Love with Ruud Gullit levelling up the tie, 1-1. As it looks like there was a goal there in our game that we were paying attention to between RVP legend and Tuga. We'll jump back to it very shortly. Damascus and Karim is back. Karim is back when we give our predictions. I know me and you, Ryan, were aligned.
Yep.
We both fancied him for that top 8. It's not quite gone to plan today for him.
Yeah, this is a must-win game. Again, I think he will still make it in the top 24, but to get the top 8, he has to win. And this was the breakthrough for Montaxa, getting that ball into the top corner. He had a very slow start yesterday, and he started to turn it on a little bit, becoming the Montaxa that we're familiar with.
Yeah, I mentioned that goal as we were looking around the grounds. It was Tuga who got it 10 minutes in. He needs a win, Tuga. If he loses that game, probably all said and done for him.
There's a lot of big games for a lot of players here like that, like Tuga. I know Montaxa, it's a huge game for him.
Yeah.
To make sure, if you lose this one, Rich, you're right, you go full pressure into that last game, you're playing for everything, and to be honest, you might be out, because I think you are going to need 7 points.
Yeah, it's looking that way, isn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, and also his last game is against a Levi David, who was just full throttle in his last game.
17-1. It feels it's actually a bit strange saying that just as a scoreline. You see all the games and the goals being scored from across the grounds here. Tuga goes 2-0 up, and we can't understate how important it is for the player representing Malaga, semi-finalists in the FC Pro La Liga this season, to win this game against RVP legend.
He needs it, and we've got a goal in this game. Montaxa was winning.
Oh, it's a pen.
Gives away the pen.
Is it scored? That's the question. Zidane stepping over the penalty. Saved. Couple of penalties we've seen in this round, couple of saves.
I feel like Nick Stem, he rarely scores pens.
Yeah.
Anytime I see it, it feels like it goes against him. Karim is back, powering down towards the byline with Maicon, getting it back to Perez on that finesse your ankle, and that's a 1-0 lead in that game.
That was a really strange reaction from Montaxa, though, for saving the pen.
Yeah,
he seemed really disappointed and frustrated.
I had to double check it was for it.
Was that definitely? Did he definitely save that?
It was, yeah.
You've already seen Anders Vergaan, Trista Bohr and Alihan Lainez, a game in this round that we'll be getting some extended highlights from with the guys at the desk, Max Kuhlemeyer and Berro. And you see the matches there, Smalk leading against Rafa Montero, Anders and Milka Love still drawing, as PHZ maybe not got out of Sao Paulo yet from the Commonwealth Libertadores, drawing 2-2 with Ulight. RVP legend gets one back. He's been, for me, the story of this eChampions League. How poor he has been, Ryan.
Absolutely, and I think since he sat behind us, it's weird because for him to perform that bad, we always say for the top players, they're low, it doesn't go below a certain level. It's gone below that level these last 2 days, which is a rarity for him. The Massa's getting the equaliser there, and you would have seen the flash on the screen. We've now got over 800 goals scored so far in this league phase.
2 rounds left, or two matches left. Are we getting to 1,000?
I'm going to say yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. The amount of goals we're seeing going in.
It's got to be, well, there's what, 18 matches left after this round's completed. 10 goals a game.
Possible.
Very possible. However, I'm looking across at the other games. I've seen a lot of 1-0s in this current round.
It's got to be our round, doesn't it? Where it's like this.
I commentated a Luke from the Eredivisie. 2-1. Luke de Waal.
He's snuck in though. He's got a lot of.
And it's his goal difference.
His goal difference is great because he doesn't concede a lot of goals. I think the most he's conceded is, what, 3 goals in a game?
Yeah, he's conceded 8 goals in total last time I looked.
Insane.
Montaxa leading here against Nixneb. After that penalty was saved by the Italian. RVP legend looks to have levelled up this fixture against Tuga. Perez with quite a familiar finish from what we've seen with that finesse at the near post.
Can't keep him down for too long, RVP. He's unstoppable. Unstoppable when he gets going. Here we have Nixneb, 30th minute, looking for the equaliser. Soft. Oh, great footwork. Into that is outrageous.
What a goal. The ball roll scoop. Whew. The McGeady cancel. Nixneb in full flow here at the eChampionsLeague. Ryan, what a goal.
I love it. It's bringing a smile to my face here. Look, just right here. Ball scooped behind and he gets it to Doué. That cancel there to turn out a sensation.
Trademark Nixneb.
It is. Trademark. It really is.
He's just beautiful to watch. When he does score them goals, you see it in the Premier League. You see him play. When he scores, you feel like you can't replicate it.
It's also positive signs in terms of confidence from him as well.
Well, it's RVP legend and Tuga 2-2. Just going to see this attack come in, then we'll hear from the guys at the desk. Doesn't fall Tuga's way, so let's see what else is happening across the games. FG, Brandon, Grav and Shorey. What's the report?
Thank you very much. Let's come to you first then, Brandon, shall we? Because you're watching an interesting game. Cristobal, Ali Anglin, a lot on the line here in terms of the table. How's it going?
Absolutely. Well, look, let's be honest. Cristobal hasn't won a single game. He's playing against Ali Line. On paper, you'd be saying Ali Line, this is his game to lead. He's not as it stands. He was trailing in that game by a goal to nil, and Cristobal, who's not won a game, might be on to go and get the biggest upset of the round so far. Other than that, Max Kulamai won, Berra won. He's still without a win at the moment.
And Grav, over to you then. So you're watching Smolk against Rafa, and you've also got Anders Vergang in action too.
It's a difficult one for Rafa because he's on 3 points now, so I feel like it's a must-win for him, and he's losing 2-1 against Smolk. If Smolk wins, I feel like he won't make it to a top 8, but he'll qualify comfortably on the top 24. On the other side, match 7, Anders is not happy because he's drawing 2-2 against Milka, and he was frustrated with a couple of things. We saw him, he did think that he got a couple of chances to score which didn't go in, so Anders is not happy at the moment.
Yeah, he's not happy at all. Remember, he faces Matti Bonanno in his last round. What a game that could be. He really needs a win there. Shorey, over to you then. What are you watching?
Well, I've got Guga Faraz versus Musti, and Musti off a recent 10-0 victory, I believe it was, getting 10 goals scored for him. 4-1 down here. Guga Faraz creeping his way up the table. Could he make a late call? And then over to Ulai PHZin, who's actually just equalised. PHZin 3-all now in that one. I mean, you say for him that is that must-win game because obviously he fell to what am I thinking it was?
Emre.
It was Emre before,
yes.
wasn't it? 4-3. God, these goals have got my head going crazy.
Yeah, who would blame you? PHZin currently 28th. Remember, it's only the top 24 that make it through to the knockout phase. Let's head back then. Rich, to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, FG. We're going to see a chance here falling for Montaxa. Ramirez with the dink into Ruud Gullit. Got a bit of a interesting fact for you, just to show how tight this table is.
Okay.
Anders Vergang was winning against Milka Love. He was 8th in the table. He conceded to draw the game as it stands right now. He went to 17th.
That's a drastic drop.
From 8th to 17th with 1 goal conceded. As you can see there, he's now 18th because someone else scored a goal, meaning the goal difference for Smolk has took him 1 step higher. With that victory that he is winning right now against Rafa Montero. It is so tight, Tom.
Absolutely insane. And this is what it's going to be like for the rest of the day. Every goal is going to have huge significance. It's going to come down to who's got the ice when it matters. In them big moments as these games get later on, who's going to get nervous? Who's going to step up?
You look at that now. I'll reference it again. Anders Vergan just scored against Milkalov, and he's gone from 18th to 7th in the table as Tuga turns on the style, leads 4 goals to 2.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Tuga playing very well here. And we said attack versus defence, but Tuga scored 4 in the first half.
Exactly, and it's the thing where this is a game to keep his tournament alive. He loses this, it's done. He'll be on 3 points if he loses this. There's no way he'll be able to get to that threshold of 7 points. This one, however, Nixneb, last attack before half-time.
Oh, you don't want to be in these areas.
Good save from the goalkeeper. Even with that win, though, Tuga's still 25th.
Yeah,
he's still getting eliminated on 6 points as it stands right now. So many twists and turns left here in the eChampions League. Nixneb to the byline, can't quite fashion a chance out as we're going to half-time. Montaxa leading 2 goals to 1. Tuga 4-2 up. Ryan, is he starting to bring out some of that FC Pro La Liga Tuga that we saw?
This is the thing where I mentioned at the start of this game is that we've seen 2 different sides of Tuga this season. The one where we saw yesterday where I thought it's not good enough for his standards, but then in La Liga I thought he was incredible, especially during the opening stages of the season. And now he's starting to get into flow a little bit. He'll have that confidence, especially if he's able to take points off RBP legend who had an incredible day 1.
See Tom again, the coach, bottom right corner, he's telling him exactly where he wants it. Tuga.
Yeah. Can't underestimate the roles he coaches the play in.
He's trying to get
Goes to a set-piece delivery, gets up.
Is it going to fall for him? No, I think he just was offside. That will do us for half-time. The action doesn't stop. Damasis against Karimi's back. This will be a massive points dropped for Karimi's back if he wasn't to get maximum 3 here.
I'll put it simple. Damasis is out, right, as it stands.
Yeah.
He can't get enough points.
This is his first point as it stands right now.
Exactly. So for Karimi's back,
0.
he needs to win this game, and that goal for Musiala will take him a step closer.
Plays on your mind, I think, when you're playing the so-called weaker players or the players at the bottom of the league. If you don't get up early and it gets to half-time, you start thinking, I need to win this game. This is a must-win. And if I don't win this, the whole tournament plan goes out the window. So I think it starts playing your mind. He's lucky he scored at a good time just after half-time.
And it goes one of 2 ways. You either struggle against that player or you do what Levy just did. And you make them impact.
But I think it's the key of a quick start. I had it in the Premier League. I played a few people in my group that I was meant to be better than. I was 2-0 up in 10 minutes and you just go, here we go, this is what should be happening. If it gets tight and it's 0-0 at half-time or you're drawing, you start thinking, yeah, they gain confidence, you start worrying, go into your shell a little bit, and surprise results can happen. Karim has to avoid that here.
Back underway for the second half, Montaxa and Nixneb. Just to give you a picture of where they are in the table. Montaxa right now 24th, Nixneb 16th.
I mean, Montaxa,
2 points separate them.
Montaxa needs to win.
Yeah.
He needs to win, because if he loses this, he's just sitting on 4 outside the elimination. So it's a must-win for Montaxa.
Look, it might even be 7 points with good goal difference to put you through. Montaxa building on the edge of the box. Musiala to Yaya Toure. Is there an extra pass there for Robert Perez into a dangerous area? Bruiser comes across and Nixneb defends well.
You know Nixneb very, very well. I'll hold that question for a second. It was going to fall to you, Tom. Tuga, a bit of fortune actually to put him in on goal. He won't mind though. 5-2 up in that game. That gives him breathing space. Karim is back. Exactly, he needs it. Karim is back, twisting and turning with Baggio. Gets that shot across goal.
Vamos.
A 3-1 lead for the Monaco representative. But yeah, Tom, I was saying, you know Nixneb very, very well. The introduction of having Nightwatch as a coach, how much do you think that will benefit somebody like that who hasn't really had that aspect of coaching before?
Yeah, huge benefit, huge benefit. I think sometimes the English players are lacking it. A consistent coach and a consistent figure. A lot of the English players don't have one. And I think you lose some of the gains. You lose some of the gains these players have on you and they turn up with a set piece or small bits of game management that you're not prepared for. So I think, yeah, Nightwatch would be key for Nixneb, especially because Nixneb has a lot of natural ability. It's probably the mature side of the game and maybe the ugly side of the game that he needs to really master to take to the next level, because of raw ability he seems to go very, very far, but to go and win something, I think he needs that extra bit of maturity, an extra bit of discipline in his game that Nightwatch can hopefully offer.
Some big games just to turn your attention to at the bottom of the screen. I'm sure we'll see how they are unfolding very shortly with the guys at the desk. PH in 4-4, Anders Vergang 5-2 up, Alihan Lyon, I said, is the train coming to a stall. Chris de Boer 2-1 up against him. That will be 2 games, 2 losses for Alihan Lyon, who was unpenetrable yesterday. And it sends him way out of the top 8 as well at this point.
To think that after yesterday, that could be a scenario we're in after 2 rounds today would have been, for me, I just didn't. Yeah, I would have never, ever.
I think we all had Alihan Lyon in the top 8 when we did our predictions earlier today.
I know I did, absolutely.
Sure, you just think he needed 3 points at that point. You thought 12 was enough, and with his goal difference, you thought 12 would be enough.
Yeah.
But the way this is playing out, I think you're going to need 13 to get in the top 8.
And his last game's against Di Fernandez.
And look at Di Fernandez.
I'm sure you're going to need 7 to get through as well. Can only really say 2 people are through right now.
RVP legend down the wing here with Henri, looking to get himself back into this tie. And RVP legend needs points. He's on 7 points. He's not picked up anything today.
He was someone I had as well in my top 8 after yesterday's performance. I thought he's going to carry on going. He's a goal scorer like Nasada, for example, Di Fernandez. He just hasn't got going at all.
It's the difficulty. I spoke with Obrand and Ryan earlier, Tom, on the desk. I'll get your opinion of it. It's the difficulty from going from day 1 to day 2. It's almost impossible unless you are superhuman like Emre Yilmaz, Di Fernandez, Nicholas, to replicate the same level of performance.
And you can kind of get caught chasing that performance as well.
Yes, that's right.
A lot of the time in day 1, if you play well, you'll find yourself having discussion with your coach saying, think about what you did yesterday. Think about how you played yesterday.
Is it much easier to be in Anders' position where you just go, just play your level? If you play better, you win.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you lose your first game after a good day 1, instead of just accepting that you're not playing the same way on day 2 and you're going to have to figure out something else, a lot of it goes to, I just need to replicate day 1. How do I do that? How can we get back to day 1? Whereas someone like Anders thinking, day 1, I don't want to hear about day 1.
Yeah,
we're in the here and now. We're focused on now. I don't care about how I played yesterday. I'm here today and I'm here to win my game. So sometimes, if you can't bank on that form from day 1 and it starts to go wrong, you've got to be able to flick a switch and go, right, this isn't going my way, but I'm going to find a plan B to get myself out of it.
It can very quickly fall apart as that ball bounces out for a throw-in. There's some big hitters that we've alluded to, how they're getting on. Let's get a more extended list of games and fixtures with FG and the guys at the desk. What's happening?
Well, it's all happening here, Brandon. We'll come to you first. We'll speak about the game with Ali Hanlon because there's been more goals in that one.
Yeah, I'm focused on the 2 players that have really come through the Dutch Eredivisie. Max Kullermeyer is 3-2 up in that game. He looks comfortably to be in the knockout phase, but Chris de Boer has just gone 3-2 up against Alihan Lyon. He could be on for his first win of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. What about the other game? What are we watching there?
Max Kullermeyer, he's cruising as it stands. He should be going through to the knockout phase. But we are getting into the nitty-gritty now, to say the least.
We are getting into the nitty-gritty, and remember, it is Elimination FC in some formats here, and it's safe to say, Grav, you may be watching a player who is one of the first to officially be eliminated from this tournament.
And that's Rafa Monteiro on game 6. He's losing at the moment 6-1 to a Smoke and with 3 points, and it seems like now you have to make 7 points to make it into 24, so that's Rafa Monteiro out of the competition. If the game ends like this with 50 minutes left, it seems like it is.
Yeah, Montaxa 24th on 7 points right now, so absolutely spot on with that one. Anders Vergang, we spoke a lot about him at the top of the show. How's he getting on?
He's now leading 7-3, but he's not happy with the game he's playing at the moment, even though he's winning 7-3. He's on 10 points if the game ends like this, and still, if he manages to win the last game, he'll be in 13. Hopefully in the top 8.
Surely the game that you're watching, we can see on the screen right now, Guga Faraz. We said he draws a lot of games. It's safe to say he probably won't be drawing this one.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's showing his class here in this game, which we've seen sprinkles of throughout the year in FC 26. 6-1 to the good, and you'd think now he's about safe, almost. Things could change, you never know, but he's about safe here. And then we've got PH Zin 7-4 up in his game against Ulight as well. And I think PH Zin in this one, this is the mental one he had to go over because he's had a couple of going ahead and back. We can just hear Anders as well having a bit of a rage at the screen.
Yeah, a lot of emotion going on here in Manchester. PH Zin currently 25th on 6 points. He really needs to see this game out so he can stay in with a chance of making that top 24. Rich, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. As it's looking right now, we could be in a position, I don't see PH Zin and Tuga both going through. We've seen Tuga turning on the style here, and he's letting people know about it as well, Tom, but they're both tied on 6 points. They're on the cusp, they're on the bubble of the top 24. I can't see both of them getting in, which That'd be massive. That'd be a big shock.
I mean, I'm trying to work it out, Rich. Obviously, there's going to be people playing each other in the last game.
Yeah.
Is 7 even enough here?
It depends on the other results, but for example, Tuga's last game is against Levy, which is obviously very difficult.
Because Levy's also trying to solidify top.
Yeah, and same. Pietizin is up against Jesus. Again, another player trying to fight. He's on 10 points. It's going to be tricky. And even if you look at Chris de Boer, who's currently on 4 points, his last game, again, he's trying to chase and get into the top 24 against Marwan. So there's so many tough games.
So the guys in the elimination are actually got really hard games.
Really
so maybe difficult. 7 will get you over the line, but I think 8 probably makes you safe now if the results stay like this.
On 8.
I think he's safe.
It'll be fine.
Nick
Sneb on 9, Smalk on 9, Max Kulimar on 9, and they've all got a game to play as well.
I find it insane that 9 points has you 19.
How important is it? Would you rather play in the first set of games to put a marker down, or play in the second set of games where you know what you need to chase?
See, I'd say the first one for me.
First.
Yeah.
Get your game done, get your win, and then you can't do anything about it from there.
Yeah.
Just you focus on you. I think people in the second game can be caught up watching the other game, going, oh God, he's won, and use a lot of your energy focusing on that. Just go out there, get the points, and then just watch it.
But then again, it also depends on the position you're in. So let's say if I'm Chris de Boer and I play my game, for example, it might come down to goal difference. And if I'm playing last, I know I need to score X amount of goals. You're going to push forward a little bit more.
There's also, we're seeing Tuga on the screen now. He plays back-to-back. He's straight into another game. Obviously, it is against Levy David, but he's straight into that game. Nick Sneb straight into his next game as well. Alihan Lyon into his next game. PH Zin straight into the next game. There has to be confidence there for those players that are playing in the end of round 5 straight into round 6. 100%.
We've always said that though, especially if you're coming off of a victory and you're playing back-to-back. That's the best time to get into a rhythm, get into a flow.
Same as Smolka we just saw. He's playing as Lasada in the first half of round 6. Montaxa has turned this game away from Nick Sneb, Tom.
Yeah, Montaxa's really turned it on here. It's a great win for him. It keeps him in shape. Now, Nick Sneb should be okay on 9, but he might just have to settle for that 8th to 24th. I think 12 might not be enough to get in that top 8 unless he makes a ridiculous comeback now. But the only thing is with playing back-to-back is if you lose this round 5 and you go straight to round 6, if you're not careful, it can be a bit of a blur and the game can be done very quickly.
Yeah.
If you're not switched on to go, right, round 5's done, I need to get to round 6, you can be down in round 6 3-0 very quickly and suddenly it's all over.
Nick Sneb also plays RVP Legend.
I was about to say that.
Chasing the same thing.
Exactly.
Sol Campbell in the book. Penalty here in the last couple of kicks of the game. Rafa Montero gets a light consolation, but it will just be that. Smalk, Serie A runner-up. It's shown glimpses, Ryan, over the 5 rounds of fixtures we've seen from him. It looks to be, he will be in a safe position, but could he potentially put a little bit of pressure on some of those other players around him?
Absolutely, especially if you're in and amongst those top players, you always will have that belief. And he's somebody that I haven't got to watch a full game. We haven't covered one. Well, I haven't covered one. But again, just watching those replays of him, it seems like going forward, sort of like a Di Fernandez way. Those first time through walls are those weird ones where if you're defending and you don't track the run, he's gone.
Karim is back. It was a must-win game, Tom. This one against Damascus, who has struggled here at the Champions League. It looked a little bit tight at some point, but he's shown his quality in the end, and he will be getting 3 points.
Yeah, he needs that. They're the games you really sweat about sometimes, because just it's a different way of playing. You know, against the top players, you can have a bit of a back and forth. As we see, he's going to wrap it up there with a 6th, get the win. Just don't want to be caught on them games. You know what I mean? You don't want to be suddenly chasing and in tight moments. He's managed to pull away, not convincingly. Don't care at that moment, just get your 3 points.
And he's in a position where his last game is against Jafonzo. He wins that and he's in the top 8. This is a massive result for Chris de Boer here, because this puts him in a position now where himself and Ajax, they're on 4 points. He wins that last game, he might be in.
I was on the desk earlier today. I said, Chris de Boer, in these reckless games of FC, I don't think he can put it together.
Yeah, I remember.
This is not a reckless game. He's done very well. However, he's probably going to concede last kick of the game through Solov. Alihan Lyon finds the top corner, finds his first point today.
You can see both players frustrated. That's Chris de Boer's tournament over. And for Alihan Lyon, he's upset because he thinks that is an opportunity thrown away. We'll see the replay here, Tom, the triggered runs.
I think defensively, I know what we were saying, Rich, and I agree with you. It's a different type of approach to the game. Defensively, I got a lot of questions that I don't really understand the concept there of why he had so many bodies forward that late on.
I think Chris has sent the ball long. He's kicked it really long off a manual pass. And it's a good time-wasting method if you do it.
He went too early.
And they can't come back.
Yeah.
He's just gone slightly too early with the long manual pass. It's gone straight to the keeper. Alihan's had enough time. And I think suddenly your brain goes, oh, I've made a mistake, because he can actually go forward. By the time your brain's even registered that, Alihan's approaching your box. It's a ruthless game, and I think Chris is eliminated from there. A bad way to go out, bad bit of game management, and as Rich said, maybe it's just been a bit too reckless today.
Montaxa turning on the style here against Nixeb. 5-1 victory for the Italian. He's shown his quality in previous eChampions Leagues. I remember the game where he beat PHZ a couple of years ago in the knockouts. He's always a very, very tough competitor. You never get an easy game against Montaxa.
No, it's always one that you think, oh, got Montaxa.
Yeah.
It's never going to be that nice.
Yeah.
And he's done the business against Nixeb. 5-1 victory, 3 points on the board for Montaxa. Let's have a quick look over our shoulder here from the commentary position. Is Anders Vergang still in a game? This is where we're going to head now. Milkalov 4, Anders Vergang 8. Good goal difference as well.
Absolutely.
For Anders. He had to win his games today, and he's winning so far.
Yeah, and that last game against Bonanno, both players will be fighting for a victory that will put them into the top 8. I actually spoke to Zach Moore just before we came on broadcast, and was sort of seeing this game as, in a way, a free hit. But then his last game, he told me, was against JP Slater, which, again, if he wins, that puts him on 7 points. So he was thinking,
bad goal difference.
He was thinking is very possible, because JP Slater would be in a position where he's sort of playing for nothing.
Yeah.
So maybe he could take advantage of that.
I mean, it's slightly easy now. Chris is out the running. There was only 3 of them there on the league table last time we checked that were trying to get into the top 24. Chris is now gone. Is it Tuga and PHZ in the other 2?
Both on 6 points right now. Tuga looks to be wrapping up his game. There's Anders Vergang. Back to winning ways. And he's got a big last game, taking on E-Premier League champion Manchester City and Matthias Bonanno.
I mean, I think Anders will thrive now. It's essentially a knockout game for him. He knows wins that, he's into the top 8. His knockout starts now.
But he didn't finish in the top 8 last year.
Exactly.
And he made the final. So, read into that what you will. Tuga, couple of late goals conceded here. Our VP legend just got an inkling back into this game. It's 6-4 right now. This is the final game of round 5 to conclude here. After this, it's one final match for every single competitor here. Do what you can to make the top 8, make the top 24 and escape the elimination zone at the Champions League. A wayward pass, and that probably, Ryan Pizzola, was his final hurrah.
Yeah, I had a look over at Tom there, thinking if he manages to string together a few passes and get into a dangerous area to get a shot off, there would have been maybe a little bit of time for a comeback. There is no chance now. Tuga will just see out, what, 2 minutes added on. Done for me.
Out of all those players down there, Tom, Tuga looks, he's either one that's just got the experience, the composure, the mentality to pull himself out, even when he's played poorly.
I mean, he's arriving in the right time, you know, coming off a really good win against RVP. That'll be a massive confidence boost for him. You'd expect him to do that. I mean, you speak of experience. PHZ's got a lot. Played at massive tournaments, won massive tournaments.
Won his game 8-7.
Yeah, got close there.
No game is easy when the tension and the permutations are so high here at the Premier League. And we're speaking of the eChampions League, sorry. We're speaking of PHZ, and he's in action right next, taking on Hezers. Last game of the day. Do what you got to do.
Football. Offside. Offside. The ball.
Goalkeeper. Arsenal. Referee.
Changing room.
Changing room.
Ah, cheeseburger. Sounds like cheeseburger. Football.
Oh yeah, that's easy. That's striker.
Shoot. Goalkeeper. Ball. Team. Corner. No one is answering that right. Not a clue.
What?
Can be stadium. Means football. Bow. Bow.
Ball?
Ball.
But this makes no sense.
No, I was close to say goal. I think that's a goal. 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 Go.
Ah, goal.
Yeah! Let's go! Go! Yeah!
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Stage is set. What's promised to be?
Beautiful rescue. This is what he does.
Leon?
You alright?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Hello and welcome back to the eChampions League. It is getting serious now. We are moments away from yet another round, and it's a round that could define people's futures in this competition. 12 players will be eliminated in Manchester today to set up the knockouts. We're at the league phase right now. I'm with Rich and I'm with Tom. We're going to try our best to explain everything that is going on here, because we're looking at the results behind us, and we'll start off with our featured match. RVP Legend against Tuga. Tuga's win has just kept him in the competition.
I mean, RVP's now looking over his shoulder as well. I'm pretty sure he's on 7 points, and anyone on 7 points is in the danger zone. You don't want to be there. 8 points means you're safe from what we've seen. I mean, Tuga's kept his way in, and he's finding form at the right time. He needed that.
He did need that, but I mean, like you just said, Tom, he's looking over his shoulder, RVP, because of this format now, Rich, that we're in. The pressure the sort of atmosphere in this studio is sort of changing a little bit. There's a lot more game faces. There's a lot more of our players looking over at the table. It's hard to call, isn't it?
It's extremely hard to call. I mean, when you look at the results from that last round, the big ones for me, you're seeing, you just said Tuga win, keeping his tournament alive. PhD win in the bottom game there against Ulite. I just saw, I was looking over, you can see PhD, he's in one of the feature pods now. He was staring at this table for about 4 or 5 minutes, just like, okay, how is this going to win? It's very simple. You win, good chance you're through. You can be on 9 points, you're in a good position. If you draw or you lose, probably out.
We're at the point now of Elimination FC. Let's go around the grounds then and take a look at the results from the last round of fixtures. The man who was in so much amazing form yesterday, Tom, he's not top anymore, Alian, but he is 8th.
He's kept himself in the chance of the top 8 whilst also eliminating Chris Debar. I mean, huge mistake from Chris to give him the ball late on, but Alihan keeps himself alive, make sure he doesn't lose back-to-back games as well. We see the return of form to Anders. I mean, he's still not quite the Anders that we're used to, but says a lot about how good he is, doesn't it? He's not playing that well today, and he still won 2 out of 2. He's got a massive game later on as well, playing Banana, I'm pretty sure, in his last match.
8.
They're both on 10 points. Whoever wins that gets to the top 8. It's essentially a knockout game.
It is, honestly, we are in an incredible position. You can see the league standings on the screen right now. Rich, you were just counting the screen behind us, because I don't know if you were counting how many players were on 10 points or 9 points, because look how tight that is. Anything can happen, and any of these players can sneak their way into the top 10. You mentioned, Tom, that game between Matty and Anders. That's a massive, massive game.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players that will be up for it as well. They know what's at stake, and they know how important it is to get into the top 8, just to skip the round.
Do you know what? The thing that jumps out when I look at that table, and I've said it once, I'll say it again, the goal difference. Di Fernandez basically has an extra point because of his superior goal difference. Levi David at 10 points basically has an extra point over those players around him. It will come down to that. I mean, the 10-point margin, you've got 8 players there, I think it is, on 10 points. You've got 7 players on 9 points. Maybe, do you know what? There's a world in which if all those players on 9, 10 win, 12 might not be enough to go into the top 8.
This is honestly the best format in FC for a reason. Tom, I have to ask you about Tex in this situation. I mean, a little bit of an element of last year maybe quite creeping in with him potential. A reminder, he's on 9 points, so he should be in there with a point in his next game, but he's looking at the top 8, he's a point away from it.
It's the matchups as well.
It's really strange, isn't it? Because if the matchups were against him here, he could technically go out if everyone got points below him. But then he can also get into the top 8 really easy as well. I'm sure the matchup's all right, he'll be safe. But he will be thinking, if I get 12, the only thing of him getting 12, he needs a big goal difference. He's going to need to score goals. I think his goal difference is pretty weak. I'd imagine Tex will settle somewhere in the 9 to 24th rank. But it says everything that someone in 17th can go either way still.
This is honestly incredible. This is the best format in FC. We keep saying it for a reason. We have had a few players eliminated here tonight already. But we saw last year, I think, am I right in thinking the person who Tex played against was already out last year?
It was Assault. I think he was already in Tex, but it didn't really mean anything for him. We also saw the year before, I think it might have been JP Slater with Tex played against each other, and they were sort of already out. The thing for me that I'm fascinated by, the pod right there, it looks like I'm looking directly at the camera, it's Alihan against Di Fernandez. If Di Fernandez wins, he's in, and there's a world in which Alihan drops out. If they draw, you might both sneak in on 11 and 13. Win and you go in, win and you go through, lose, and you're probably dropping out.
I've just had word that we've done some predictions here. Our casters who know so much about the e-sport. We'll start with you then, Rich, shall we? Let's take a look at what you predicted. This is top 8 predictions. Let's take a look if we can get it up on the screen. Okay, you went with Emre Yilmaz, as you were. Well done. Nicholas. Then you went Ali Anlin. Then you went Levy, Kareem, Anders Vergang, Lex, and Tex. I mean,
I think Tex is probably my one that, if he wins, he might sneak in on 12. I back the rest.
There's a gentleman over there called Nasada who's looking at you saying, how on earth am I not in your top 8?
I saw the desk after yesterday. I didn't know how he would come back. Sorry, Nasada. I'm happy with the Lex pick. I don't think many people had Lex in. and he's second in the table right now. I know ball.
Yeah, you do know ball. I mean, Nasada is having a fantastic day so far. Big game for him coming up as well. Tom, you've been super impressed with him. We've heard it a lot whilst you've been part of it. But I mean, who else have you been impressed with?
I mean, Nasada's obviously right up there. Lex is the other one. D. Fernandez as well. D. Fernandez said a few times he's knocking on the door. He's always consistent. He's got a lot of respect from the pros because he's at such a difficult game all the time. He's taken it to the level we know he can get to now. He's proven himself. He should probably be through. You'd imagine Lex, Fernandez and Nasada all in.
It's really poor for me not putting D. Fernandez in because I sat and watched him the entirety of the FC Pro La Liga. I should have had him in the top 8. I've been talking about him all season long.
Well,
yeah, it's poor from me.
Yeah, it is poor from you, but I mean, the rest of it was pretty good. Listen, we've got the best FC players here in Europe, and the next rounds are going to be incredible. Stay with us, but for now, let's head over to Shori and Ryan for the MasterCard moment of the match.
Yes, guys, I'm indeed joined by Ryan for the MasterCard moment of the match from that previous round we had right there. Ryan, we're going to see this goal and see what's going on in the last minute of this game.
Yep, as you can see, Boy's last moments of it. If he concedes, he's out. Alehan Line is on the attack. You can see just a triggered runs. Bodies flooding forward on either side of the pitch. And once he gets into this area, I think defensively, Boy, you panic a little bit because you're scared thinking, oh my gosh, you're seconds away from a victory. Alehan Lyon, it's a weird one because neither player were happy.
Absolutely, I think it's that thing of knowing for him it was the end of his tournament right there, conceding that last minute goal. And Alehan wasn't happy as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult one again. For Alehan, of course, he can still get into the top 8, but for Boy, his tournament is over. One player that is still remaining in this competition, one of my favourites, is Nasada. Let's take a look at his player profile.
Now, my name is Nasada, I'm from Morocco, and this is my first eChampions League. My expectations for my first ever eChampions League is to show the world what I'm capable of.
Nasada, 5-2 up, absolutely cruising, crazy attacking.
I would consider myself as a contender. I think last season I was a newcomer. This season I think I made a big name for me. I played every major, I qualified for every tournament, and I won the German championship.
The way he attacks, he's very difficult to read. He scores tons of goals, so he's great to watch.
The experience to win the Virtual Bundesliga was amazing. It was my first ever tournament win. It boosted my confidence because I lost a couple of finals in the couple of weeks before. I was always really confident about my level, and I knew like it's just a matter of time until I reach a level. I'm not the underdog anymore.
Nasada, champion!
It's crazy because when I watched like AFC, I saw like Tex, Nicolas. Now I'm basically competing against them. It feels really great. This is my breakthrough year because last season in the end I started to play at this level, and I think this season I compete against the best players in the world, and I think there is like not a bigger stage I can play on. I feel more confident for the eChampions League because I know how the feeling is to win something, and that's all I want to do now.
What a season he's having, more than a breakout year. He's already at the World Championships, let alone potentially an eChampions League Final A. He's into his next round of action. He'll be taking on the Italian runner-up of the E-Serie A in small. One of our featured 3 games, but so is Hezers against PH and Alehan Line taking on D. Fernandez. Brandon Gramerson and Case will be taking you through our final part of this round 6. There is still so much to play for, Case, isn't there? 24 go through, 36 of course competitors here. 12 will be eliminated in just an hour or so.
Absolutely, every single goal is going to count. Everyone get your calculators out because things are going to be shifting around in that table. Obviously, we have Nasada here who is looking to secure that top 8, as well as Smolk. He wants to be in the conversation in that top 8 as well. He's going to have to fight for it, and so they want to get going here as quick as possible to start this game off strong.
Gramerson, I was just having a look compared to last year's standings to where we are now. Last year, down to 31st place, there was a chance you could still go through before a ball was kicked at the start of round 6. Here, for being realistic, it goes down to 28th.
It is.
I feel like people have just shared more points this year, and they've earned more points.
For sure, we have 3 players on 0 points and 3 players on 1 point, which wasn't what happened at all last year. But I'm thinking about PH. I mean, Resende was in the same position last year. A Sporting de Gijón player, Brazilian player on 6 points. So I'm thinking about that PH Hezers match, because if Hezers win, he'll be able to qualify into the top 8. But if PH wins, he qualifies into the top 24, so everything is on the line on that match.
Absolutely. Look, this is all to play for in the Champions League. As it stands, Emre Yilmaz is on his way to equal his point tally from last year, but something tells me, Case, that he might be on to going better and get 18 points from 80. That's what the eChampions League winner will be after, won't he?
Absolutely. He's done it twice, and honestly, he is cruising, making it look absolutely so easy this weekend. Yeah, he's in top form, and I've enjoyed every single second of watching his gameplay this weekend.
And realistically, on paper, he's playing against someone who he should be beating, Rafa Montero, who has had a real struggle here in the eChampions League phase, which that is one thing we have to look at here, Gravison. Obviously, all the matches are pre-selected as we see our breakthrough goal here between two of the highest goal scorers in the competition. Ali and Lion, with a result here, could potentially overthrow Di Fernandez in the top 8.
I mean, whoever wins, Rich broke it down perfectly, and maybe a draw is enough for both of them. I don't think 11 points will be enough for Alihan, but whoever wins gets into the top 8. And maybe if Di Fernandez loses by a convincing result, he's out.
Extra pass, Musiala, Nesada. Still scoring goals and looking very comfortable, Case, in a top 8 in his first ever eChampions League outing.
Absolutely, yeah. As we see the replay coming here, it's Hullet into Salah. Musiala scores it for him. But yeah, he is one of the highest goal scorers in this competition. In the interview with Levy David earlier, he said he's a dangerous competitor, and I know anyone that is going against this guy can just expect to concede goals.
How big of a game is this, Gravison, for PH in? Him and Tuga are currently outside the top 24, but now he's back in the top 24.
I mean, he was on 3 points just a couple of games ago, and it seems like if the game ends like this, he'll be 9 points. One of those comebacks.
Well, PH unfortunately has just conceded since we last checked into that game. With this result, though, he is currently still in the top 24 for now. Remember, there is still 9 more matches to be played in this round 6, which is kind of harsh in some ways, Case, because you feel like you've done your job, but you've still got to go backstage in the players' room and hope that results go your way.
Yeah, there's a whole other round that has to be played right after this one, and so at that point it's out of your control. And so I know if you're in this round currently playing, you want to get the job done because you don't want to sit there and have everything not go your way and you have no choice over the matter. And so PSG needs a win here to not be in the danger zone.
Rafa Montero 1-1 against Emre Yilmaz. Again, we'll give you updates on the other 6 matches that aren't our featured games. We're keeping close eyes on PH against Hezers, Nasada, Schmork, which you can see in just a second, and Ali and Lion against Di Fernandez. A bit of a slow start for Ali and Lion on day 2, Gravison, but as it looks, he's found his form at the right time.
I mean, of course we expected Alihan, with the way he played yesterday, we expected him to qualify into the top 8, but it is true that his opponents were tougher today than they were yesterday.
PH in, back in front. Special situation there, his brother coaching him. He was in the crowd when he beat Anders Vergang in the FC Pro Open final. Now, he sits behind him to feel all the emotions of potentially qualifying for the knockout phase. Remember, only 8 players tomorrow will qualify for Budapest, Hungary. But 24 will be there with a chance in Manchester of qualifying, as Ali and Lion is trying to find a third in this game. A player we haven't really spoken too much about is Tuga. What result that could be for him, Case? 2-0 he leads against Levy David.
Yeah, no, Tuga needs to get points. I feel like if he's looking at his performance yesterday, he will not be happy with it. It's been a roller coaster of a tournament here for him, especially with how great he performed over in Spain as well. And so he needs every single point that he can get at this point.
Goal back, Hezers. Every time PH scores, the Italian replies. Ali and Lion, 3-0. He was a top 8 finalist last year in the Champions League. And just something tells me, Gravison, he might be back amongst it again.
He wants to even go forward with the championship, and with performances like this, he'll make it happen, because Di Fernandez is a really tough opponent. It took a lot of courage for Nico to beat him in the Cup and finals, and he's crushing, 3-0.
Asada hasn't scored again, is he? Oh, he has.
Easy.
No mercy.
No mercy at all.
It is non-stop action there for Nasada.
Even though Smolk is with 9 points, so he's qualified into the top 24, I'm sure he wants to end at least, I guess, on the 15th, 16th, because you don't want to match up against the 9th or 10th in the first round tomorrow.
How do you manage that, Gravison? Because we've got no idea still at this point of who plays who. But you can still help yourself, can't you, by scoring a few more goals or trying to prize yourself on goal difference.
You never know who you're going to play against, especially when you're playing the first round of the 6th round. But you know if you qualify on the 22nd, 3rd, 4th, you're going to play against a monster. So at least you got to end up with 10 points.
Chance, PH in! 3-2 in just 22 minutes of this. You can tell this is going right down to the wire.
I feel like we're seeing the Piaget that we saw over in Sao Paulo again in that final versus Paulo Neto. We didn't get to see him yesterday, but he's back. He's finally woken up.
Asada, I mean, I think the words that Levy David used earlier today was, it's just impossible to stop. Your attack is just impossible. 4-0 he leads. And back to Alain Lyon, who has got a huge deficit. Gravison, how is this possible? Because Di Fernandez has been known for today of scoring lots of goals. But it looks like he's met his match.
He has indeed. And of course, we all say that FC is a game of styles sometimes. So I do think Alihan is really aggressive with the way he pulls players out of position. And Di Fernandez is known for his left stick. Wow, for his left stick's dribbling. So it's a thing of who's quicker at the moment, Alihan or Di Fernandez. It definitely seems like Alihan is the quickest defending with the players switching. But Di Fernandez can turn up at any second.
Is that 5 for Nasada? Oh, it is. But it's also 4 for PH in by the looks of it. Buffon?
What's going on? That was an easy save.
I don't think he wanted to use his hands there. And Nasada's just found a 5th case.
That he has. It is Totti that has the finish for him. And honestly, this could be another 10-goal game here for Nasada. I would not be surprised, but it's exactly what he needs in order to lock in that top 8.
Finesse! 4 for Alian!
He's just quicker at the moment. And that's something that don't usually see from Di Fernandez. He's not a slow starter at all. I mean, if we think about La Liga, not only La Liga, ECL last year, a couple of years ago, of course he loses matches, but he's never a slow starter, and he's conceding a lot of goals at the moment. So I'm sure him and Rasta, his coach, they have to stop the game and look for answers.
Another chance, another goal. Nasada is 6-0 up in this game. Wow.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate one for Smolk because he was trying to get into that top 8, but with this scoreline, it is looking very less and less likely. As we see the replay in, it's another goal from Totti there. I mean, it's 6. I mean, what can we predict out of this? 15 goals, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe. Be like the Levy against Danik match, a similar one. I'm just looking at the league standings now. Smolk is currently 23rd with 9 points. So this goal difference could be huge for him. Because even though he's still on 9 points, if Montaxer is able to win and Jorge is able to win as well, he might be out of the competition, even though he has 9 points.
Is Nasada peaking at the right time, Grav?
He is, for sure.
Well, the fact he's just scored a 6th goal in that game, he is now the current top goal scorer out of the 36 players in the competition. That is 45 goals he has scored. His current goal difference is looking ridiculous of a +24. He'll have the best goal difference, and he'll be doing all he can to pile the pressure onto Emre Yilmaz, who, by the way, is also looking to have a perfect day. A perfect eChampions League, and so is Ali Adline.
Wow, what a touch. That's the reason why you should be using the first touch playstyle. It's incredible to do that. As you can see, when he's receiving the ball with Musiala, left stick and R2. And that's the perfect first touch to open up the angle and make it 5-0 with Jamal Musiala. I mean, is he going to stop, Casey?
I don't know. I mean, if you would have gone into this game, I never would have expected that scoreline, especially with how well Di Fernandez has been performing, how many goals he's been scoring. You never would have guessed it. And I'm also very impressed in terms of Alihan's mentality. Last game, he was actually visibly upset that he drew against Cristobal. He knocked Chris out of the competition, but he is a perfectionist and he wants to win every single game. And yeah, he's going into this match definitely with the chip on his shoulder.
Well, as it stands, there isn't too much, in my opinion, that could actually affect the league phase of the competition. You've got Montaxer and George Ewing who are playing in the next round. They could sneak in maybe, but aside of that, As it stands, if you're in the top 24, it's looking pretty for you. We're going to take a break from our game as PH in is 5-2 up. FG, let's check in with you and the team. What is the update, especially about Emre Yilmaz?
I don't know, Brandon. We're trying to work everything out right now because the possibilities in this format are endless. Rich, I'm going to come first to you because Milker needs goals in his game. He's up against JP Slater, who hasn't got a point yet. Last time I checked, it was quite tight.
Yeah, Milker Love is winning, just hit half-time now, 2-1. That puts him on 7 points. He's currently in 27th position. The maximum amount of points he can get is 7. However, there's a world in which it's going to be tight, maybe if he turns on the second half. But for that game, my eyes more are on Jafonzo against Karimi's back. Huge implications on this one. Jafonzo really has to win this game or avoid defeat at least. As for Karimi's back, if he's got any hope of getting into that top 8, he has to turn this game around against Jafonzo. Jafonzo is leading and he's comfortable at the moment. Last time I looked, 3-0.
3-0, wow. Listen, okay, Oberon, I'm going to come to you next because you're watching Tuga. The possibilities in all of this, honestly, I have no idea how to explain this to you guys whilst we're at home.
Yeah.
Loads is going on in your game as well.
These games now became crucial, and Tuga and Nixnet, they both need to win, and they are winning because the Nixnet game just started and is already 2-0 up against RVP, and Tuga is 2-1 up against Levi de Ver.
RVP's in trouble there.
Yeah, he is. He's holding on. He's currently in 24th. Remember, Montax is 25th on 7 points. Goal difference is super important. Ryan, we're going to come to you. What's going on in your games? Because I know you're watching a man who can go completely unbeaten, but we'll pause that for a minute and talk about your first game first.
Yeah, Guga Faraz up against Damascus. I actually went into this thinking it's a meaningless game. Guga's on 8 points as it stands. He's not going to get eliminated and he can't get the top 8. However, with the way the standings are, he's obviously on 18th right now with 9 points, and he's drawing. If he loses that game, 8 points, there's a world in which he could be eliminated, so that's a nervy one. Obviously, the other game, Mr. eChampionsLeague, Emre Yilmaz, currently 3-2 up, and he's on course to be, 18 points unbeaten.
Record holder.
Yeah, this is absolute mayhem here in Manchester. We're going to head back to Brandon right now. The table is changing by the second.
The table's changing, isn't it? But something that isn't changing is Emre Yilmaz's form. 16 points last year, unbeaten in the league phase. He's on his way to get 18 points this year, and PH in is doing all he can. It is so important, Case, for the likes of Tuga, PH in. They all have to win this game. If they don't, it's not in their hands.
Exactly. No, it is a must-win situation for them. They have to go back into the players' lounge, watch this last round of games, and just hope and pray that the people that they need to lose will lose. So you do not want to be in that position. You need to win here.
Next step, needing that result, an RVP legend as well, to help out other people that he might not know he's helping out in the league phase. It's not just the points, Gravison, it's the goal difference. The top 2 tiebreakers, a goal difference, and the amount of goals you score.
Wow, it's going to be so tight, not only the top 8, but the top 24 as well, because the goal difference is going to be huge. We were referring to the goal difference as a +1 point, because it makes all the difference in the world, and PH, he had to turn up, and it's leading 6-2 against Hezers in the first half, which is surprising for me, because of course we thought he could win this match, but 6-2, wow, that's some result.
Well, speaking of goal scorers, Nasada scoring 47 goals. His goal difference is incredible as he adds another to the tally.
And this is, of course, is a huge goal for Nasada to qualify on the second, third, fourth position, but it's a huge goal for Smolk as well, because in this match with a -7 goal difference, he's on the 22nd position. Even though he's on 9 points, he could be out, and it's really hard because you cannot go into the unknown not knowing, and that could happen to him on that last round.
At this point, Grav, when it's such a blowout, if you're in Smolk's position, do you change your mindset in terms of let's just not concede any more goals, not push forward because you don't want to risk anything else?
Probably. I would be thinking about the goal difference.
Tuga has just been dragged back into it, Gravison, for a second. He's just gone from being 2-0 up against Levy to 2-2 now. He's on 7 points. He's dropped down into 23rd in the table. D. Fernandez gets a goal back. There's a lot to play for still.
I don't think 7 points will be enough.
Well, last year it was 6 points. That was Resende that squeezed through. I don't think it's going to be that kind this year, Casey, is it? To get into the knockout phase, it's just been more points shared between the players.
Yeah, there's just more points, more goals scored as well, and so I don't think that is going to be enough. I mean, prove me wrong, but it's not looking like that is going to get them through to the next stage.
PAG desperately needs this result and the goals. 6-2 he leads against Hezes. Even someone like Guga Ferraz, he needs a win. Musiala around the corner, it's a fifth for Emre Yilmaz in that game. But keep an eye on the table that is moving and constantly updating. Remember, Vergang will play Bonano in the last round. That's more of a case to try and get in the top 8. Milkolov doing all he can to give himself some kind of chance with 7 points. I mean, he'd be asking a lot if he was to... He needs to score a lot more goals, and a lot of goals need to go his way.
Definitely.
Chance for Hezes. There's one back. If he throws this away...
There's still time.
No, there's plenty of time.
3 goals with 40 minutes left. It is really doable, especially for Hezes. He can score 3 goals in 10 minutes easily. Anything can happen, really. And I'm thinking, of course, about how PH must be feeling coming into this match. I don't know if he'll be confident, not, because we did see him after the 4th round. He was raging with his controller, so I'm not sure if he'll be 100% confident.
And we don't see that type of emotion from PH ever in the competition, and so we've seen the frustrations from him this weekend, and so hopefully he doesn't put his foot off the gas pedal here.
Right, there's lots happening in the other games where there is a bit more importance on them than this one as it stands. FG, over to you in the team. What's going on? I've just seen Tuga, Levi de Veer. There's a goal in that one.
There is a goal in that one, indeed, Brandon. Thank you very much. So welcome back. Rich, we'll come to you straight away because we said Milka needed goals. He's got a few more goals, but it's still not looking like it's going to be enough.
Yeah, as you can see, live shots here from this game, leading 4 goals to 1, 22 minutes left to play. Stings the hands of the goalkeeper. He just got to keep scoring and hope results go his way. He's on 7 points. RVP Legend is the benchmark on 7 points right now in 24th. I just don't think, with Georgiouin and Montaxa still to play who are above him, potentially going through. On the other side of it, Jafonso needed to win and is winning. 5-1 up against Karumi's back, and it also puts a massive dagger in Karumi's back's chance at getting the top 8.
Yeah, he won't be getting top 8 as it stands. They're currently on the same points, Karim and Jafonso, 10 points each. Oberon, how's Tuga doing?
Yeah, Tuga just scored. He's now 3-2 up against Levi de Verde. I think now he will try to control the game. Of course, it's difficult when your opponent is Levi de Verde. And the other side, Nixnem is still 2-1 up. RVP just scored, but RVP has to equalize. Otherwise, he's out of the competition.
Yeah, he's out of the competition indeed. He's currently 24th on 7 points. Remember, Montaxa and Georgian are in action later there on 7 points each. Ryan, you're smiling. What's happened?
I said Guga Ferraz has to win the game, right? To keep his tournament alive, or at least avoid defeat.
Yeah.
This puts him now, he's winning 61st minute, 3-2. It jumps him from on the brink of elimination all the way up to 7th on 11 points right now, which is insane. He has to see that out and maybe get more goals. I don't think it's enough, 11 points, but still the fact that he's in there.
His opponent, by the way, is currently on 0 points in the whole competition. What a performance it's been from him to stay in this game. Guga Ferraz is a draw specialist. He won't want to hear what I'm saying now, but if he does draw that game, it could all change for him.
A draw's fine for him. He cannot lose that one. The other game, though, Rafa Montero against Emre Yilmaz. Emre Yilmaz leading 5 goals to 3. It's actually a pretty end-to-end game. I wonder if that's just because Emre's already through and obviously Rafa Montero's already out, so maybe that plays a part, but not much to report on that one.
Yeah, every player is playing their part in this. This is absolute mayhem. Brandon, back to you.
Thank you, FG. And yeah, just adding on from what you were saying there about Damasus, maybe on 0 points, but still got a part to play in disrupting how this eChampions League phase will go. Right, we've got closing moments now for the next 30 minutes across the boards. Milkolov conceding, Guga Ferraz conceding as well. That's going to shape up his chance of being in the top 8. Everybody still has a part to play here as PAG is looking to win a free kick on the edge of the box. That lower third, Gravison, is just continuously updating. Tuga has just conceded.
Wow. Tuga on 7 points, which might be enough, we don't know. But I'm thinking about RBP Legend, who was on 7 points when the day started. And we thought he was gonna go for the top 8, maybe.
I had him in my top 8 prediction. I did. I'd be shocked if he was eliminated.
So we just see the replay by Levy. Passing to Hullet. Perez to make it 3-3. Brandon?
The craziest part is, if Levy was to go in front in that game case, Tuga is out the top 24.
I mean, every single goal here is going to matter. And it also looked like Tuga was flying in that match as well. And so it's such a different second half here. But I believe there's a lot more time on that clock, so we'll have to see how it all shakes out.
Well, PH in. He needs to win this game. Let's check in with this one now. 15 minutes, the biggest final 15 minutes. More so for Tuga than Levy. Levy had the biggest score we've ever seen in an eChampionsLeague game as Tuga comes forward. He's offside. In case you missed it earlier, 17-1 Levy winning. That's going to help him out. Even if he was to drop points in this game, he's in the top 8 as it stands, Gravison, and he's got a very, very healthy goal difference.
Oh, I mean, that's a +1 point for sure, that goal difference with that game against Danny K. I'm thinking about how for Levy, this is a really important match because he wants to qualify into the top 8. But for Tuga, it's life or death. I mean, if he loses, or even if he draws, he'll be out of the competition. So it's it's life or death for him. So we just look at Tuga, RBP Legend.
Where's that one going to go? Ooh, corner. Chance for Levy now. You know one thing about the likes of Levy, Emre and Manu, they're all good friends and teammates outside of this. They know the meta from every set piece and corner. It's not the sort of play you want to be up against here. As Tuga's trying to defend the creative approach. But he does well to defend this.
He does.
Well, last season in the eChampionsLeague league phase, there was only one player who didn't pick up a point out of the 36 clubs involved. There's a lot more teams here that are struggling. Big goal, by the way, Guga Faraz. 4-3 up, he's back in the top 8 as it stands. Cruyff can't find a way through his building case, isn't he? Really nervous last 10 minutes here for Tuga.
Yeah, these last 10 minutes are going to feel like an hour for both of these competitors here. Obviously, it means something different to each of them. It is Tuga's last lifeline in the competition, so he's going to be looking to secure a goal here. He needs it. He needs it right now.
Tuga doing all he can to keep his tournament alive. This is the last match he'll play here in the league phase. Needs these points. As it stands, he's on 7, and he's 23rd in the table with other players still to play. Brilliant through ball, Musiala. Defended well by Lucio. He's hanging in there, isn't he, Grav?
He is. As we have Guga Ferraz, who's just drawing against Tomasa, so he's not through yet, but scores the 4th. Massive goal for him.
It does put him in the top 8 as it stands, Case, but there is still a lot of players to play in the second part of this round 6.
Again, like we mentioned, these players are done after this round, and so we're going to have to see what happens in the next one because we have more games to be played, and so Google will be watching that as well.
Finesse. Into the pause we go. I think we might be in a pause in both of our 2 featured matches. It is always the way.
Wow. Assad on the other side. He wants that record. He's going for the 17 goals.
Well, the most goals that were scored last year in the league phase of the competition was set by Karim Isbak, 37. That's 50+ goals. But he has scored already. Nasada setting a new record. Emre Yilmaz looking to set a new point record. Levy David setting a new all-time record in a single game. The eChampionsLeague has given us some serious stories, isn't it?
Indeed, and so we just see the last kick of the game, and we're jumping back to Tuga Levy, which anything can happen to this match, to be fair.
This is a huge last 5 minutes. Levy looking to do all he can to send Tuga out of the top 24. He'll be out of the competition as well, Tuga. There would not be a chance he can get back into the top 24. 7 is where he needs to be with this current draw.
Just thinking about the quarterfinal La Liga between Nathan and Tuga. Will
go and grab a goal, and suddenly you're locked in. And you don't need if, buts and maybes to keep you in the knockout phase. What's the mindset here, maybe? Is he trying to build for the last attack, or does he want a point?
I don't know.
Back to you, Tuga. Sorloff on the through ball. Can he get round the defender? He can, but I'm not quite sure what the pass was.
He rushed it.
Yes. And Levy's going forward. He's not happy.
This could be heartbreak for Tuga. It's a brilliant through ball. Hincape might have the legs to get there. Levy David, ball rolls. Does it go down? No, stays on his feet. And it's back to you, Tuga, to keep your eChampions League alive.
Hincape is out of position.
Look at the space. It's a strong tackle from Sol Campbell. Added time of 2 minutes, and it's Levy that's going to get the last chance. Score, and Tuga is eliminated from the eChampions League. 2 minutes have been played. Rashford taking all the time. Is he looking for a potential finesse shot? Not going to happen. And that's going to do us between these two. Tuga, as it stands, is in the top 24, but it's not in his hands.
No, he's going to have to wait and see in this next round. Levy does not look happy by that as well, because that doesn't necessarily secure him the top spot either. And so, yeah, we see the emotions there on his face. And so they're both going to have to wait for the next round.
Wow. That's, as I mentioned before, that's the worst position to be in. Going to the unknown, not knowing what's going to happen.
Important goal here for the Brazilian. Guga Ferraz, first ever eChampions League. And he's locking himself into the top 24 with 11 points. He is in the top 8 as it stands, but I'm not sure he'll end there, depending on goal difference. Whoa. We're looking at the league phase now. There's only 2 players that can disrupt the top 24, and that's Montaxa and George Ewing. They've still got games to play in the next round.
And those are, to be fair, some tough matches for the both of them, because George is going to play against Lex, who's arguably one of the biggest surprises.
I tell you what, PH needs a win here.
He does.
He really needs a win. And if it wasn't for the posters a second ago, it would have been in a 6-6 game.
Offside.
Jesus, score this, and suddenly PH In's amongst it. Gotta defend this, PH In. Parji Song finds Yaya Toure building on, no Jesus. Last chance. Perez cuts it inside, finesse. What a save. Still not done though. Corner. Play short to Perez. I thought that was going to be the finesse there. Just defend this, PH In, to lock himself in the top 24. Yaya Toure dispossessed. And look at the reaction. Top 24.
Caralho, mano!
Could be locked in.
Muito mal, cagado, mano!
For PH In, if results continue to go his way.
History is repeating itself. Another Brazilian representing Sporting de Gijón qualifying on the last match of the league phase. Wow.
It's crazy though, because if we look at yesterday, it was looking dark there for PH In, and to qualify by beating Hezers as well, such a top competitor, someone who was fighting for that top 8 spot. I mean, we saw how much it meant to him as he celebrated with his brother.
As it stands, as I said, it still is. The only 2 players at risk are Tuga and RVP Legends. They're the only 2 players that spots might be swapped for Montaxa and George Ewing. Other than that, the 22 up to Schmalk should all be locked in. As it stands, full-time result there, Guga Ferraz. Big result for him, first ever time in the eChampions League, just 17 years of age from Brazil. And he is showing some serious maturity on the biggest of stages there. Well, there we have it.
And a perfect day for Guga Ferraz. 9 points out of 9 possible. Clutch.
Tell you what, I want a camera on RVP Legend and Tuga in the next round, because they are having to hope and pray that the likes of Montaxa can lose to Luke of PSV, and that Lex can continue his form against George Ewing. Not a bad breakout year, though, for that man.
No. Wow.
This is big.
Let's go, guys.
Even a draw for RVP legend. He's not safe. He really needs a win. A draw puts him on 8 points. A win puts him on 10. And then suddenly he's out of it, Gravis. He doesn't have to worry about if, buts, and maybes.
Only absolutes.
Nixneb, as it stands, currently in the top 8. Final 10 minutes here for him. Those are all the results for the first part of round 6. RVP legend now, back to you. Big final 10 minutes, the Romanian eSuperliga champion, Sorlov. Kind of hesitated a little bit there, I don't know what he's looking for.
He's so frustrated at the moment because not only he's lost every single match today, but yesterday he played against the toughest opponents. So I'm sure he expected himself to maybe qualify as a top 8, and now, just 5 hours later, he finds himself on the brink of elimination.
That's the thing, on paper, today should have probably been an easier day for him, but has gone exactly the opposite of what he probably expected, because yesterday's opponents, again on paper, were a little bit more difficult.
This is the last game of the round to conclude. As we said, there is still 9 more games to come from round 6. More of a seeding situation to lock yourself into the top 8, or also to have an easier matchup. I say easier, there's no easy game here at the eChampionsLeague, let alone in the knockout phase tomorrow. Musiala goes back to the down. One more goal for Nixneb will give him an extra 2 goals on his goal difference tally, but Schweinsteiger will win it back.
Great tactical foul.
And a tactical foul. Oh, can't quite see it, but there's a little crowd of players, as you can just see there, watching over Tex and Manu, who both play each other in about 10 minutes time, so it's good to see they're friendly for now.
What are the goats talking about? I'm sure that's a goat conversation. Tex, Manu Bashor.
Both players currently on 9 points. And, I mean, it's possible that they could get into the top 8. Not possible that they'll be eliminated at this point, but they'll definitely want to get a win. I mean, that's a stacked last match of the day.
I think they're worried because if RVP Legend was somehow to win the game, Tex, there is a world that maybe he might not get through, depending on goal difference and what. If it stays like this, or even a draw for RVP Legend, it's only Tuga and RVP that are at risk of losing their spots to Montaxa and George Ewan in 25th and 26th. Other than that, 1 to 22 are all locked in. Forget the order, forget the seeding. It's a lot more simple, I'd like to say, this year in terms of how players are qualifying compared to last year. There's a lot more on the line going into our final round.
Definitely. And those 9 points, so that position with Tex, for example, after just in an hour time, he could be on the top 8 or he could be out of the top 24. So anything can happen. And that's the beauty of this format.
Back underway now. 3 minutes left. Even a draw doesn't really help RVP. I mean, it could still, depending on, of course, what happens in the other matches with the draws that could happen for Montaxa or George Ewan. Building now is RVP, defended well by Maldini. Again, Nixneb locking in with his E-Premier League teammate watching over his shoulder. He should be able to see this out, Case.
He should, if he can hang on there. Like you said, the draw doesn't really do too much. So let's see if Nixneb is able to have some game management here in the final moments.
Added time of just 2 minutes. The press is there, the team press activated. RVP
Great.
unable to get possession back. He's going to have to now sit next to Tuga and hope that results can go their way. Wow. Big result for Nixneb. As it stands, he's in the top 8. And he's done all he can. 12 goal from 18 points available is not bad going for the Leeds United representative. Handshakes all round, but up next is the biggest round in the eChampions League, because he's back in action against Bonanno and he wants a top 8. It's up next.
Come on, you must know the answer by now.
Did you get the answer? It was hard, but the answer is Croatia.
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Stage is set. What's promised to be?
Beautiful rescue. This is what he does.
Leon?
You alright?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Well, I am joined by arguably one of the players of the tournament so far, Nasada of Freiburg. Whilst there's a lot of chaos going on, you're through. How does it feel?
Yeah, I think it feels really good because I felt like yesterday I had a bad day, to be honest. I still won 2 games, so it was good. But I had to keep it up for today because I played Levi, Bonanno and Smoke, obviously. And yeah, I'm just feeling great that I did it.
You've had an incredible season so far. Obviously, you said you didn't have the greatest days yesterday. What made you come into today with the amount of confidence you did and the performances?
I think, to be honest, for the whole season, I played really good. I think the win in the Virtual Bundesliga was pushing my confidence too, because it was my first title. Because I lost some qualifier finals and some big games, but I think the Virtual Bundesliga boosted my confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. The last question before I let you head off and obviously watch the chaos unfold. We gave predictions at the start of today. Richard didn't have you in his top 8. Do you have any thoughts about that?
And everybody else had me in the top 8?
FG's nodding. Casey's got a thumbs up. Casey definitely didn't. I think FG did. No, Casey actually did, I think, as well. I'm not sure, but Richard definitely didn't.
Okay. Yeah, I think you have to watch more games of me, that's it.
All right, you know what? I'm not even going to be shameless, Nasada. I actually didn't put you in there, but enough of that. Let's send it over back to the hostess with FG.
You can't just send him back over. He needs to respond to that. Yeah, I mean, listen, Nasada, one thing's for certain. He's had an incredible day. Yesterday, we saw so much emotion, so much sort of disappointment in his defeat towards the end. I mean, what a way to bounce back. We've just seen him win and score another 12 goals.
Yeah, I mean, attacker of the tournament, it probably has to be said. I think going into it, we kind of knew Nasada would be that type of player. I do have to say, I'm going to hold my hands up as well. I actually didn't have him in my top 8 prediction as well. But maybe it's to, like, fuel on the fire.
I definitely did.
All right, now that he's gone, I'm going to die.
But red cards all
one
round.
thing's for certain, the top 8 is taking shape. Let's take a look then, shall we, around the grounds at what we've seen. P8's in. What a massive victory this was. It ended 6-5, Casey. There was moments towards the end. If he'd have dropped points there, he would have been in a bit of trouble because he would have been on 7 points.
No, that was a must-win game for P8. Obviously, yesterday he was disappointed by his performance. He needed to lock that one in because you don't want to be in a position where you now have to go sit back and watch the other players hopefully lose to lock in that position. But it was job well done there for P8.
It was job well done as well, and we're watching the game between Tuga and Levy as well. I mean, Tuga now, it's out of his hands. He's currently on 7 points, Shuri. He'll be watching this next round of fixtures quite nervously because Montaxon and Georgian are both in action. They've got difficult games, though.
Difficult games, obviously, goal difference is going to play a part here at the end with players on equal points. And can we, of course, touch on 2 things? One, the fact that Nick Sneb rounded off his win and Emre Yilmaz, 18 for 18. Was that who I made the prediction on the start of the day? I don't think it was. I think it was Alian, wasn't it?
You could have just said, yeah, and I would have agreed with you. It's been that much of a long day, but listen, we're looking at the current league standings right now. Emre Yilmaz top, Nasada second. We're going into the last round of fixtures now, Case, and we've got Anders Vergang up against Matti Bonanno. There is all to play for in that game as well.
No, it is. Because obviously yesterday, Anders had a rough day. He was disappointed by his performance, and so he's going to want to finish out strong. He still has a chance to get into that top 8, but he's going to have to go through Matthias Bonanno, who was undefeated as of yesterday. Yeah,
what a fixture that is, and it's a fixture fitting to be our featured game, as well as Tex against Manu Bashore. We've got superstars here, but a lot can happen. Dare I ask you for a prediction?
I don't know if anyone should go to me for predictions at this point.
Oh, so you just say no? I rate it.
I'll say Tex is going to win this game against Manu Bashore.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we'll see how sure his prediction goes. But one thing's for certain, it's so hard to call, Casey, isn't it?
You really
We're looking at the best FC players in Europe fighting it out. We're going to have eliminations by the end, and then we're going to have our final knockouts for tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be another incredible day. But this is why this format is so incredible, because it will go down to the last kick.
I mean, we're in the last round here. Every single goal is going to matter. If it's anything like last year, it's going to be dramatic because coming down to the final moments of the game, I mean, 1 second can be life or death in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, listen, stay tuned and thank you for watching us because it's really worth it. This format's incredible. Now it's time for some ECL showtime with our good friends Tom and Graf.
FG, I just have a question because Ryan Rich, they didn't have Nasada on the top 8, did you?
Yes, of course I did.
Oh, come on, what are you guys doing?
Grab, I watched the game, I played the game.
What are they doing?
Honestly, some of the predictions going around there blows my mind.
But we're here on the ECL Showtime by Pepsi, and it's been some incredible goals. Something that we'll see for sure is those croqueta finesses.
Oh, yeah. My favourite shot of the minute, I'll be honest. You see me playing, I'm hitting a lot of them, but so many good goals, so many big moments, so many decisive moments as well, because now we're in the clutch moments. Every goal means something, especially in the latter end of games.
Is there, of course, you mentioned the croqueta finesse to be your favorite goal, but if you had to use a single mechanic that you recommend people at home, would it be maybe this inventive pass?
Or, I mean, the through ball is really good. I mean, Joe, maybe the half-track pass instead. You know, that little cut back in, it works so well. We see it there. Nick Sneb used it really well with skill moves as well. So maybe the half-track pass, but yeah, you can tell these inventive through balls. I mean, the croqueta shot, we've seen it.
I know you like that one.
Wanted, but yeah, there's just, look, there's just so many small moments. These pros can do things that you simply can't comprehend. This is my favourite goal, by the way. See you later.
Oh.
Wow.
Would you say Magiri cancelled the best 5-star skill for you?
Yeah, because what it does to the opponent, it makes him look silly. When you do it and you pull it off, it just takes him completely out of the game, opens the space up. But many a big moment, Grab, and there's going to be a lot more to come.
Final round of the day, and another silly person is Richard. Why Nasada wasn't your top 8? What's going on?
Just didn't fancy it, did I? I saw him yesterday. Didn't know if he'd replicate his VBL performances, but he has.
Yeah, I was going to say, me, you and Ryan have probably got the best eyes on the side. We spent good 2 weekends in...
Didn't put D. Fernandez in either.
In
I spent
Hamburg.
about 4 weeks in Spain with him.
You got cold in Spain as well, didn't we? In Oviedo. We're going into our biggest round of action now. We've got Oberon with us in commentary as well, Oberon. How are these players feeling? Because it's in your hands to make your life a bit easier in terms of the knockouts. If you get top 8, you skip around. You are one game, you are one win away from getting to Budapest. If you don't, you've got to get through 2 rounds, and the matches and the players that are currently in that top 24 is difficult.
Yeah, but we are talking about Bonanno and Anders. I think they know how to handle the pressure. Of course, they both need to win. It will be really a great, great game.
In this game as well, Brandon, Manu Bachore taking on Tex, world champion versus multiple-time Cup champion, E-Premier League champion in Tex. I mean, Manu Bachore's got aspirations of finishing in the top 8. It's a win with good goal difference, might squeak him in on 12 points. Tex is in the same situation.
I was going to say, a draw is the worst situation for them both, isn't it, Rich? There has to be a winner. Whoever wins in that, as it stands, could be on their way to a top 8. We can even tease Bonanno in the background, getting himself ready for his game against Anders Vergang. Both of those 2 players are also in the same position. They could both get themselves into a top 8. Again, a win is needed. That table is going to continuously move. And on the bottom side of it, Richard, 23rd and 24th on the knockout phase. As it stands in the drawing position of Montaxa and George Ewing, they're in the top 24. Oh, a draw for them is enough.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, tough games for both of those 2 competitors as well in their matchups. We've seen Musty here. He struggled in the eChampions League, taking on Nicholas. This is where the game that a lot of people's eyes and ears are on, Tex versus Manu Bachore. But I've got to ask you, you've been in situations where it's come down to final moments, final games. How are you coming into this game? Are you watching the last round? Are you trying to separate yourself? How does an athlete like yourself deal with these scenarios?
I think the big important thing is that you need to go through. You need to play on Sunday. But honestly, these games are the best one to play because the pressure is high. You want to show who you are in these games.
Well, somewhere, RVP legend and Tuga will be watching on. I mean, if you were in this situation as Tex looks to come forwards, he takes the lead in this one. And as it stands, that will put him into a top 8, no doubt.
What a start for Tex.
Just outside on goal difference as it currently stands.
But that's with Nicholas drawing, Max Kudemeyer, Marwin, all those players currently not yet or just about kicking off.
Just a quick one, Oberon. If you were Tuga or RVP, you're outside the top 24 as it stands. Are you watching? How are you dealing with this, knowing that it's not in your hands?
Yeah, I think for RVP it's really difficult. But honestly, if I was Tuga, maybe I would opt for Montaxer and also George Ewing to lose.
Well, remember, the 2 games that could change that table, Richard, are Montaxa against Luke of PSV and George Dewin against Lex. But the form that Lex has been, and I can't see George Dewin getting a result.
No, absolutely not. I think it's going to be a very, very dominant Lex performance. And he wants to solidify second in the table as well. 16 points for Lex. For a player who a lot of people say online is where he plays his best FC, this would be a huge moment for him. Picked up the title obviously over in Portugal and now coming to the eChampions League and looking a lot more comfortable playing at LAN.
Yeah, I think he always is on a top level, but maybe right now he's doing the last step.
Ooh, update here. Bonanno, we heard a roar. It's come from Manchester City's E-Premier League champion. He's leading Anders and he's in the top 8 as it stands. Back to it though, back to Anders off the post on the rebounds. 1-1. Bonanno slips back out of the top 8.
It's going to be that constant, see a goal, look at the table, see a goal, look at the table. How is it going to impact everything that's happening? This was the goal that Anders did just score.
And if you are wondering why this round is so important, you get top 8, you skip around tomorrow, you go into the round of 16 on the bracket, you win 1 game, you're in Budapest, you're in the final 8. If you don't, Rich, It's tough. You've got to win 2 games, and who knows who you're playing against in that first round tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a real tough opportunity. I mean, if you look at someone like Tuga, he's going to be one of the lowest ranked seeded players going into the knockouts, easy for me to say. And he's going to be against someone in a knockout game. No one wants to play against Tuga, and that's quote-unquote the easiest match that you're going to have.
I mean, the stand is, if you look at the names, like, they are all good players. I think maybe just Morku is in his first appearance, but he's playing really good.
At 21st, Manu Bichore looks to have equalised back here as Anders Vergang in the bottom right corner goes 2-1 up. Let's pay attention to this Manu goal. It's a finish across the goalkeeper.
Well, as it stands, Tuga and RVP Legend will be happy. We'll give you further updates very shortly from FG and the rest of the team. But as you can see on the bottom of the screen, Lex leading 2-0 against Georgiouin. Luke of PSV leading against Montaxa by a goal to 0. And Max Kullermeier, he may have just missed out on the World Championships in Amsterdam a few weeks ago in the Dutch Eredivisie. He still wants to prove a point here in Europe.
And with Luke beating Montaxa 1-0 and Lex beating Georgiouin 2-0, it means Tuga and RVP Legend are both safe as it stands right now. Let's have a look at that goal that Anders did just score. It's with Baggio, who finds the bottom corner.
How much of a benefit is it, Oberon, getting into that top 8, getting through an extra round?
With these big names, is huge, because imagine like just keeping one between Levy, Samu Gamer, Jafonso, Manu. Of course, you want to skip that step, that round.
Because on top of that, Oberon, say you're Max Kullermeier, let's say. What's your rewards? You're playing Tuga still, right?
Yeah, I think, and of course also mentally, for Tuga he can be like in a better position than Max Kullermeier, because he was one step to go away, to go at home, and now maybe tomorrow he will have the chance to fight for the top 8.
Anders is safe, but with a win here against Matías Benano, it puts him comfortably in the top 8 as well, something that he didn't achieve last year and still went on to have it very, very good success at the eChampions League, making it to the finals and then making it all the way to the grand final before he fell to Elmire Yilmaz. So it's not the be-all and end-all, but statistically, you're much more likely to go through to the finals if you finish in the top 8.
I think the biggest taken from it, Richard, as well, if you're in the top of 24, it's knockout football, isn't it? You win, you go through. You win 2 games, you go to the eChampions League, as Anders went to the eChampions League final. There's Bonanno!
2 players as well, Brandon, got history in the eChampions League. Matías Bonanno made the finals back in 2022. He was a semi-finalist in London only a couple of years ago as well. As for Anders Vergang, last year, so close to ECL glory.
I mean, also for the way he plays, I think he can put Anders in a difficult position, because he's always, when he has the ball, he does almost everything. By defense, he's always so compact, and Anders, he loves to play in the middle. So maybe, of course, it's not an easy game for Anders.
I mean, you heard Anders there say many things to the camera, but he wasn't too happy with the celebrations, I think, from Matías. Back to this one for a second. Tex was leading in just a few minutes. Manu Bichore coming back into it. 1-1 so far as we approach the 30th minute. Montaxa, we'll have to hear about that very soon. He was 1-0 down in that game. He is leading 2-1. And also, Samu Gamer, 2-up.
And look at that result, Oberon puts him in the top 8 for Samu, where he was last year.
Yeah, it changed everything. Also look at Luke. I think it was on the left side of the table, and right now he's on the on the right. Like it changed just everything with one goal.
Well, we are trying to do our best to keep up with everything that's going on. FG and the rest of the team. As Manu scores a second here. How are you keeping up with it? Because it's so hard to call.
Yeah, well, I mean, 2 of the gentlemen next to me have got games which are in full flow. Jory's watching a couple of exhibition matches, we'll come to you in a moment. First things first, we're watching the game here with Marwan. I mean, he's trying to get in that top 8 right now, but it is out of his hands currently. He's currently 9th.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Obviously, Di Fernandez, one of the highest scorers in the competition. It's difficult to try and catch him on goal difference, but Marwan is currently leading 3-1 against Cristobal. The other game, Luke was winning against Montaxa, who's turned this game completely on its head. He needs to win this game in order to keep his tournament alive. It jumps him from the elimination section all the way up to 18th on 10 points.
Yeah, very, very tight there. And Tom as well, same for you? I mean, George Wynn, he is out if he loses. He's up against the informed Lex. How's he getting on?
I mean, Lex needs it to secure top 8, but then George Wynn needs it to secure top 24. But the nerves are getting to him. He's made 2 mistakes and he's 2-0 down, giving the ball away twice in his own box. And then on my other side, Nicholas obviously needs the win for top 8. He's securing that easily, 3-0 up, playing really well.
Yeah, and Lex, by the way, has just got in 2nd position above Masada there. Emre Yilmaz, of course, top on 18 points, 100% record. Shuri, how's things, mate?
It's pretty fantastic over here. I've actually got Sofoglu in his game against Biro, and he's fallen up, so he's looking to get some points on the board. Realistically, these players are out of the tournament at this point. However, it's just nice at a LAN event, isn't it? Just to get a win on the board at least. At least it's that little bit of confidence in your head for a future tournament. And Danik as well is someone who I'm following. 1-0 up here. He's obviously had some very, very difficult results today. So it would be nice to see him pick up some points.
Yeah, absolutely. You're like, by the way, still on 0 points in that game. Let's see if he can break his duck. Let's head back then, shall we, to Brandon.
Well, as it stands right now, if you're looking back at last year, 4 of the 8 are the repeated qualifiers. That including Alain Lyon, Di Fernandez, Emre Yilmaz and potentially Samu Gamer, but that is moving and changing as Tex has also pulled an equaliser back here. That's 2-2, and Max Kullermeyer with a 2-2 draw makes things a bit more difficult for Samu Gamer.
Spoke about Tex, Brandon. Manu Bachore came down the other end. Robert Perez. Very scrappy, holy extra pass to Cruyff. Tex loses this game and the other results go against him. He'll end the groups in 22nd position.
At least he's in the 24 though this year, Rich.
And there's a world, sorry to cut you off there, if it all matches up, Tex might end up playing Nixnem round 1 of the knockouts.
That would not be a matchup
I think they're 1 position away from each other right now, 22 and 10.
That being a goal difference swing between the 2 of them. As it stands as well, Tuga's goal difference has kept him in the top 24 just over RVP Legend with how results are currently looking, and that is thanks to Montaxa, who is beating Luke 2-1. All still to play for here in the eChampionsLeague league phase.
Great pressure. Just couldn't quite force a chance out of it. This is hectic, Oprah, isn't it?
I think, yeah. And also, but the thing is that this game, I don't think that they can take them to the top 8, because the goal difference, of course, like we said, it's so important. And of course, you cannot think at the goal difference just in the last game. You'd have think to that also yesterday.
Well, lost chance at the half potentially here. Anders Vergang, Rich, 3-2 up.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned the goal difference. What was that last game that Manu lost against Steve Fernandez? 11-5, was it? They're the games, Brandon, that can derail you. You might think in the grand scheme of things, oh, it's just 1 game, but that 1 game can have everlasting effect on the rest of the group phase.
Well, half-time here. And as we jump back across, Anders 3-2 up after trailing to Matthias Banana. This is also very close to half-time as Banana looks to have the last chance of the half. Or will it go back to Anders? There's a strong win at the back.
So many matchups here that seem to be so even in this last round of fixtures. Bastian Schweinsteiger into Robert Perez. He can't fire it through the gap. Apologies for any unsavoury language there and frustration from Anders Vergang.
Yes, time.
Oh, that's rash.
Was similar to the slide tackle that Fidzin tried against Nixneb yesterday. At the end was a goal for Nixneb, so let's see now.
Added time of 1, but it has been played, and I think we're going to have some reactions as well from the players that are currently backstage of what this means. Where's that going?
Still a chance.
It's going to fall back to Lamine Yamal. He wanted to finish. Well, this is the reaction backstage. Tuga with the best seat in the house. RVP legend can't sit down, because as it stands, he is out of the eChampionsLeague league phase. Tuga just in. There is still a big 45 minutes left, Richard, but on goal difference, Tuga's results are slightly better.
Yeah, just squeaking in, isn't it? Tuga in 24th position. The other two players we've got something to say about it. Montaxa, who is winning at the moment, and then Georgie Wynn taking on Lex in that matchup.
The one thing he has in his favour as well, Rich, is that Lou hasn't scored many goals. He's one of the lowest scorers of the competition. I think he had 15 goals before a ball was kicked today, and that's not really changed since.
Lowest scoring, and I think the lowest conceding coming into today. He's only conceded 8 goals from the 3 matches yesterday.
But look at Marwan. He just scored. Right now he's in 8th position. He can go directly to the round of 16 tomorrow.
Chance for Sorloff. For Luke to pull us all square. That would shake up the table again. Montaxa just doing enough. He got to the Champions League this year off the back of winning the Malta E-Premier League. Equaliser for Samu Gamer. Lex has conceded a goal against Georgia, and that's another player that could potentially change things.
Just to bring a name that we've not really seen much of in this round because he's just doing the business. Nicholas 99FC, I spoke to him before we walked out here for this round. He was looking at the table and just went, just win. Just winning, I'm in. And he's doing exactly that. 4-1 up at the moment.
Game on.
Wow.
Tuga goes out. Or not, sorry, he's just in there as it stands.
Montaxa would drop down to 23rd after being on 10 points to 8. If Luke was to score another one, RVP comes back in.
There's a long time left in that, O'Brien.
Yeah, with 1 point, Montaxa is still in.
He is in. Update here. Anders Vergang with Baggio. 4-2. He's in the top 8 with a result. We have to speak about some players as well. Karim Isbal, his results today not great.
No, 8 in the top 8 before we kicked off today.
That 1 point from 9 today.
Yeah, but the opponents were tough, honestly. He won against Domasas, but he lost against Montaxa and Jafonso. Yeah, I mean, can happen.
So look across all the games. Tex Manu, as we said, Rich, the worst case is a draw for them two. One of them win, could be in the top 8.
You're looking as well, Max Kulimeyer, Nick Sneb as well, who's probably sat in the back watching. If Chris de Boer can do him a favour and get something off of Marwan, there's a world in which Nick Sneb might clinch that 8th position.
Tex. Perez finesse blocked. You can hear Matias Bonanno in the background there. I'm so curious about the Montaxa Luke game. To work out how that could change things up. Hazard bundled off the ball by Michael. Well, if we can, let's jump over to FG and give us our last round of updates.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brandon. I mean, Ryan, you are watching 2 generational games here because Marwan is now back in the top 8, but he's holding on against Chris de Boer.
Yeah, it's nervy. Chris de Boer's got back into the game. He's scored recently, and there is an opportunity if Marwan can get this ball across the box. He doesn't. It goes up for a corner, but as you can see, he's... Oh, wait, a goal kick, in fact, sorry. He's up by 1 goal on the 60th minute. The other game, obviously, the boys were covering it. Luke against Montaxa is still 2-2. I don't even know how to call it. It could go either way, hence the tight scoreline, but it's nerve-wracking for everyone.
Yeah, Montaxa currently 23rd. He's just about hanging on to a place in the knockouts. Tom, over to you. We spoke to you last time. You said Georgian was nervous. He was 2-0 down. Has it got any better for him against Lex?
No, 3-1. He's got a chance of a corner now that he hasn't scored, and he's run out of time, 20 minutes left. So Lex looks comfortable, and Nicholas has been rocked a little bit, 4-2 up. He was 4-0 up, but I think Lex has just seen that game off. He's just scored, which makes it 4-1, and you can probably say that Georgia Wynn is finished.
Yeah, what a performance for Lex as well. He'll be delighted finishing second as it stands right now. Shuri, how's things going?
Well, I'll tell you now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be very pleased to hear if you're a Sofoglu fan at home. He's got a win on the board. It's looking like here 7-2 against Biro. And then Danik 3-0 up against Ulight. So bouncing back from his 17-1 defeat against Levy, which was obviously absolutely crazy.
It was indeed. Reminder that all them players are out already. They've been eliminated, but it's great to see them, as you said, playing FC in an arena like this. Let's head back then, shall we, to Rich, Brandon and Oprah.
Yeah, thank you guys. Great to see, obviously, the likes of Sofoglu getting a result, and Danik as well, that have travelled such a distance. They were, of course, rightly so, winners of their respective FC Pro partnered leagues. But back to this one now. I mean, it's hard to know where to look, Rich, because this game's important because Montaxa can squeeze into the top 24, but then there's also the world of Tex and Anders and Manu. There's 1,000 goals that have been scored, by the way, which is incredible here in Manchester. I mean, where would you rather be looking at this point, Rich?
I think we have to keep an eye on this one. This feels like it's a do-or-die game. If Luke can turn it around and beat Montaxa, such implications!
Oh, wow! The result like that shakes up the eChampionsLeague table once again. From 2-1 down, 3-2 he leads. And suddenly, RVP Legend is back in the top 24.
RVP Legend, his knee sliding in the players' area. Thanks to a Luke goal.
He tried to bruise her with Yaya Touré, but was not enough. It was weird. Yaya was not bruised Musiala, but yeah, like driven shot with him is then was.
Tuga is in by the skin of his teeth.
Well, I'll be honest, I think for those watching the player lounge, it's probably like a 5 or 10 second delay between seeing the action live and seeing it, of course, for you at home as well. So he is here, pitch side, to understand if he's going to qualify or not.
Anders Vergang doing the business against Matthias Bonanno. Win and you're into the top 8 was the permutations on this one, and Anders leaving nothing up for grabs. 6-2 up.
As it stands, that's your top 8. Emre Yilmaz setting a new point tally record. It was 16 points last season. It's 18 now for him. Oberon, why is it just this tournament? I know he's always consistent, but he just thrives at the eChampionsLeague, Emre Yilmaz.
Yeah, it can be also about the restrictions, like the quality of the teams, because like I said, he's really good. He's an offensive player, he's an aggressive player. Maybe when their opponent has not the best defenders in the game, they struggled against him.
Corner comes in, Montaxa, a draw would put him back in.
Oh.
The top 24.
I don't know if we're going for a low driven on the angle. There's still moments in this match. You can just feel it. You can feel it in the air in Manchester.
Well, this is a goal that puts Manu in front. It actually puts him also on 12 points, but on goal difference, it isn't enough. It's like him knocking on the door of trying to get in the top 8, but he's just outside still, Rich.
Yeah, and some of these knockout games, the way that they're shaping up, pretty incredible.
And also who they could play after that, Rich, for a match and a spot in the eChampionsLeague as Montaxa's shot is blocked. You've got 3 minutes left in this game, Robron. You know that your tournament is in your hands. How would you try and remain composed if you're on the side of Montaxa? We know the quality, we know what he offers. He knows surely he's going to get one more chance.
I mean, in this moment of the match, it's just difficult. I think it's impossible to be composed. Maybe Nicolas can be composed in this moment, but otherwise you know that you need to score to go to tomorrow. Otherwise, you go at home.
Can't back Luke to potentially break the heart of Montaxa. Can he win it back? Can he get one more stab at it? Cruyff taking time out of the game as Luke looks to keep possession so well.
+1. This could be it.
It's 30 seconds gone. PSV disrupting the pack and suddenly becoming RVP Legend's best friend, because his result has just kept Tuga and RVP Legend in the top 24. Just
a big hug look, I'm sure, will be going Luke's way from both RVP legend and Tuga. As the Portuguese star looks at that table, and with 7 points.
5 players on 7 points, Rich.
Yeah.
And on goal difference, we spoke about the goals scored. The goal difference, all playing a part. He is in tomorrow to knock out football, unless there was a world that Georgiou would pull this back, which doesn't look to be the case. Lex is staying unbeaten as well.
3 goals. Looking at the goal difference here, Tuga finished on +3. Wontaxa -4. As for RVP legend, 28 goals scored, 28 goals conceded.
A 0 on the goal difference being enough. Plaudits to this man, by the way, Marwan. What a season, what a story. Just taking 8th place on goal difference ahead of the likes of Nick Sneb and Max and Manu.
Yeah, look at some of the names who aren't going to be in there in that top 8. Samu Gamer as it stands, Levi David, Banano, PH, Tex. Huge names.
Yeah, I think that Marwan, the only way that he could go out of the top 8 if Samu Gamer will win. Otherwise, he's in the top 8 100%.
Samu Gamer losing at the moment, 5 goals to 4 against Max Krullemeier.
As it stands right now, your top 8 is looking stacked. Emre Yilmaz, Lex, Nassad and Nicholas, Anders Vergang, Alian Lyon, Di Fernandez and Marwan. All just 1 win away from booking a spot in the eChampions League finals in Budapest. Why not add another one on? Which he will. I don't think it would change the table too much there, or just solidify him in, because Di Fernandez did score a lot of goals, Rich.
Yeah, he certainly did. Di Fernandez goal difference pretty superior to the rest of the 12-point players. And I said earlier, that goal difference, having that good goal difference, is like an extra point, Oberon.
Like you said, like a draw. And I think that, yeah, he will stay in that point, because also the goal difference is from Marwan was really good. I don't think that Manu can equalize.
Anders Vergang, job done.
He's there. He wasn't in the top 8 last year, Rich, off the back of the league phase, was he? Even was Nicholas. But they're in. Is he trying to look at the league table, Anders?
I think he is.
He is in. And he's only 1 win away from an eChampions League final spot this year, compared to when he had to go the longer way and get 2 wins.
Let's see the final moments here from Texan Manu Bachore. Manu Bachore, 9th in the table, 12 points. He said this game's got huge implications as well.
Yeah, but I think there is no time anymore to make the Samu Gamer win, because it was also really important for him to go to top 8. But honestly, we didn't talk too much about Max, but he played really good this weekend. Maybe he can do the same tomorrow.
He's given the ball away though, has it? No, just about.
Full time. Both will go through, but both will just miss out on a top 8. If Samu Gamer was winning that game, Oberon, he could have been in the top 8 like he was last year.
Yeah, and right now he has to face maybe Jafonso and maybe then Emre, if he stay like this.
I mean, in some ways, Rich, at least Tex is in the top 24 now. It was a lot simpler this year.
I think the only thing is that first knockout game.
Is it?
As it's looking right now, we'll obviously get the confirmation from the bracket.
Has that changed it? Is that goal affected where Tex will be on that leaderboard? Is he playing his teammate maybe tomorrow?
Manu Bachore, just a couple of mishits, big defeats in the group phase have stopped him getting into that top 12.
Also starting
top 8, sorry.
Yeah, also starting against Emre.
Yeah,
was
awful
not
start.
Yeah.
Obviously all the results to be confirmed, but is that potentially Levy against PH tomorrow maybe? Nixner maybe against Tex? Some serious games that are all teeing up. Maybe even. Is that a Guga for us, maybe against Matthias Bonanno?
Trying to count up the table. So it's looking like it's going to end, though. He had a point to prove today, Anders Vergang, Brandon. After yesterday's disappointment, 4 points. He's been pretty outstanding today.
Well, last year he got 12 points and just missed out on the top average. This year he gets a bonus point next to his name. And tomorrow, he is 1 win away from an eChampions League. Of all that man's achieved in this esport, he's never lifted an eChampions League yet. Could this be his year to go and do so?
Feels quite poignant, him walking past the trophy, doesn't it? He's got eyes on that eChampions League.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he just lose against Lex. That was honestly quite impressive.
When he plays a tournament in FC 26, he wins that tournament. He's 3 for 3 on land this season. He's looking at the eChampions League to make it 4 from 4.
And who knows what can happen off the back of that, Richard, as well. Maybe even a World Championship for a second time in his career. That is, of course, the 36 players done and dusted when it comes to the eChampions League phase. Tomorrow, we return for the eChampions League knockout phase, where 24 are there. But they're still not done yet, Oberon. Only 8 can get to Hungary, can't they?
I think tomorrow will be so excited, so great. Like the big names that there are in this table, it's incredible.
And a different top 8 as it stands, Rich. Few people off that. Nicholas in this year, Anders in this year.
We've got a 2-time world champion not in the top 8. There will be turns, there will be shocks tomorrow, I can guarantee you.
Absolutely, as we said, we can't wait for it. So much more action to come here from Manchester in the eChampions League. Who's going to win $75,000 and that trophy in Hungary on the 27th of May? Maybe it could be this man who's never done it before. He's alongside Case now.
Yes, I'm here with Anders, who had a roller coaster of a weekend. Obviously, yesterday was a different story than today, but you are securing that top 8 spot. How are you feeling?
I don't really feel anything. Like I always say that these long tournaments is not for me. I can't really take it too serious on the first days because I know how good I am. So even though I lose against Lex and after that you think he's very good, then obviously I know how good I am. And today I think I played much better. And this Bonanno game was one of the best games I've played this entire season, I think. So I feel very comfortable for tomorrow. I know that now I only have to win 1 game and then I'm qualified for top 8. So I think it's doable.
Well, last year you didn't secure that top 8, so how great does it feel to actually have that less games to play? It's a much easier route for you to get to Budapest.
I also think I'm way better this year than last year. I think it takes a lot to beat me. Like yesterday, as I said, I lost on this stage. It's not where I'm at my best. Everyone knows that. And then I drawed against Levi de Weert, where he was keeping the ball for 5 minutes, even though it was a draw, and didn't even try to attack. So that after that, that was enough for me to see how good everyone know I am. Like if you don't even try to win against me as a title contender, it's insane. So I just took that as motivation and confidence. And today, as I said, I played very good. And obviously, if I play like this tomorrow, then I'm also going to qualify.
All right, well, Anders, thank you so much. Congratulations on securing that top 8. I'm going to throw it back to FG for the Pepsi Post Show.
Yeah, thank you very much. As Casey said, welcome to the Pepsi Post Show. We're here with our PlayStation Player of the Day, Emre Yilmaz. Player of the Weekend, you can call him. 100% record, Mr. eChampions League. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really happy to be Player of the Day. But if I look at the bracket for tomorrow, it's going to be very hard.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for you. How are you going to prepare tonight? You're just going to relax, and then obviously you've got a little bit more time tomorrow as well before you're in action?
I think eat good, have a bath, and sleep well. Then I'm ready for tomorrow.
Man of culture. I like it. I like it. I mean, that goal, by the way, the finesse, you know, the first time. You've been working on them, or has that been a feature for a while?
No, you mean the first time shot?
Yeah, the first time, yeah.
I worked a lot with that, also with my coach, Colin. And that's the first time it worked this weekend, so I'm happy.
Emre, I just want to ask you as well. Obviously, we see your gameplay. We know how unbelievable you are at the game. I just want to touch on mentality because I think that's something we've been touching on a little bit, the importance of it in FC. I mean, do you ever believe you're going to lose a game? Do you ever doubt yourself in a game?
Yeah, of course. If I go 1 or 2 goals down, I think, I might lose this one. But if it's not over, then I don't think, give up or something.
I just want to ask you as well, just quickly, last year obviously you got 16 points. Was it in your mind this year, like, I'm going to go get 18 points and go and slide tackle it?
No, when I saw matchmaking, I thought, could be really hard. My aim was like top 24, but Today it was top.
You kind of smashed that.
Yeah, today it was like top 8, and now being first, it's really good.
Yeah, not just first, unbeaten as well. Congratulations, Emre. You're our PlayStation Player of the Day. We'll let you head off that way. We'll be seeing more of you tomorrow. Leave that with us. Thank you very much. Wow, what a player he is. It's an absolute pleasure to watch him every single time. But one thing that's remarkable is he doesn't seem fazed by anything, does he?
Yeah, I think that's what we see with the top-level pros in particular. Whatever's thrown at them, however they express it. Obviously, Emre expressed it in a calm manner. Someone maybe like Nasada and Anders, they let people show it. They can get into that focus mode and they can switch it on regardless of how you think. You think, oh, I've got them there. They look a bit angry. They look a bit. They're locked in and they can just keep turning up. And when it matters, it seems to bring the best out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Emre Yilmaz finishing top of our league standings. Let's take a look at them in full then, shall we? These are our final readings. 24 players have made it out of the league phase. Unfortunately, we've lost 12 today, Shuri. But let's focus on the top 8 for now, because what an achievement for the likes of Marwan as well, who just snuck in there at the end.
Yeah, Marwan, that's a player we kind of knew could be teetering on the edge of it. I mean, we've got to give a shout out to Anders. Obviously, he's normally the main stage kind of man at the top, but at the end of the day, he did have to get himself out of a hole and sneak in there as well. And then I think someone we want to touch on as well, making that top 8, who's been unbelievable, is D. Fernandez. That's a man who's scoring, I want to say, he's almost the most goals of the whole tournament today.
Let me talk about goals for a second, because it's time to reveal our FedEx top goal scorer. This is from the league phase. 51 goals this man scored, and it's none other than Nasada. We saw so many amazing performances from him in an attacking sense. What a performance it's been so far from him.
Believe in the 4-4-2 and the 4-4-2 will believe in you, honestly. The stuff he does with that formation, he's one of the only people doing it as well, but he said, From basically when he started playing FC 26, this is my formation, this is how I play it, and I don't really care about what any of you guys are doing. I need the 2 strikers, I need to attack. By the way he uses the low-driven shot is something I don't see any other pro do. Every kind of finish, he just knows how to. It's like he's got this set up in his mind, and he knows he's always going to finish it with the low-driven.
What do you think his style of play is going to be going further into this tournament, in particular tomorrow? He's got himself into a great position now. He's 1 win away from getting in that top 8, but do you think it's going to change a little bit, or is it just more of the same?
I don't think he changes anything. I think it's more of the same. And I want to actually touch on Nasada again, is the mentality side of things. You saw yesterday a bit of sort of anger and frustration from him. That's anger and frustration because he believes he should be winning every game, and he should be winning it by an absolute landslide. He knows how many goals he can score. There's a reason he scored the most goals in the whole tournament so far, and I'd be amazed if he didn't make the top 8 after this form.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket. This is how things are going to go down tomorrow. We're at the knockout phase now of this incredible format. We've been through the league phase already. We've got matches, and then you can see our top 8. They're already in the round of 16. I'll let you boys take it away, because there is one fixture that's standing out there, Tom.
There's one, isn't there? Tex and Nixnev in a all-E-Premier League teammates clash, and your reward for winning that is playing Anders Verjgang. That is, and also the one above it, by the way, Levy, PA Zin, huge, and they play Nicholas. I mean, every matchup is unbelievable, but that little bracket there, and then of course, if that carries on, Nicholas could be playing Anders.
We genuinely could see some rivalries reignited here tomorrow. A quick reminder, the players who finished in the top 8 are 1 game away. Our final 8 will be in Budapest in just over a week's time. But you can see on the screen the knockout phases start tomorrow for the eChampions League. 4 p.m. BST. You can watch it on EA Sports FC Pro on YouTube or EA Sports FC on Twitch. Wow, this phase, this whole format from the eChampions League has been incredible. We're super excited for tomorrow. We've lost 12 players, and it gets even worse tomorrow because we're going to lose a lot more. We will have our final 8 going in to Budapest. Any predictions?
Emre Yilmaz flies his way there. Anders Verjgang. Do you want the whole 8? I don't know if I can go through the whole 8.
Go for it, yeah, why not?
I don't know if I can get through the whole 8 right this second, but those 2, I think Nasada absolutely, and I'm going to say Lex as well. They're 4 predictions I'm going straight out with.
Do you remember when he said he didn't want to make any other predictions? This is what this tournament does. Listen, expect the unexpected tomorrow. We're seeing the names that we've got here, Tom. How will they be feeling tonight?
Firstly, satisfied. You've got through the hard part. Now you can express yourself. You're into knockouts, but so many good players. I mean, there is an advantage to the guys that finish top 8. They get to sit there, they get to watch. They'll be very happy. I do think probably at least 6 of them will go through. The only one I keep an eye on is Marwan, who's got in. He might have to play Manu Bashore, and you would not write off Manu Bashore in a game like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Knockout FC tomorrow. 24 will become 8. We are one step closer to the road to Budapest. Make sure you don't miss tomorrow. It's going to be electric. See you then. Today, the stakes get a lot higher.
By the end of play tonight, 12 players will be eliminated. Didn't take long, did it? Emre Yilmaz off the mark. Tex finds a 5th. Drama is at an all-time high. Musiala, and then finds a finish.
The ice in this man's veins, he needs to be tested.
Oh my God.
Lex, he's added a 4. Great performance so far.
Chris knows that his fate is looking bleak.
Finesse is the Italian that will lead Tex by a goal to 0. Our biggest result ever in eChampionsLeague history.